Buenos días a todas y todos. Les pedimos a las delegaciones tomar sus ubicaciones. Vamos a dar comienzo a esta segunda jornada de la quinta reunión de la Conferencia Regional.
Good morning. Please have a seat because we'll begin this new session of this fifth meeting of the presiding officers of this event. So please have a seat. This buenos días, señoras delegadas. Good morning, delegates. We will begin with today's session. First of all, I'd like to convey the excuses of the Minister of Planning of the plurinational state of Bolivia, who, because of his other responsibilities, had to travel back to his country, and so I have taken over. Yesterday, we approved the agenda, and what was still pending was the presentation of the voluntary national reports. I understand that there is a video with the message from the delegation of Panama, and after that, of course, we'll open up the floor for other countries to continue with their presentations. So, good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be present here, and we would like to announce the video by María Inés Castillo, Minister of Social Development of the Republic of Panama, talking about the progress made in our second report on the Montevideo Consensus. We will listen to the video of the Minister and subsequently a brief presentation by Krishna Camarena, who is sitting next to me and who is the National Director of the Secretariat of Development Policies for Afro-Descendants, who will share some very significant progress, policy progresses in that sense. Good morning, authorities and colleagues representing the government of Panama and his president. I reaffirm before you and the members of the Regional Conference on Population and Development our firm commitment in the priority care for emerging issues in population and development, human well-being and development. And we thank ECLAC, CELADE, and UNFPA Panama for this second report. In 2015, Panama adopted the Montevideo Consensus and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, committing our progress towards a more egalitarian society, leaving no one behind. The strategic plan 2019-2024, aligned with the Montevideo Consensus, establishes guidelines to overcome inequality gaps, prioritizing the vulnerable groups. And in our struggle against poverty and inequality, we have laid the foundations to generate structural transformations in territories to guarantee the right to development with an institutional framework that is strengthened and that promotes coordination and alliances between public institutions, civil society, academia, the private sector, and the community. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll summarize the progress made by our country included in this second report. With regards to protection of human rights of children and teenagers, Panama has overcome historical problems with the comprehensive law to protect early childhood and the law that provides comprehensive care for the rights to children and teenagers. And we acknowledge the challenge of teenage pregnancies, and therefore we implemented the national and intersectoral strategy of prevention and of teenage pregnancies, and it's a plan of action with important actions such as the guidelines for education in sexuality and affection in schools approved by law, and likewise friendly health services for teenagers. And we have also established mechanisms for effective participation for young people within the new youth public policy. Our nation has experienced an aging process and unequal growth, and this has led to significant challenges in the quality of life and inequitable access to basic services. In accordance with the 2023 census, people older than 60 years of age represent 13.9% of our population. We have increased public investment to benefit this group, and such as the and different programs, strengthening the institutional framework in order to promote healthy aging in accordance with the National Plan for the Elderly. We have made progress with a system of care for early childhood, the elderly and the disabled, complying with the National Strategic Plan for Social Inclusion of people with disability, implementing the bill that creates the care system, which is presently being debated in Congress, that will reduce the burden of care for women and families. And we have placed at the very center of our policies, we have placed women at the center of our policies with the creation of the Ministry of Women, with the initiative on gender parity, the law against sexual violence against women, and of course our new our budget. We are a mix of different cultures, and we are the third country in the region with the largest number of Afro-descendants, where a large percentage of our population acknowledges itself as Afro-descendants. So we are committed to struggling against racial discrimination and guarantee their full participation via the National Secretariat for Policies of Afro-Panamanians. And indigenous peoples represent 17.2% of our population, and we recognize their rights, and we promote interculturality, and we develop a plan to empower indigenous women in Panama and updating our intercultural educational plan. Historically, we've been an example of integration in terms of orderly migration with a 15% of migrants. So we're a country with a humanitarian vocation, one of the first countries used in the irregular migration route, which represents a challenge in border areas. For many years, we have provided irregular migrants with humanitarian care such as food, water, health, and justice. Limited resources vis-a-vis an exponential growth of irregular migrants that come through the Darien Gap. Now we reiterate the need to share responsibilities, including immediate action for countries involved and international entities and all those that have a mandate of providing care during these types of crises. Ladies and gentlemen, we confirm our commitment vis-a-vis the international community of working hard in order to achieve tangible results to reduce multidimensional poverty, child labor, gender equality, to strengthen the humanitarian response and improve the basic services that consolidate our democracy and make Panama a fairer, more equitable, prosperous, inclusive, and a country respectful of the rights of all our population for a real sustainable development without leaving no one behind. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Supplementing what the Minister of Social Development has shared with us this morning, we would like to expand the issue of censuses and the results of the 31.7% compared to the 2010 census, where the self-recognition was only 9.2%. And this was the result of the strategy and the articulation, the coordination of this secretariat together with the National Statistics and Census Department and the participation of civil society, which involved the participation of professionals of different areas and different expertise in census issues that accompanied the whole census process. The self-recognition is the result of a strategic and governance work that meant that 1.3 million people in Panama acknowledge themselves as Afro-descendants. In terms of education, the resolution 887 AI of the 23rd of March 2023 establishes preventive actions in order to prevent discrimination as a result of ethnic and cultural aspects in official educational centers and private educational centers in our country. And thus we confirm the policies to uphold cultural differences and self-determination, such as those that uphold that prevent racial discrimination. And likewise, the Ministry of Health created Resolution 437 of 2023 that establishes the registry of the variable Afro-descendants in all entities of the Ministry of Health that use the electronic health information system, and taking an important step both in terms of recognizing ethnic plurality and the multicultural nature that characterizes Panama, and also strengthening the processes to generate disaggregated data that will enable us to conduct a precise diagnosis about the dimension of different health situations of Afro-descendants. The National Secretariat of Policies and Development for Afro-Panamanians has also developed the master plan for the development of Afro-descendants 2022-2030 that seeks to identify the problems and most important issues of the Afro-Panamanian population, and as from there establish from in a bottom-up fashion a priority framework of actions that enables the adoption of plans, policies, and programs to positively transform the realities involving cultural, social, economic, and environmental aspects of the Afro-Panamanian population, so that it is feasible to guide their development and their adequate coordination aligned with the progress of the nation with socio-economic inclusion based on strengthening the economic, social, and cultural rights of this population. What is also important is to establish, as from the presidency, the program to create awareness for the prevention of ethnic or racial discrimination in the public sector, coordinated by the National Authority of Administrative Careers that seeks that various stakeholders, and especially authorities and civil servants, become agents of change in the struggle against this the scourge. And therefore we have established this ribbon with different colors as a symbol of the eradication of ethnic or racial discrimination in the public sector, so that we leave no one behind. Thank you very much. We thank the intervention of the delegation from Panama. And now we open up the floor for other delegations to talk about their reports. So Uruguay, good morning to the authorities of the fifth meeting of the presiding officers of the regional conference. Good morning, representatives of delegations, representatives of civil society. First of all, we'd like to thank and congratulate all those that have delivered their presentations so far, presenting the reports of each country that have been very wide-ranging and that have provided us a very comprehensive view of what is being done in each country. As from Uruguay, we will talk about what has been done, and I would like to ask for the participation of the Ministries of Social Development and of the Ministry of Health, so that we can present from a social and health viewpoint the progress that has been achieved with regards to the Montevideo Consensus. And we will begin with the representative from the Ministry of Social Development. Thank you very much. We know that we have little time, and the idea of doing this jointly with between the Ministry of Social Development and the Ministry of Health is indeed to reflect the joint work that we have been doing. We all know that that is fundamental in order to make progress with regards to the commitments entered into in the Montevideo Consensus. What is very important is to know that this is not a question that is done by a single ministry or simply by the state. All entities have to work jointly with civil society and with citizens as a whole. And thus this dual presentation. We will very briefly focus on Chapter A that deals with inequalities, poverty, and exclusion, and then we'll also refer to the social protection of the elderly. And after that, Dr. Quintana will refer to the challenges that lie ahead with regards to these aspects. The priority measures 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 are regarded public policies and actions aimed at eradicating inequality and poverty and reducing exclusion, placing at the very center human rights and sustainability. And there, the report that was distributed refers to the fact that the region is experiencing a scenario of great uncertainty characterized by an economic slowdown and even greater levels of labor informality, with a precarious recovery of employment and with strong inflationary pressures. Of course, all this was seriously impacted negatively by the pandemic. Now, in our case, in the case of Uruguay, fortunately, we have experienced a sustained drop in terms of poverty over the past few years, up until 2017, 2018, when it increased slightly. And as in the rest of countries, with the rest of countries during the pandemic, this increased. And given the way in which we dealt with the pandemic, we were able to maintain extraordinary support and to maintain that. And that meant that we were able to revert the situation. And now we are at a level that was very similar to the pre-pandemic period. Now, what we also wanted to mention is that we have reached a point of structural poverty of around 10%. And that is something that we have to work on. And the measures established in the Montevideo Consensus point in that same direction. But despite the fact that at a regional level, we have one of the lowest levels, we still have a situation which is quite severe when it comes to poverty among children. As occurs in most countries, there is a concentration in the lowest in the younger ages. We have 1 out of 5 children live in a home under the poverty line, and therefore that is what we have to focus on. That, as we all know, children are poor because they live in poor households, and that is the result of the fact that adults in those households are unable to generate sufficient revenues in order to achieve the consumption of basic goods and services. In Uruguay, 1 out of every 100 people under the poverty line, of the 100 people under the poverty line, 44 are underage people, and the rest are adults that live with those young people. Only 12 are adults that are not in charge of minors. In other words, a reduction of child poverty implies reducing total poverty in Uruguay. And in fact, we have been able to place this issue in the agenda, and we have done this at parties in agreement with the opposition in terms of placing this as a priority in the agenda, and we have made many efforts in this sense. But we would like to share with you the measures that we have taken in order to deal with this problem. And
specifically, one of the first things that we have done is to strengthening money transfer systems for vulnerable households during the pandemic. The program that we already had were strengthened, and we continued with this over the pandemic, but we created new transfers to reach populations who were not included in these programs, whether because they didn't have children's or they didn't have a structural problems. So we had to reach to that population which was out of the existing systems. What we did also was to create rearing bonus, as we call it, that is an additional bonus, especially for women which were pregnant and people under 7 years old who were in extreme vulnerability conditions. Apart from money transfer, we have created different subsidies. We have expanded the subsidies to electricity fees, which were impacted in about 80%, and also the in terms of the gas bottle, we provided 50% bonus, and this all with a view to mitigate the impact on the household because of the income. Another things that we did is that we reduced the threshold income to keep this family allowance, because in the past we could have family allowance, but exceeding some level of formal income, this allowance was reduced or completely retired. So we removed this income threshold, and we changed that so the money assistance was an assistant to continue going ahead. Another things that we expanded the care system. We have heard a lot in the different interventions of the country that we need to have a more robust and accessible caring systems. And in that sense, we took advantage of the existing systems and we broadened different other services provided through this care system, especially policies on the centers serving children, educational scholarships, and where there is no place where the children can be taken to school from 0 to 3 years of age, they're entitled to a subsidy to attend the private schools, and also we extended this to caregivers. And so we are setting up a new formats of caregivers for children with some level of disability at the school level. And this is not looking for providing assistance to beneficiaries, but also provide with more times to caregivers who are adults and then can have additional time to work or study. And finally, we know that we're not reaching everyone. As in any money subsidies or assistance service, there are some sectors which are excluded. Some population which are eligible for some benefits, but we're not reaching them. So we're working with the Ministry of Public Health in order to have an early detection of those sectors. And we're developing a system of information, a monitoring system, parents for for children of very young age. And so the idea of this is that we can devote this benefit to these mothers, and with all what the state has to offer in terms of money assistance, in terms of other assistances programs. But we have another challenge, that the birth rate has decreased dramatically as well. So we have to make a policy to provide them support to have a proper development, and they can have a decent life. And well, I'm going to give the floor now to my colleague. Uruguay has been an example in the region in terms of the reducing adolescent fertility, and one of the studies and the inclusion of contraceptives included in the family baskets. For mothers below 15 years of age, we have designed a different strategy required by this sector. Girls below 15 years of age are showed in the international studies which are subject to sexual abuse. According to experts of the United Nations, say that exploitation and sexual abuse of other age are very common in our country and has been socially and culturally normalized. So we need different strategies, and we are making great efforts to protect them from sexual exploitation. We have a solid framework, but we need to ensure a more sustainable strategy to work better with the existing protocols. In terms of population, we have the problem of the very low birth rate and the risk that this implies in terms of a sustainability of social security system. We are the country with the lowest birth rate among all the countries which are present here. We can say that this rate is still going down. Up until the information that we have, October 2030, after reproductive age, according to the last survey, Uruguayans are having less children than they would like to have. And this is because they have problems in having access to care system, the economic costs, and also criminalization of maternity at the workplace. This problem has compelled us to devise policies and that we have to resort to other countries' experience, and these to go ahead with this. And Antonio said we have a low birth rate, but we have to take care of these babies because they are very few. When we look at adolescents and youth in Uruguay, 80% are dying because of violence, such as suicide as the first cause, and homicide, the second cause, and then accidents as the third cause. And a study in 2019 showed that 1 out of 5 adolescents from 0 to 15 years of age have thought about commit suicide very seriously. And this group is looking for having voice at the Ministry of Health. And a survey was passed, and they were asked, who are you talking to when you have a problem? And 50% of them said nobody. 5% said with some of adults around me, and the minimum said I put this in the social media. And adolescents said that when we make this analysis and the attempt to commit suicide, the highest peak in the last year is suicide from 15 to 19 years of age. So we need to think of taking proper actions, and our government, although for a long time we have a mental health law, we have protocols and strategies, but no budget has been allocated to this. And today we have a special budget for prevention and approach mental health problems as well as addiction. We're setting our priorities with a lot of actions throughout our countries. Among them, one I would like to share with you is the implementation of a Strong Families program, which is a program of PAHO, which is implemented in different countries of the region. And we have presented the assessment that we have made out of this program implementation, a program that is looking at preventing the risk behavior of adolescents, assisting the family to be a protection factor rather than a risk factor for adolescent behavior. Strong Families is a program that has been expanded throughout the country through trained human resources, trained by PAHO, and we invite you all to get acquainted with this program. Thank you. Thank you for the participation of Uruguayan delegation. And now we're going to give the floor to Bolivian delegation. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you to the presiding officers and representatives of the different countries and organizations of the civil society, ECLAC, CELADE, UNFPA. Thank you so much. We have had 10 years after the plurinational state of Bolivia adhered Montevideo Consensus in the first meeting of the regional conference celebrated in the year 2013. We adhere our commitment aimed at the full exercise of human rights, which are included in Montevideo Consensus. For this fifth meeting of the presiding officer, and after 1 decade of that Montevideo meeting, we are presenting a new report about the progress made in Bolivia after the implementation of the consensus and the challenges that we still have ahead. Over the last years, the Bolivian economy, within the uncertainty international context and apart from the external context posed by the pandemic of COVID-19, we have faced internal political problems and changes in the orientations of economic policies, especially throughout 2020. At the end of the year 2019 and 2020, the average performance of the Bolivian economy was negative because of the pandemic, but also because of the lockdown measure, which restricted economic activities and caused a construction of the economy of about 8.74% for that year. But after 2021, with the government of Research Catalog, which took office in September 2020, we could recover the economic activities status, and we have retained the economic and social and community productive model, and we have speeded up the recovery of activities with an focus on substitution of imports. We are implementing the Economic and Social Development Plan for the period 2021 to 2025, aiming at improving insertion of the economic dynamics as part of the policies. Among the most relevant progress out of the Montevideo Consensus, we can highlight, among others, that from 2016-2020, the percentage of the population in extreme poverty condition was reduced from 19 to 11%. As one of post-pandemic action is the bonus against hunger that consider amount of benefited more than 4 million people. And in that point, it's important to say that recovery of the economic model has enabled us to go back to growth and continue with the policies of income redistribution through public policies aimed at reducing extreme poverties and inequalities, such as money transfer to the poor and vulnerable population. We have made substantial progress in reducing mortality rate, childhood mortality rate, which reduced from 32.4% to 20.4% in the year 2022. And we have reported a decrease in the case of adolescent pregnancies of 416,000 to 350,000 pregnancies in the year 2022. Among some of the actions that we can highlight here are the money transfer programs in an in-kind transfer, especially for pregnant women and children below 2 years of age, with the Asurdui bonus, as is called, which benefited more than 212,000 individuals.
What both benefits do is try to incentivize the public health services. The creation of the single, universal, and free health service is also relevant, providing free health services for all the persons which are not covered by the short-term social security. inclusion and education of comprehensive sexual education. The government wants to strengthen the organizations of youth through process of socialization and dissemination of the regulations related to the rights of this group and the population, promote the participation in politics of youth and in decision-making levels. In aging social protection, we must highlight that the last decade we increased in more than 1 million persons those insured in the pension system, which under the principle of universality also includes those who contribute independently. The regulatory advances of the elderly to serve to obtain free public services form part of the package of measures that the plurinational state of Bolivia has been executing to guarantee the rights of the elderly. Likewise, among other relevant actions that we can comment is the implementation of the multi-sectoral plan for comprehensive development for good living of the elderly 2021-2025, the approval of the protocol of care and protection of the elderly, which sets the basis of attention and the practical procedures of the prevention, recreation, social occupation, and restoration of rights services, guidelines to the staff and the municipal staff on prevention of mental and psychosocial health to the elderly in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. We also have the regulation of preferential treatment for the elderly in health facilities of the public sectors of the short-term social security, as well as private, and a guide for the care of the elderly in long-stay facilities. There's great progress in social and reproductive health services and contraception given by the healthcare system, and greater care of deliveries done in the healthcare centers. One of the important achievements of the country in the recent years has been the increase of the political participation of women, which is reflected in the series of positions that women occupy in the executive and the legislative powers, both at the national as well as subnational level. This progress opens a possibility for the development of more inclusive policies to favor women, particularly to fight against violence against women and to reduce the femicides, which is a priority topic to be approached and one of the main challenges. There is a broad regulatory framework to fight against violence against women. Among these, we can highlight the implementation of the public comprehensive policy for a dignified life for women, including mechanisms of prevention and promotion of women's rights. The incorporation of the prevention program of violence against women in universities, the creation of the plurinational service of women, with the aim of having a follow-up and evaluate the compliance of public policies to remove patriarchal policies and eradicate all sorts of violence and discrimination against women. We've also created the system of registry called Samudio to permit an articulate, transparent follow-up of reports of violence against women and trying to get a life free of violence for women. As to the protection of the human rights of migrants that were at risk with the COVID-19 pandemic, the plurinational state of Bolivia has been executing process of migration regularization of foreigners. 2021, close to 4,328 persons have been benefited. Insofar as indigenous people and persons of African descent, we created a legal framework and public policies to strengthen the government systems, guided by the uses and habits of this group in the population, as well as the participation in the legislative and the plurinational legislative agenda. 2016 was considered the 10-year period of the Bolivians of African descent, elevating the degree of visibility of this population and acknowledging their own characteristics in the planning process for the state. As we just mentioned, Bolivia has major progress in the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, with a return to the path of economic growth, with industrialization, with import substitutions. We will build a more humane, fair, and equitable society. This is a firm commitment to continue to advance in the creation of a region that guarantees the full exercise of human rights in sexual and reproductive health, aging of the population, international migration, and the indigenous people and population of African descent. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de Bolivia. Vamos a dar.
Thank you very much, Bolivia. Suriname has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, representatives of the UN system, members of civil society, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Chair, I thank you for providing this platform for us to address briefly our achievements and challenges in the process of implementing the Montevideo Consensus. The global and national crisis, including the burden of debt, domestic repercussions of climate change, and economic challenges from the pandemic, have strained the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. For smaller developing nations like Suriname, especially those with vulnerable coastal regions, the financial strain resulting from crises beyond our control poses a persistent and genuine challenge. Chair, in addressing gender-based violence, Suriname has re-established the National Council on Domestic Violence. This council is actively working to enhance assistance for victims, focusing on legislation, research, data collection, assistance protocols, training and education, and information sharing initiatives. However, challenges in this field persist due to insufficient resources, limited human capital, weakened aid services, lack of reliable data, and the absence of government shelters. As of November 2022, the Violence and Sexual Harassment Act and the Equal Treatment Labor Act went into force. These acts include a requirement for employers to establish a written policy to prevent violence, intimidation, and sexual harassment in the workplace. The policy should address various aspects, including specific measures to protect certain groups like women, migrants, people living with HIV, and employees with a disability, among others. In the context of climate change, Suriname is presently facing unusually high temperatures leading to various challenges, such as limited access to drinking water and substantial rainfall in inland regions, resulting in floods. Due to the inflow of salt water, fertile agricultural land was adversely affected, causing economic loss. Consequently, inhabitants in the remote areas of the country's extensive interior are experiencing deprivation of employment, education, and basic services, with the added concern of jeopardized food security. As one of the 3 nations globally with a carbon negative status, Suriname is unwavering in its commitment to contribute to environmental preservation through collaborative initiatives that uphold its carbon negativity both presently and in the future. The aging population in Suriname is slowly increasing. According to population projections, the group of persons over 60 will increase to 24% of the population by 2050. This will present challenges such as increased healthcare demands and strain on pension systems. The government emphasizes the primary responsibility of the government in promoting, providing, and ensuring access to basic social services, bearing in mind the specific needs of older persons. In view of the expected increase, the Surinamese government has emphasized in the National Development Plan that the voice of the elderly should be included in the socio-economic structure and development of the country because of the special needs related to aging. Suriname currently holds one of the highest negative net migration rates globally, with approximately 42% of its nationals residing abroad as of 2019. While traditionally a country of origin, the influx of immigrants has notably increased in recent decades, reaching 47,000 foreign nationals in 2020, reflecting a 78% surge compared to the year 2000. This shift indicates Suriname's evolving status as a significant migrant destination. Recognizing the importance of accurate migration data, the development of evidence-based migration policies is deemed essential to promote safe, orderly, and regular migration. Consequently, various migration-related assessments, including a migration situation analysis, addressing the needs of migrants in Suriname, have been conducted. The newly established International Migration Committee is tasked with formulating a comprehensive national migration policy that considers the diverse aspects of migration. Chair, 9 years after the adoption of the Montevideo Consensus, Suriname has launched its very first National Population Policy 2021-2030, rooted in sustainable integral development, human rights, gender equality, and climate change principles. The policy serves as a crucial tool in facilitating the implementation of priority measures outlined in the consensus and plays a key role in advancing our progress towards the 2030 agenda. In collaboration with national stakeholders, a national action plan will be developed to effectively implement the population policy. Chair, Suriname stands on the brink of a potentially significant commercial breakthrough in the exploration of newly discovered oil and gas resources. The resulting advancement and capital generation are poised to enable us to establish robust social, health, and education systems for our population. This, in turn, will foster heightened productivity in various sectors, paving the way for a sustainable future for generations to come. We emphasize the important role of civil society organizations who work tirelessly to ensure that the rights of all are respected and that their needs are met. We also emphasize the importance of international research on population and development-related issues as an important instrument for the formulation of policies based on reliable and harmonized indicators. We express our appreciation to our UN partners for their ongoing support in our sustainable development endeavors. Despite challenges, Suriname maintains the perspective that the transformation outlined in the 2030 agenda is not only feasible but imperative. Our government is committed to advancing the implementation of the 2030 agenda, focusing on national priorities as outlined in the National Development Plan. In conclusion, we emphasize the importance of maintaining in the spirit of the International Conference on Population and Development and reaffirm our unwavering political commitment to the objectives outlined in the Program of Action of the ICPD. I thank you.
Agradecemos la intervención de la delegación de Surinam.
Thank you so much, Suriname. We will now listen to Argentina. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank ECLAC for organizing this fifth meeting of the steering committee and reaffirm the contribution of Argentina to the draft declaration of the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development. Regarding priority actions on the commitments, actually, we would like to mention some of the measures that were adopted concretely by the Argentinian state. And when I say the Argentinian state, I want to thank all the different areas of the government in my country who have a very large commitment to moving forward in the consensus and in concrete measures that can expand rights. Argentina has a legislation which is truly very broad. Our legislation in terms of sexual and reproductive rights is basically the result of the historic struggle and constituted a beacon for the Latin American region. It allows us to enjoy sexual and reproductive rights that are free, well-informed, without discrimination or violence. That fight, that permanent fight for sexual and reproductive rights of civil society and feminism in Argentina found at moments in the Argentinian history a state that is present and has accompanied those complaints and transformed those fights in a regulatory framework and into rights.
We have two cabinets in this administration with regards the head of the cabinet, first of all, to mainstream gender policies, and the other one devoted to mental health that, as mentioned, has a direct relationship in terms of accompanying feminisms, diversities, and the sexual health and reproductive rights. And that, of course, is translated into budgets and regulations as from the Ministry of the Economy that are defined and clearly identify the budget both for the 1,000-day law and for the law related to mental health. The public health policy with regards to sexual and reproductive rights and human rights has been strengthened over the years, and I'm talking of more than 20 years that Argentina has, in terms of this experience. We have a strong legal framework as a result of the struggle of feminist movements and of diversity movements. So we have a law on sexual and reproductive health that is 20 years old now, and that ensures the access of contraceptives and information in all health centers, in all subsectors, and has had a very important impact in terms of reaching of the scope it has at a federal level. And with regards to some of the indicators that we will share with you, Argentina now has a 3-year-old voluntary interruption of a pregnancy, which is a law, and unintentional end of pregnancy for teenagers. The law on comprehensive sexual education that guarantees the right to all children, boys, girls, and teenagers to receive comprehensive sexual education in all educational establishments, from the lowest to the highest levels. A law that was passed on the same day as the voluntary interruption of pregnancy, which is the 1,000-day law for the care of pregnancy and early childhood, that is coordinated with all sectors at a national and provincial level in order to accompany during pregnancy and early childhood. We updated the comprehensive law to respond to HIV, viral hepatitis, and other sexually transmitted diseases, and tuberculosis. Argentina also passed a law for the comprehensive for dealing comprehensively with gender violence, and with the Pan American Health Organization, we have a manual that we adapted so that we can also generate a comprehensive system of care for victims of gender violence. And something that has been very important and prioritized by our government with the National Agency for Laboratories, and with the commitment of provinces in a federal country, the 8th in size in the world, with more than 25 million inhabitants and with 44 jurisdictions, is the public, national, and provincial production of medicines. In this case, Argentina produces in several of its provinces in our laboratories misoprostol, and this year we approved selling mifepristone that is distributed through a program which is called Remediar in public health centers that provide care and favor access to the voluntary interruption of pregnancy with the sexual and reproductive sets of medicines. This has been produced publicly and is included in these sets through a special pack that is provided to patients. That makes us very proud, and we're also working to be able to export to the region and to favor the access to this right of all women in our region. As a result of these policies, Argentina has the lowest historical figures with regards maternal deaths linked to abortions, medical abortions, or failed attempts at abortion. So there was a 40% reduction, and we have the lowest figures for these deaths in our history. They dropped from 13% to 9%, and we hope to reach a level of 0% as a result of abortion. Today we have 1,800 health centers and public hospitals that guarantee these medicines, and that implies an increase of practically nearly 100% compared to what was declared in 2020 when we conducted this practice in 117 sectors. And we are already achieving 1,800 in 2 years without considering the private sector, social security, and provincial social security that by law have to favor access to that right. And also from the National Authority of Sexual and Reproductive Health, the Secretary Sandra Tirado is here with us. in this meeting, and we work in order to provide support to jurisdictions and also to all people that wish to interrupt their pregnancy in any subsector so that they can gain access to that right. In 2022, we reported more than 96,000 voluntary pregnancy interruptions. They're free of charge and safely in the public subsector. The demand of the population based on the approval of the law to the sexual health line, which is now more than 10 years old. We received in 2021 practically 18,000 consultations, and that number is increasing. We have a free telephone line for consultations. And with regards to the prevention of unintentional pregnancies for teenagers in 4 years, our plan has achieved a very satisfactory results. The fertility rate for early teenage pregnancies had dropped by 41%, and the teenage pregnancies have dropped by 45.2%. And when we analyze the results for 2012 and compare that to 2022, by the National Population Authority, the global fertility rate in the past 10 years has dropped by 40%, and the level of teenage pregnancies has dropped by 60% since the implementation of the ENIA plan, since we worked at a federal level with consultancies and concrete actions out in the field, and with the full implementation of the sexual and reproductive health law. That drop has increased significantly over the past 4 years. With regards to migrants, and we have the agent here of the Ministry of the Interior who has done a lot of work, and they lead the role that Argentina plays in this sense. The relation with regards to our migrants, our migration law is a very progressive law and implied a change in paradigm in terms of human mobility. We understand in Argentina the migrant as a subject of right, and at the same time we establish the action of migration as a human right that must be guaranteed by the state under the principles of equality and universality. In terms of concrete products, in order to respond to the challenge of strengthening the source of demographic data and information systems, we have created the population statistical system with administrative records that enables us to measure in real time the situation of births, deaths, migrations, fundamental components for the design and monitoring of public policies with regards to population and development in our country. We always have challenges, and the first challenge is that these public policies, that this legal framework, that these rights actually reach each one of the persons in every corner of our country. We need the full inclusion of vulnerable populations via the strengthening of federalism in order to guarantee equal opportunities and reduce territorial asymmetries, with policies aimed at reducing poverty with greater access and scope of rights, and with territorial development policies that are equitable and inclusive. We have to continue to promote the management and the use of socio-demographic data for the formulation, application, and monitoring of public policies. We need to disaggregate data and the territorial disaggregation of data and population groups that are potentially vulnerable. We must continue to delve deeper in the production of information systems that enable us to measure the progress, to evaluate policies. We will never be able to truly know what happens, because otherwise we will not be able to know what is happening and where we are heading. We need to guarantee sexual and reproductive rights of the whole population, expanding the scope beyond socioeconomic inequalities. As comprehensive sexual education for that purpose is fundamental. And we also need to include the ethnic or racial perspective within the state and in all its policies. And we need to continue to support the process of identifying and bringing to the fore Afro-descendant populations through a policy to focus on human rights, gender, interculturality, and intersectoriality. And we need to strengthen institutional framework to prevent the segmentation of political and socio-demographic agendas. We need to formalize the interinstitutional coordination with public entities, civil society, and academia. We have made a lot of progress, and let me tell you that Argentina is presently at a turning point. On Sunday, we will be holding elections, and as we have been a guiding light in the expansion of rights, and we know that the eyes are upon us because of the risk that we have of going back in those rights. We're very proud of these public policies, and we're indeed working to expand rights in our country, and so that we can continue to favor access to the rights of sexual and reproductive rights of women with a human rights perspective. and that health can continue to be a right and can continue to be dealt with comprehensively, not only as from the Ministry of Health, but as from every sectors of the national state and also with a federal perspective. We believe that we will continue to make progress along those lines, and that we will continue to share progresses during the next meeting. Thank you very much. We thank the Argentinian delegation, and we now offer the floor to the delegation from Nicaragua. Thank you, Chair. I greet the honorable delegates of this working commission. In Nicaragua, we're not providing a report. We're not submitting a report, but we are preparing it, and we will submit it in the future. But we would still like to share some elements that will be contained in the report. First of all, I'd like to mention that in Nicaragua, since 2007 and up to 2012, we produced the first human development plan, which is comprehensive, involving the participation of all state institutions with clearly established goals in order to satisfy the needs of the population. And in this sense, well, at present, we have the 2023-2026 plan, and during this period we will evaluate everything that has happened in the past 10 years since 2012, when we produce the same plan, and we will follow, we monitor, and then we evaluate this on a yearly level, and we are mandated to comply with that and with all the tasks for the different institutions. Here, I would like to mention some policy elements that have been established since then. We have a policy related to gender that is related to on a 50% basis, 50-50 basis. So that means that government institutions and also public institutions must have 50% women and 50% men, and that implies guidelines within ministries. There is whenever there is a minister or vice minister, we call them co-directors, and that with the purpose of emphasizing the participation of women. Likewise, at a legislative level, we have these policies in place, and also in legal terms in local authorities. There we also established that 50-50 rule. And in my institution, there is a co-director, a man co-director, and a woman co-director, and we work hard on that, both at a technical and administrative level. And in Nicaragua, after 2007, we established free healthcare for all Nicaraguans. And therefore, we have a plan, a comprehensive family health policy, where we provide free care to the whole population. Of course, dealing with all age groups, and every year we visit homes in all our national territory by the Ministry of Health in Nicaragua. Despite our limited resources and as a result of international collaboration via loans, we have been able to create over the past years 5 comprehensive, complete hospitals, very well equipped in technological terms, and that implies a great progress health-wise. And likewise, we have a maternal mortality program in place and a kind of watchdog, so to speak. Whenever we find that in a hospital we suspect a maternity death, we create a working commission in order to investigate that death. And we also have apply sanctions in case negligence is detected within our institutions, and that is something very strong. I have taken part in meetings with the ministry, with doctors at the Ministry of Health, and when we call people linked to this, they have to explain the procedures.
También de un plan nacional de desarrollo integral se habla que todos los ministerios, cómo llegar a aquellas comunidades que están muy alejadas de la parte céntrica. Entonces lo que se ha tratado de crear que a través del Ministerio de Transporte se crean vías de acceso no descuidando nunca la parte productiva, así como la parte social, de tal forma que en los últimos 5 años se tiene una integración completa desde la parte del Pacífico a través de Bluefield, que une las ciudades principales, así como también hasta Huaspán, que otras de las ciudades principales como Puerto Cabeza, que unen al Pacífico. Lo que antes se podía trasladar en vehículo por las dificultades de la carretera, se tenía que llegar en 3 horas, 2 horas. Hoy actualmente se puede llegar en un día, ¿verdad? Y hemos unido de esa forma a través de la carretera, a través de carreteras que se han creado el Pacífico con el Atlántico, ¿verdad? En ese sentido se ha avanzado bastante y se ha procurado siempre tener la atención en aspectos de salud, ¿verdad? Lo más cercano posible a las comunidades. Eso se han creado lo que se le llamamos nosotros en Nicaragua pequeños hospitalitos que están lo más cercanos, ¿verdad? A estas comunidades alejadas de la parte atrás. Recordémonos muy bien, o mejor dicho, les informo que casi el 60% de nuestra población es rural. Entonces, esos son las vías de penetración que hemos tratado de crear, eso siempre no descuidando lo que es la parte productiva, de tal forma que se tienen programas establecidos para agrandar lo que se le llaman los puertos del lado del Atlántico para poder tener esa accesibilidad bastante a la parte económica, porque ¿cómo desarrollar a un país si no tenemos esas vías de acceso? Los grandes países han desarrollado a través de las comunicaciones sus países y nosotros en particular, a pesar de ser un país pequeño, tenemos grandes sueños y los sueños radican en eso, tratar de integrar todo lo que es la población. Con respecto a la parte de género, se crearon también políticas o comisarías de la mujer y se tiene una especie de vigilancia, ¿verdad? Cuando sucede todos esos tipos de aspectos que están relacionados a la violación de las mujeres, ¿verdad? También desde el punto de vista de la salud, tenemos una salud, dicho de forma integral, ¿verdad? Estamos tratando, se crean políticas definidas para que el joven llegue a la institución y se crean estímulos. Por el momento, estímulos monetarios para que éste tenga el estímulo de poder llegar a cumplir lo que se le llama la escuela secundaria, ¿verdad? Y tener un paso a la universidad. Hoy actualmente las universidades son totalmente gratuitas, ¿verdad? Se pagan unos aspectos bien mínimos, ¿verdad? Alrededor de eso, pero creemos que estamos trabajando en ese sentido y de esa forma tratando de dar respuesta. Asimismo, ¿verdad? Lo que es relacionado a esta penetración del territorio, a esta creación de instituciones responsables, ¿verdad? Alrededor de eso, y créanlo de que existe ese monitoreo y seguimiento desde la Casa de la Presidencia con estos planes de trabajo, son de estricto cumplimiento y las instituciones, o mejor dicho, los ministros que no cumplan con eso, tienen lo sacan del cargo, así de simple, pues, ¿ves? Porque están atentando contra la seguridad y el bienestar de la población, ¿verdad? Y posteriormente, pues, estaremos entregando un informe, ¿verdad? De este avance. Y por último, pues, quería comentarle que parte de este avance que queremos realizar y parte de esta evaluación de la población es el trabajo que estamos terminando actualmente en relación al monitoreo, o mejor dicho, a una investigación sobre salud sexual y reproductiva, salud de la niñez, ¿verdad? Atención de la niñez, y que tienen otros aspectos relacionados, y eso gracias a un apoyo, ¿verdad? A un apoyo que hemos tenido de UNICEF, así también como de LUNSPA, ¿verdad? Para enero tendríamos los primeros resultados de esta encuesta, la que comúnmente se conoce como MIX, que son similares a las encuestas de demografía y salud. Dicho sea de paso, la última encuesta de demografía y salud que tuvimos fue en el 2011-2012. Eso nos va a servir, esta encuesta, como una especie de evaluar todo ese avance que se ha hecho alrededor de la atención a la población. Asimismo, tenemos programado hacer el censo de población en el 2024. Está programado para hacerse en abril del 2024, de abril a junio prácticamente, ¿verdad? En ese sentido, nosotros vamos a evaluar todos esos avances que hemos tenido con respecto a todos los grupos etarios de la población y aquellas poblaciones también con algunas deficiencias o incapacidades, como le podríamos llamar. Estamos evaluando también en este censo todo lo que es la discapacidad, los grupos étnicos, ¿verdad? La educación, la atención a las personas de la tercera edad, ¿verdad? Son bien claras también alrededor, se han creado especialmente clínicas para esa atención, de tal forma que existen programas establecidos principalmente para las personas de la tercera edad que están relacionados al cuidado de su parte física. Las operaciones de rodillas son gratuitas, le ponen una rótula, ¿verdad? A la persona y eso no le cuesta nada, absolutamente nada. Simplemente debe tener un proceso. Creemos que de una u otra forma se está dando respuesta, así como también existen pensiones especiales para aquellas personas de la tercera edad que no pudieron tener trabajo fijo y que no poseen una pensión por sus largas tiempos de trabajo, sino que estuvo integrado en el sector informal. Entonces se les permite también una pensión, le llaman pensión reducida. De tal forma, lo que estamos tratando con todas estas acciones, ¿verdad? Es aquello, como bien se dice el eslogan que lo escuché en la sala en una conferencia de Estadística de América y que aquí se ha hecho público también, es que nadie quede atrás. ¿Cómo tener desde el punto de vista político que nadie se nos quede atrás? Pues verlo donde existen estas personas, ver donde existen estas personas con algunas dificultades, llegar a ellos y hacerle una atención especial. Así que desde el punto de vista de estas últimas indagaciones que pensamos hacer el próximo año del censo de población y de vivienda, se ha creado también ahí a la par algo que se le llama un módulo agropecuario y un módulo económico con el fin de poder evaluar esa forma integral, ¿verdad?, a la población y tener desde el 95 hasta esta parte, tener una evaluación bastante clara alrededor de nuestra población y, como les dije anteriormente, ¿verdad?, evaluar todo lo que se ha avanzado, todo lo que se ha avanzado en esta implementación que hemos tenido en Plan Nacional de Desarrollo Humano. Así que esperamos muy pronto dar a conocer y por último, pues agradecer a Lupa que fue posible nuestra asistencia a esta actividad que dicho sea de paso es muy importante para poder velar, ¿verdad?, para futuros informes que podamos hacer alrededor del consenso de Montevideo. Gracias.
Agradecemos a la delegación de Nicaragua. Ahora vamos a dar paso a la delegación de Brasil.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. As it has been announced by President Lula, Brazil is back to the international agreements, is back to regional solidarity. In about 11 months of government, Brazil has taken huge steps to restore public policies and reorient the foreign policy. The most vulnerable groups, Black, women, indigenous, older persons, people with disability, LGBTQ plus people are again a priority in the social inclusion initiatives and human rights policies with the view to restore their dignity, which was affected very strongly by the pandemic over the last years. One of the first initiatives of the federal government was to abandon Geneva Consensus and the conservative agenda and to reassure Brazilian commitment with Montevideo Consensus.
línea con este objetivo, el Ministerio de Salud revocó
The Ministry of Health cancelled immediately different ordinances which were adopted in the former government, which were against sexual and reproduction rights and were in conflict with the policies of the unique public health systems and against also scientific principles. One of the ordinances that were revoked put difficulties to the legal abortion and compelled the doctors to report to the police about these cases in case of the raping issues and a way to intimidate women. This criminalization of abortion is still under debate in the Supreme Court. The National Commission of Population and Development is being restored with broad participation of government bodies as well as the civil society, which will be responsible for preparing the Brazilian report for the period 2024. Unfortunately, just in 11 months, we haven't had enough time to prepare our report. But now I will provide you with a brief summary of the main Brazilian government initiatives which respond to the Montevideo Consensus. Article A, for low-income population, we reestablish the family bank which serves 1.46 million of Brazilian families, of low-income families. We have brought in the program My House, My Life, with a view to build about 2 million houses for the next year. We have created the program to reduce poverty with multi-sectorial policies. We have retaken the program Brazil Without Hunger. We have strengthening the national school feeding program. Also, the program to strengthening family farming, the agricultural program. In the housing program, we have established the plan to ecological transition and the action plan for prevention and control of deforestation with a view to reach zero deforestation in the Amazonia. We have ratified the ECLAC agreement on human rights advocates for the environment, and we have retaken the debate on companies and human rights with a view to establishing a national plan on companies and human rights. Article B, in terms of children and adolescents, school health program will be recap in the school classes of sexual and reproductive health and prevention of diseases, prevention of conveyable sexual diseases. The National Council of Child and Adolescent Rights was restored with more participation of the civil society. The Intersectoral Commission struggle against sexual violence against children and adolescents was restored, as well as the system of warranty of children and adolescents which are living in orphan situation and the comprehensive care center for children and adolescents which are victims of witnesses of violence. After 3 years of interruption, the adolescent health manual was restored, which apart from containing information about health in general, also provides information about sexual health and self-care. Health. In the Census 2022, there is a special mention to the aging of the Brazilian population. The people over 60 years of age were from 10% in 2010 to 15% in 2022, while children up to 14 years of age went from 24 in 2021 to 19% 2022. which the Brazilian population have below 35 years of age. To care older persons, the agent in territory programs were established to manage public policies in the 3 federal stations, and the program Live More Than in Citizen. Article D of the National Survey for Demography and Health was passed that will measure data about sexual and reproductive health in adults and child nutrition. And for the first time, it will measure data about sexual orientation and gender identity.
The network for prenatal health was restructured, expanding the supply of contraceptive measures with the subdermal implant for part of the single public healthcare system, SUS. And the epidemiological bulletin for the Black population health was launched a couple of weeks ago. For the first time, the National Secretariat of LGBT Policies was created, directed by a transgender woman, adopting the strategy of decent work and generation of income for the persons who are LGBTQ+. The Ministry of Women was created with a ministerial status, now ratifying the law of equal salary, resuming the program of women living without violence, restructuring the league called the 180, which is a channel for the fight against violence. And there were police stations for women adopted, with the following laws being enacted favoring women who suffer from domestic violence, and the national employment system that saves 8% to hire women victims of violence in public tenders. And those civil servants who commit sexual harassment will be penalized. And there's a subsidy for the children of low-income women who were victims of feminicide. Interministerial groups were created to fight political violence against women, and interministerial group to prepare the national policy on care. Article F. Brazil started to provide shelter to LGBTQ+ to receive shelter and needed to return to the countries of origin. We started a process of migration and a broad process of migratory regulation. Article G. The demographic census of 2022 confirms that Brazil continues to be a strongly urban country, but the demographic trend of Brazil today is of growth of the medium-sized companies, cities, and reduction of the largest metropolitan cities such as Rio and São Paulo. Yet, urban sprawl in Brazil still is a challenge to local and federal governments. Urban spaces of poor and Black population, particularly the houses of Black women who are heads of households, are the ones who are the most subject to violence, even police violence, to territorial disorder, to the lack of infrastructure, to absence of the state, and they are more vulnerable to natural disasters. Interministerial groups have been formed working to mitigate the risks of natural disasters, to reinforce physical resilience of public entities, reduce the impact on public health. Policies that affect the territorial spaces of vulnerable groups with the program Living Black Youth, which are also being implemented. Article 8 created for the first time the Ministry of Indigenous People with a ministerial status, which is led by an indigenous woman. This ministry designed the National Plan of Environmental and Territorial Management in indigenous lands, strengthening the public policies for the indigenous peoples in danger or isolated, providing instructions to fight illegal mining with special protection for the Yanomami peoples, strengthening the special districts for indigenous health. That is, that the indigenous Secretary of Health in the Ministry of Health is also of indigenous origin. Article 1st was created the Ministry of Racial Equality, also with the ministerial level, led by Aniele Franco, sister of the Councilor Mariel Franco of Black race. The law was approved for quotas in the universities in a program called Aquilomba Brazil for the traditional territories of the Quilombos, the Vive program for Black youth, the law of racial insults that establishes as a serious offense not subject to bonds, the racial insults, the allocation of 30% of the positions of the federal administration to Black persons, installing an interministerial working group to advise and develop a program to fight against religious racism, establishing March 14 as the National Day of Marielle Franco for the fight against political violence based on gender and race. Article J, apart from the 22 census with data disaggregated by gender, territory, sex, race, ethnic origin, color, race, physical disability, and also the National Survey on Demography and Health, which for the first time collects data on sexual and reproductive health, sexual orientation, and gender identity. The Brazilian Institute of Statistics Geography works with other indicators that measure the household incomes, perspectives in terms of infant mortality, population movement, demographic dynamics, apart from producing studies and forecasts on the topics already mentioned. The 2024 report will show the actions previously reported as well as other initiatives. We expect that the new government policies will have produced more beneficial social data for the Brazilian population at that time. On account of the coming Conference on Population and Development that will celebrate 30 years of Cairo, Brazil makes a commitment and puts its diplomatic service available to advance and to defend the progressive agenda of the Montevideo Consensus. We will work with the GRULAC countries, with the progressive nations of all the rest of the regions of the world, so that the Montevideo Consensus may be among the results of Cairo +20. We want that the Cairo +20 conference to be truly Cairo +30, corrects herself, and not to move backwards. Brazil is back and makes a commitment to work for this goal. Thank you.
Agradecemos a la delegación
We thank Brazil. We will now listen to the Dominican Republic delegation. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. We greet the delegations from the different countries, the representatives of international agencies, as well as the delegations from the civil society organizations. Dominican Republic recognizes the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean for organizing this fifth meeting of the Steering Committee of the Regional Conference on Population and Development, as well as the Population Fund of the United Nations for their constant support to the conference. Dominican Republic has to date designed 3 follow-up reports to the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus. The latest voluntary national report presented this year, and to which I will refer, provides technical information about the follow-up mechanisms to the consensus and reviews of the national implementation, the main progresses, the gaps, the challenges, and the goals for the follow-up of the consensus. We would like to highlight that the human rights vision incorporated in the Montevideo Consensus connects with the national planning of Dominican Republic, both in what has been stated in the National Development Strategy for 2030, as well as in the paradigm of the quality of the National Pluriannual Plan of the Public Sector. Likewise, it is important to highlight that Dominican Republic has faced challenges in the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, such as overcoming the levels of poverty, expanding universal access to essential healthcare services, strengthen the quality of education, guarantee greater access to formal employment with a dignified compensation, as well as prevent and respond to social violence and particularly gender violence. Topic on which the country is called to continue to focus and assign important resources that will have an effective impact on the reduction of inequalities. We should not be remiss in terms of not commenting our position as island state that puts us amongst the 10 most vulnerable countries in the world. Dominican Republic also faces the challenge of migration, being a country that issues, receives, and is a transit country for migrants. Given that, the migratory policies of Dominican Republic respond to our sovereignty, to our legislations, and particularly to our commitment to human rights of migrants. So, Dominican Republic has designed and implemented a series of policies for the compliance of the Montevideo Consensus that guarantees rights to the different groups of the population, as well as from the government of President Luis Abinader. We make an analysis of the gaps and challenges on which we make a commitment to continue to target our efforts with the necessary investment to solve them and to continue to advance in the implementation of the consensus. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen delegates, insofar as the full integration of the population and its dynamics in the sustainable and equal development respecting human rights, the Republic in our country has promoted the participation in public planning through a process of alignment of the priority topics of the consensus with the National Development Strategy, Sustainable Development Goals, and the National Pluriannual Plan of the Public Sector.
Realizamos
Last year, we successfully conducted the National Population and Housing Census, which is an important instrument in order to ensure the planning of public policies based on scientific evidence, because it will provide us with information, disaggregated information about or related to the whole territory in geographic, demographic, and socio-economic terms. It is worthwhile highlighting that within the framework of the plans that we implemented, we in all have 22 programs that have been prioritized and that are geared to results. And they all have protected financing in our general budget law. Those programs include interventions related to care policies, the reduction and comprehensive care to gender and intrafamily violence, the eradication of child labor, environmental sustainability, rural sustainable development, the protection of the elderly, early childhood development, maternal and neonatal health, and the reduction of teenage pregnancies. Likewise, the country has increased the production of socioeconomic statistics and the availability of indicators per age group, gender, people with disabilities, and territory. In addition to making progress with the measurement of the ethnic racial variable and continuing with our efforts to improve data for decision-making when it comes to the design of public policies. On the other hand, it is worthwhile highlighting the rates of extreme monetary poverty and state that they dropped permanently up until 2019, a behavior that was interrupted as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. In order to recover the pace of the drop in poverty levels that we had in 2019, the government of President Luis Abinader has strengthened targeted policies that target specific populations. So that's making sure that the social protection instruments reach the population segments that live in greater vulnerability and suffer from greater social exclusion. One of these policies has been the provision of financing for entrepreneurship and for small and medium-sized enterprises operated by women that have benefited with more than 65% of the credits in our public financing programs. And with regards to the rights, the needs, the responsibilities, and the demands of boys, girls, teenagers, and young persons, we have to state that education is a priority issue for us, and that we are truly satisfied with sharing the progress that we have achieved in the Dominican Republic after 10 years of implementation of the Montevideo Consensus in terms of coverage and in terms of access to education at all levels. In other words, as from preschool education and up until higher education. It is also worthwhile mentioning that public expenditure on education increased to 4% of the GDP as from 2013. That represents around a fifth part of the social expenditure of the government. And this increase has contributed to the expansion of the school infrastructure and to increase the salaries of teachers, of technicians, and of the administrative staff. within the education sector, and we still have the challenge to continue to improve educational quality. In addition to that, as from the government, we are promoting programs to reduce unemployment among women and young people via the service aimed at labor reinsertion and educational reinsertion for young persons aged between 14 and 24. We highlighted the creation last year of the National Fund for children and teenagers with disabilities. And through that program, we seek to improve the quality of life of this population and likewise to guarantee their access to services and support in order to cater for their basic needs. Likewise, the country has three regional centers for the comprehensive care of people with disabilities that provide services for the evaluation, diagnosis, and therapy provided to children aged between 0 and 12 years in order to achieve the greatest possible development of their potential. Now, with regards children's marriages, we're pleased to tell you that in January 2021, we passed a law that eliminates the possibility of the marriage of children in our civil code. However, it continues to be a challenge for the Dominican Republic. And I refer to the prevention and eradication of early marriages and teenage pregnancies. Along those lines, we are implementing the interinstitutional program aimed at the reduction of teenage pregnancies that seeks to break down the intergenerational transmission of poverty, to reduce maternal mortality and health issues, promoting comprehensive healthcare services for pregnant women and teenagers, and comprehensive health care, which is individual and collective. And we also provide education on sexual and reproductive health, positive bringing up of children and rights. Chair, with regards aging, social protection and economic challenges, we must highlight access to health, the health insurance that has increased in the Dominican Republic by 52.8% between 2010 and 2021. And especially, we must especially highlight that there are practically no gaps between men and women in this sense. Another aspect that we need to highlight is the fact that the elderly living in monetary policy poverty was reduced by 52% since between 2013 and 2021, and by 82% of those living in extreme poverty. And the during the president administration, we have also promoted an important solidarity pension program that seeks to overcome a historical situation in our country, a historical debt with people who have worked during their whole lives, and when it comes to their retirement, they have no protection in the existing pension system. In terms of care for the elderly, services have been strengthened and expanded, and this population has been prioritized together with early childhood and with people with disabilities. In the national care policy that we have created in the Dominican Republic, we prioritize and we also acknowledge care as a right. In terms of access to sexual and reproductive health services, 79.3% of women in reproductive age have satisfied their need for family planning using modern contraceptive methods, but we still have a need to provide greater information and more access to people living in rural and marginal areas. In health terms, we can also highlight an important drop in the maternal mortality rate from 58.4% in 2022 to compared to the previous year. The Dominican government has committed the intensification of its efforts in order to reduce as much as possible, maternal mortality as much as possible. And we also need to overcome the barriers that hinder comprehensive educational policies and to move towards legal frameworks that guarantee human rights, health, and the dignity of women. In that sense, we continue to promote, as from the Ministry of Women, the depenalization of the interruption of pregnancy on 3 grounds: the risk of death of the mother, fetal malformations incompatible with intrauterine life, and whenever the pregnancy is the result of a rape or of incest. With regards to gender equality, the country has made progressive progress and has a national gender equality plan that is presently in its 3rd version, and that establishes the priority national issues when it comes to equality policies, and that is coordinated by an interinstitutional and intersectorial work involving government, civil society, the business community, and autonomous state entities. An additional issue that we want to highlight in this country report is that which is related to the improvement and expansion of comprehensive services for the prevention and in order to deal with gender violence. That includes the whole national territory, and we have launched an emergency phone line that operates throughout our country. We have expanded and improved our services of shelters by over 60%. We have specialized services in legal and psychological terms, and also when it comes to social work. And we have also, for the first time, launched a program related to the economic reparation for women that face situations of violence and at the same time a situation of poverty and vulnerability. And this program also includes families that receive boys and girls boys and girls that have become orphans as a result of feminicides. And we also have a whole series of programs for technical training and for their insertion into the labor market, and likewise in order to gain access to loans for different ventures and construction of housing aimed at women who have survived violence, who are single mothers, women living with disabilities, women that have people under their care, and families that receive boys, girls, and teenagers that have become orphans as a result of feminicides. And we are aware that public policies needed to be funded via the public budget, as from the Ministry of Women and as from the General Budget Authority. What we're doing is to expand the national budget with a gender perspective. And at present, we have classifiers that enable us to quantify public expenditure on policies aimed at equality. And this is closely linked to the strengthening of mechanisms and policies to mainstream gender equality at a sectorial level. And we have more than 100 gender equality units in the various state entities, as well as specific actions aimed at mainstreaming equality in the private sector. Now, with regards to territorial inequality, spatial mobility, and vulnerability, we recently approved in our country the organic law on single planning units and the law on territorial planning, use of land, and human settlements that strengthen the policies aimed at promoting territorial development.
This implementation is a priority to contribute reducing the gaps in terms of living conditions in the rural urban areas and among the different municipalities, provinces, and regions to promote improvements in the environmental aspects, including good access and use of water resource. I would like to highlight an important commitment made by Luisa Villa President's government, and which are strengthening our institutionality and democracy, which is expressed by establishing a public ministry, independent justice, the press freedom, and zero tolerance to corruption and impunity. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that there are many challenges that we are facing as country, but the main one is not to go back in what we have conquered, and we are part of the Montevideo Consensus. We offer a strategic, a comprehensive view that should be implemented in articulation with the civil society, which should also include the private sector. For the same reason, we reiterate our commitment so the countries of the region can make great efforts to put into work the agreements achieved within the framework of Montevideo Consensus and priority measures, as well as to broaden and strengthen the interinstitutional mechanisms and national mechanisms for the implementation of 2030 Agenda. Thank you. We thank you, the delegation of Dominican Republic. There is no other delegation that would like to take the floor. Now we will give the floor to the secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to talk about a specific point today at 1750. We are going to approve the agreements of this presiding officer. The Secretariat has distributed the current text of this agreement of the presiding officers, and by way of procedure, I would like to explain that the first version of this agreement of the presiding officer were passed on November the 6th, and the delegation had the opportunity to provide their contributions up until November 8th. We received Bolivia, Chile, Costa Rica, and Cuba contributions, and via email. The focal point received also this document on November 13th. Yesterday, we received contributions from Mexico, Uruguay, which has been included in the region text, which are in the hands of the heads of the delegations. And you can identify there the country which has made a contribution to these documents. I would like to, we have discussed this with the Secretariat, with colleagues from LUPA, of the UNFPA, to propose the following criteria to analyze those contributions. We heard the delegate from Dominican Republic highlighted the importance of Montevideo Consensus. We have repeated this intensely, Carlos Alfonso said that there is consensus over consensus, and we have consensus about one point, that the consensus has been closed and agreed, whether to addition, but the agreement that we have with the consensus and the experience and the spirit that we have here, this is a consensus which is completely closed. And even presiding officers have not the value of a conference. So if that text, the countries of Latin America would like to modify, open, add additional information, should be in a meeting of the same level, that is a regional conference. Having said this, I would like to propose that criterion, so the delegations which have made contributions could examine their contributions and make decisions about the contributions they are perceiving as going beyond this criteria, because we think that there is an ambition and open a text that we have decided not to open, and probably they go back. I don't want to say anything about specific about that, but the criterion suggested by UFPA, these presiding officers at ECLAC, is for you to revisit all those contributions. The countries which have made those contributions have to say that those contributions can be transferred to the report, because they are part of the meeting, they are national stances, that they are concerns which in some moment the conference could consider them or not. They have been done formally, so this is a contribution that need to be considered, but they can be included in the report of this meeting, so in the next conference we can revisit them. That would be the proposal, for you to review that text, a delegation which have made contributions, and the ones that consider opening a text as being closed and finished, to assess the possibility that to be included in, such a delegation, express the need that in the future could happen such and such, in regarding in some specific point. We have time. We are going to recap at 5:30. We have plenty of time, and you can provide the secretary with the decisions made by the delegations which have made those contributions. So we would like this to happen 2 to 30 p.m. So at 5 p.m. we can have the final text ready to be circulated to be approved. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I have nothing else to add. Well, considering this explanation, we would then adjourn the session up until the 12:15 to continue with Fabiana del Popolo about platforms issue. Thank you so much. The session is adjourned.
Bueno, previamente Brasil expresó su...
Sí, solo para...
Just to clarify here, well, I have no problem with the text and with the proposal of the chairman, but I would like to know if we can include some idea of some groups with the contributions of the delegations. Can we do this afterwards? For instance, the delegation of Bolivia, talking about indigenous peoples, we are fully in agreement, but we could include also Afro-descendant peoples. I mean, that is in the same line of the consensus. It's just a question. Could we add that? We went through the experience that is what we saw as an opportunity, but also as a risk. Start adding things to the text. This is being defined for good or bad with the limitations that delegations can be seen in the Montevideo Consensus, but enrich that will create this difficulty that I have already mentioned. We see this as a possibility and we start adding things which are highly valuable, but our suggestion is that in this case, that could be included in the report and to say that this should be considered in the future, but this is specified as a national concern, but it's not opening to discuss a paragraph that has been already closed in the Montevideo Consensus. So we agreed with the contribution. We have no problem with that, but just, well, there are some groups which are not included, such as Afro-descendant, LGBTQ+. Well, we are not opposing to anything of what you have said. We are in agreement with the text and with the consensus. Thank you. Yes, very briefly, I would like to say that we're in agreement that the text has been closed, that this is a presiding officers, and we are not to something substantial. This is our stance, probably some points, procedural points. For instance, we are promoting the idea that the regional agreement should be considered in the next international conference on population in the session 57th, but we consider that it's less risky to have such a, to concentrate into the substantial aspects. Paraguay now, just a question in relation to the modality. I understand that this text from the meeting, this would be agreements of the presiding officers and not all the state. Paraguay is not member of the presiding officers, so if there is a proposal of a text and the members of the presiding office are not compelled to accept this, but we agree with the proposal of the secretariat. However, we would like to know what are the members of the presiding officers and to know, I fully agree with not adding additional text, but the non-members could ask for inclusion of some topics, but that depends on the presiding officers. So Paraguay feels that we shouldn't interfere in aspects of presiding officers. I would like you to clarify that. Well, the presiding officers is composed of plurinational state of Bolivia, the chairmanship, Argentina, Chile, Cuba, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Panama, Peru, Saint Lucia, Suriname, Uruguay, and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. This is the presiding officers, and the spirit of this meeting is that we receive contributions from any delegations. That's it. Delegation of Panama now, yes. As focal point and member of the presiding officers, I received the document on Monday. We think that it clearly add the challenges identified in our countries, and we didn't add anything, but I see that there is an error in the format in the document that was circulated today, as in the point 24, the digital format, and here in the hard copy is and the 20.24 talked about the 5th meeting, and 2024 that should be the 6th meeting, not the 5th meeting. This is the 5th presiding officer of the 4th conference. The next one is the 5th conference. Yeah, it happened the same to me when I read this document in the morning, but it's correct. Argentina, well, two comments. One is that I fully endorsed what the secretary said in terms of listening proposals of every country, but that without being discussed, probably one word has a great impact on what we're doing. So we're going to provide you with our perspective and comment on that. This is a document that has been worked, I mean, for a long time, and sometimes some words can have impact in countries like ours.
Just to say, it was only a question. We will not insist on that. The text is closed. We agree with all the proposals. It was just a clarification. Brazil opposes nothing. We are with you. Just a clarification. Costa Rica, we would recommend to include a proposal for a specific topic in order to continue to advance in that line, probably at 3 p.m. when we will meet. Thank you, Costa Rica. Very well. If there are no further interventions, then we would resume at 12:15, please.
Buenas tardes. Vamos a dar inicio.
Good afternoon. We will call to order a meeting. I have to mention that there is a request of a special participation by the delegation from Colombia, to whom we will now give the floor. Yes, I would like to greet very especially the current chairman of the steering committee, Mr. Sergio Cusicanqui, and the secretary of the Economic Commission, Emmanuel Salazar, the director of UNFPA for Latin America, Susana Cerotti, also Noemi Espinosa, president of the Commission on Population and Development, Luis Yanez, secretary of ECLAC. Dear colleagues and participants, I would like to start my intervention thanking Chile for your hospitality, as well as Bolivia for the work and commitment in the implementation of the Agenda of Population and Development. The Montevideo Consensus, as well as the Action Program of El Cairo, are roadmaps that have guided our actions for the integration of the demographic and mobility dynamics. We agreed that the national and regional endeavors that we have seen reflected during these 2 days of work, as was mentioned yesterday. In Colombia, we worked tirelessly to become the country, the power of life. We are convinced about implementing the commitments stemming from the Montevideo Consensus that will allow us to contribute and to continue to advance in guaranteeing the full enjoyment of the rights of our citizens, as well as promoting the well-being and development of the region. In Colombia, we want to become a regional benchmark for the implementation of those commitments that we acquired 10 years ago. I would like to highlight our progress in the reduction of multidimensional poverty, the increase of political participation of women, the access and guarantee of the sexual and reproductive rights, as well as the increase of the coverage of higher education among young persons, elements that generate hope and motivation to continue to work in the effective implementation of this important agenda. So, as a fruit of our national commitment, it is my honor to announce our interest to take the chair of the steering committee of the Conference of Population and Development. For the coming period. And from this very moment, I'd like to extend a warm invitation to all of you, to all the entities and to all the governments present here to walk with us to the regional Conference on Population and Development that we will be celebrating in Colombia between May and June next year. Distinguished attendants, we continue to work aiming to guarantee the full enjoyment of human rights, the alleviation of poverty, the protection of boys, girls, and adolescents, sexual and reproductive health, population aging, international migration, indigenous people of African descent, and in general territorial inequality. We will assign priority to the topics related to gender equality, which will go hand in hand with a feminist foreign policy aiming to cover the structural causes of inequalities in gender, whose main axis will be dealing around environmental justice, social justice, culture, science, and sport, as well as total peace, a great aspiration, not only of Colombia for Colombia, but of Colombia for the rest of the world. We will continue to work in the recognition, redistribution, and reduction of the unpaid care work that fall in a disproportionate way on the shoulders of women. And we will request a cultural change. We will fight for cultural change between men and women around these tasks. Additionally, we will have within the center of our chair the universal access to sexual and reproductive rights. We are a regional example in this matter, which has been reflected in the implementation of the strategies for the prevention and care of sexual transmission disease, as well as conducting fast tests outside of the labs. We have increased the coverage in maternal child health and given compliance to the court relating the regulation of medical procedures and obligations for the access to the voluntary interruption of pregnancy during the first 24 weeks of gestation.
We know that there is a lot to do, and the major consensus of Montevideo platform will help us to work jointly in order to achieve that. Likewise, we have also become a progressive reference point in the implementation of the population and development agenda, and we are aware that the Montevideo Consensus is undoubtedly the most progressive and comprehensive pathway for the effective implementation of this agenda. And therefore, we take this on board with great commitment and aware of its results. And finally, looking at the 30 years of the plan of action of Cairo, we will continue in our task in order to achieve sustainable development, focusing on people. We therefore invite civil society and its full diversity to become an active part of this conference because its contributions are undoubtedly tremendously valuable. And likewise, states, so that we may jointly work on guaranteeing rights and on the achievement and of common goals such as total peace. Thank you very much. Thank you. We thank the delegate from Colombia. And now we will move on to the next point of the agenda. We now invite Fabiana del Popolo, head of the Demography and Population Information Area of the Latin American and Caribbean Demographic Center, CELADE, who will talk about the advances in the development of the virtual platform to contribute to regional follow-up of the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development. Thank you, Chair. May you all have a very good morning. Indeed, we will show you how we have made progress. I would like to share my screen so that I can have control S from here. We will show you what it is that we have been doing lately in order to update the platform. Here, I would like to remind you that the construction of this platform has undergone a long process of discussion with governments. It is the conceptual proposals have been shared in the different meetings since 2017, the prototype, where we received the feedback of governments and also of civil society. And in 2022, well, that is when we presented for the first time the website of the platform. That was last year. For its development, we received the support of German cooperation and, of course, with the support of the UN Population Fund. In 2022, we presented the platform. Let us remember that this platform seeks to conduct a regional monitoring and to get to know the actions undertaken by different governments in order to live up to the Montevideo Consensus. It also includes the indicators that are being proposed within the sphere of the conference, which are 140 indicators that are being proposed. And the idea is for this to also contribute to accountability and to the more in-depth analysis required by for the implementation of the consensus. We will review the different sections of the platform later on, but I would like to say that for between 2022 and 2023, we set out to primarily update the sections on the institutional framework and on national laws and policies, because what we had uploaded in 2022 represented what governments had reported in their national reports by 2018, which was the fourth meeting of the conference. And in consequence, those components required an important update. However, we also updated the indicators, especially those that are coincidental with the 2030 indicators, but we also included some additional indicators that can be measured. So, an important point is that in this period, what we did was to now let's see, the work to update the platform is something that must be done permanently, systematically, and involves two aspects. First of all, how we improve the functionalities of the platform in order to gain access to its contents. For example, in this period, what we did was to improve the filters, how we find different public policies, how we improve certain counters so that at a glance I may know how we are faring in the region. And in terms of contents, as I said, we presently have, let's see, we have all the indicators, but you may want to gain access to an indicator and you won't find data, and we'll see why there's no data. But in all, we have 46 indicators with available figures and with comparative figures between the countries of the region. We also implemented a survey to update the components of institutional framework, laws, and policies. And of course, you'll see that we uploaded the national reports, prior authorization by countries, and the whole issue of documents. Now, the survey that we conducted was aimed at a better understanding of the way in which the institution works in different countries. The institutions that are in charge of population and development, and that are also called upon to implement the Montevideo Consensus. Some countries do not have a permanent institutional framework for population and development issues, but have an institutional mechanism for the implementation of the consensus, and that is why this distinction was important. We also wanted to know the interinstitutional coordination mechanisms, the tasks of this coordination mechanism, and we primarily sought to get to know a little bit more the participation of civil society with these entities, and in terms of national laws and policies, in addition to knowing the different actions, and many have been mentioned in these 2 days by governments themselves. An important point is that governments may classify their actions in terms of which chapter of the Montevideo Consensus those actions are related to, and also to get to know the priority measures in the contents that we have for 2018. Well, that meant that classification had to be conducted ex post with all the risks involved in not using the adequate criteria. And in this case, we asked governments themselves to do, the stakeholders that take part in these policies and any other supplementary information. So we worked on the development of an online survey on implementation protocols. We produced guidelines, we provided training, and we conducted the online survey between 30th of January and 31st of May 2023. And here I want to highlight the close collaboration of the UNFPA, both at a regional level and at a national sphere, in order to implement the implementation of this survey. 26 countries answered the survey. In other words, we had many countries participated. Hopefully for the next one, everyone may answer that. But 26 is an important figure. And we were able to report around 1,000 actions in terms of laws and programs at a national level, with the involvement of 77 institutions. And therefore, this was comprehensive work, I would say. Now, I would like to move on to the next part to see what the platform looks like today. I would like to say that the platform is both in Spanish and in English. I am not going to look at the sections that you are all probably already aware of, but I would like to reiterate that all the documentation that we have obtained during the different meetings of the conference are in the platform, have been uploaded in the platform, and therefore one doesn't need to look for the different documents elsewhere. But here you'll find the chapters of the consensus, the priority measures, the operational guideline, the proposed indicators, and so on. And I would now like to move on to the section on indicators. And I would like to tell you, well, I would like to illustrate what I said beforehand. If, for example, we go to the chapter on childhood and youth, childhood, teenagers, and youth, we have included this chapter on the proportion of young people between the age 15 and 24 years of age, and from 25 to 29 who do not study and who are not in the labor market. This is simply to show you the functionalities of the platform. Remember that this indicator, in all the indicators contained in the platform, the indicators are included in CEPAL Stat, which is an open statistical portal of ECLAC. And we already had processed this indicator by the statistics division of ECLAC, but only for the group from 15 to 24 years of age. And therefore, we have decided to upload this, but what is still pending is the processing of the age group 25 to 29. But the idea is not to do nothing in this respect, and so before uploading at least part of the information in the platform. This is the average for Latin America. It shows us, well, this is a download per gender, and it shows, or it reveals gender inequalities. But obviously here we can select countries. For example, we will select Brazil and Chile as examples, and we click on this, and well, we still find there the average for Latin America, but we can see here that this is the curve for Brazil, for young girls of 14 to 21 who don't study and are not in the labor market. But obviously, we're not considering non-remunerated work or care work that relies primarily on young women, and the percentage of men is below this level. And when we looked at the indicators for Chile, we noticed a significant reduction in the percentage of young women aged between 15 to 24 who neither study nor or work. The indicators are disaggregated at present, and here I would like to take on board what Daphne said on representing civil society with what is available in CEPAL Stat per gender, per urban or rural areas, and even we even had the information based on the reason why they neither study or work. And even if this was not in the disaggregation of indicators, we still have this. And I would like to say something because I believe that the intervention of civil society was very important in terms of the disaggregations. And I would like, therefore, to say or to share with you that despite the fact that CELADE, as a technical secretariat, is in charge of or takes on board the importance of disaggregating, we must also understand that there is a prior condition that must exist before we disaggregate the data, and that is that variables and inherent questions to those conditions that we want to disaggregate are in the data sources, because if they are not in the data sources, despite the fact that ECLAC may wish to process and may process, if they don't have the ethnic or racial variable, Afro-descendants or indigenous peoples, or the condition of disability, or the condition of migrants, there is not much that we can do, really. And here I would also like to say that based on the regional report, we, for example, for the chapter on Afro-descendants, we said, oh, this is fine. We already have 8 surveys on demography and health and others that contain questions to identify Afro-descendants. And you may say, well, out of all the region, only 8? Well, a few years ago, it was only 1 or 2. So if we have 8 now, we're very satisfied with that. But what happens is that the reports published by countries do not include that disaggregation. And therefore, in CELADE, what we do is to process each one of the DHSs. Now, when we processed that, out of those 8, we were left with 6, because in 2 countries, the samples were not sufficiently representative in order to have indicators. And when we looked at those 6 and tried to determine where we could find trends, because at the end of the day, if we don't have the indicator measured at least on 2 occasions, I won't know whether I am making progress or not, considering the number of policies that are being implemented by countries. Well, out of those 6 countries, only in the case of 1 country were we able to identify trends.
Well, this is in relation to challenges. We have to work now to consolidate the national statistical system, the exclusion, the ethnic and racial approach, gender people with disability, to disaggregate information. This should be a systematic, permanent, of quality. We have many initiatives which poses the question, but the quality of the information is very poor. These indicators, you can download these indicators and to make your own presentations. As I said, we have 46 of them, but I wanted to ask something else. Apart from this aggregation, this is related to, well, I'm going to show you the indicators in relation to childhood and youth. This indicator B8, what I have is the definition of the indicator, what we have already prepared with a working group and then definition, technical notes, but there's no data here. If you see this in line with official curriculum and integral education for sexuality with the criteria in line with the Montevideo Consensus and international standards about the same, these indicators requires operational definitions so we can understand that when meeting with international standards, it's not enough for the country to report on comprehensive education for sexuality, but we have to review that context as well. So there we have to consider this platform, which should be complementary to other existing platforms, making a deeper analysis, more qualitative analysis of the policy's content. But with the task force also, we have the second challenge, which is try to operationalize as much as possible these complex indicators, which are 30 indicators of this nature. There are other indicators focused on public policies, and there we will resort to the component policy to make an analysis complementary to the indicators in terms of institutionality, as from the survey. well, we have more information in the survey, which we have to use it and in the platform. We have this counter which tell us the number of countries in the region which have institutionality, 19 in Latin America, 8 from the Caribbean. And when we click on Argentina, we can broaden the description compared to the former version, which was very brief, mentioned institutionality, and that's it. But we have uploaded a summary of institutional framework, participant institutions, and something important also is to establish what is going on here with the civil society. And this is a complementary element to look at the countries where there's not only participation or where there are participatory mechanisms, but to see if this mechanism is permanent, is a binding mechanism, or is this consultative or temporary mechanism. We have included all this in these summaries. Laws and policies. In the former version, we didn't reach to 2,000 policies, and as a consequence of what has been reported by the countries, we have more than 3,000 policies for the implementation of Montevideo Consensus. And here we made an improvement also in terms of development and to count the number of policies per country. We can see Chile, which has 37 reported policies, and then we can see each country. And to the right, we see the policies, and we can click on them to view the details. So we have improved functionality in relation to Montevideo Consensus chapters. So for you to filter the information and to see what is of your interest, if it's sexual reproductive policy, for instance, and you are going to click on this item, and the policies related to sexual and reproductive health will appear to the right. And the counter on the left will, well, this is the first outlook of how the countries, for all the chapters, how they are reporting the chapter where there has been the highest number of reported policies, in this case, 948 policies, and Afro-descendant, for instance, is the chapter where the states have reported less national actions. And I repeat, you can access to this and you can filter the information, the date of the policy creation. You can select per year as well. And as regards filters, we can have the possibility to see individual chapters by priority measure. If I want to see the number of actions taken for priority 7, chapter B, to guarantee rights of children, young people, and adolescents, and the state of development, we say that there were more than 600 policies, 621 policies. But if I want to know the 32 policies of Chile, I say that this is also useful to share experiences and to learn from each other. And as I said before, if I want to know this law in detail, this is for comprehensive protection and repair of victims of femicide, suicide, and their families. I click on the policy and I'm going to have more details about the same, general objectives, beneficiaries, etc. What is interesting here is that I enter here via measure B7, but sometimes one action responds to more than one chapter of Montevideo Consensus. And In fact, this policy, for instance, I would have found it in the chapter of childhood or gender equality. So it's incorporated into the platform with this idea of comprehensive information and contents. National reports. Here we have the counter, which tells us there are 25 countries in the region which have presented reports, 19 Latin America, 6 from the Caribbean. And the color is showing the gap that we have to close this circle, because this is what we want, a blue circle. And all the countries which have authorized to upload the reports, such as Argentina, this is the report from 2018 and 2023, Bolivia 2023, Chile, Guyana, Panama, Paraguay. Well, I know that I'm running out of time, but for the ones who are joining these processes, if some country have sent the report is not in the platform, well, it could be a human error, but also because the country didn't authorize to upload that information. So we request to follow the protocols. When you send a report, you state the authorization to upload this information to the platform or not. Some of the countries would like to wait up until the conference to upload the final report, but you can write and request to compare things which are not totally finished. The countries here, information, I'm not going to stop there. Remember that we have the component where we can have easy access to the platform of the conference. And we have prepared a different typology compared to ECLAC website to facilitate access of regional monitoring documents and resolutions, agreements, methodologies, and regional follow-up and dissemination resources, which we have uploaded the document presented yesterday by the director in highlighted documents, and we have uploaded all the work which was prepared by FILA in this document about vision and contribution of indigenous people of Ibe Ayala to the Montevideo Consensus after 10 years of adoption. So you can now provide all the information that you would like to have here in this space. You can have the board with Montevideo Consensus and different development status. Yet recently from Costa Rica, they have shared something very interesting. And all the indicators, and the idea is that to disseminate the national systems which are essential to monitor follow-up of Montevideo Consensus. This is the last slide. And what comes next from here to next May? And well, we're still working on broadening some functionalities of the platform to include additional information that we have gathered on the survey and actively reactivate here all the work that's been done with CONAPO, leading the task force coordinator, to work now again after the survey with indicators and challenges. We will define a roadmap jointly, the countries which are part of this task force. And we expect to bring some disaggregation by the year 2024. Thank you. Thank you, Fabiana del Populo, head of the Demography and Population Information Area of the Latin American Caribbean Demographic Center, CELADE Population Division of ECLAC. Now we are going to open the floor for comments in relation to Fabiana's presentation. Dominican Republic. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Dominican Republic would like to congratulate for the progress made regarding this virtual platform contributing to the regional follow-up of Montevideo Consensus on population and development. To say that in the period January to April of this current year, the National Office of Statistics of the Dominican Republic participated in different trainings and accomplished with all the requirements of information in the platform. So this has enabled us to verify the appropriateness of this virtual tool by gathering the main initiatives undertaken by the different countries, as well as to systematize the achievements to comply with the commitments undertaken, as well as disseminate progress made regarding Montevideo Consensus implementation. In relation to forms and thematics, we would like to highlight that within the institutionality component, especially what is related to a state entity in charge of population and development, this function will be undertaken by the Ministry of Economy, Planning and Development in coordination with other institutions related to this topic.
Likewise, Mr. Chairman, insofar as the mechanism of national coordination, in March 2017, the National Committee for Coordination of the Montevideo Consensus was created, formed by government entities as well as civil society organizations. On the other hand, and regarding the second component of actions and policies, we must highlight that this virtual platform has allowed us to incorporate for follow-up some 28 political actions, amongst which we find laws, decree laws, plans, agreements, programs, and strategies. Thus, the compilation program of actions becomes viable in order to comply with the commitments undertaken in each one of the chapters of the Montevideo Consensus. So, I would like to share some of these public policies which were included already by Dominican Republic for this purpose, which are, first, the National Strategy for Development to 2030 from Dominican Republic, the National Plan on Human Rights of Dominican Republic, the National Plan on Equality and Gender Equity in its third version, the Law of Land Zoning, Use of Soil and Human Settlements, the Policy for Prevention and Care for Early Marriages and Teenage Pregnancy, the Strategic Plan for a Life Free of Violence for Women, and the National Plan for Housing called Happy Family. Finally, Mr. Chairman, reaffirm the commitment of Dominican Republic to give a strategic use to this virtual platform, and we urge to continue going deeper into the strengthening of these and other digital tools that contribute towards the implementation, monitoring, and the necessary accountability of the Montevideo Consensus. Thank you very much. We thank Dominican Republic. We will now give the floor to the Venezuelan delegation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We only want to congratulate, applaud the effort of systematization that from CELADE and ECLAC and UNPA have done to have the platform at the level in which it currently is, to which we want to contribute further, Fabiola, as you said, by reactivating it as much as possible. We also wanted to thank the effort of systematization of the proposal according to the regional report and instrumentation of the consensus. We consider it a valuable contribution for the region, and we value the technical reliability of the information provided. It's important to use statistics, so we want to say that we find a strong disagreement from the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela as to quoting non-official sources and clearly and of data that are clearly biased in the case of the migratory movements from Venezuela. And the document, official figures are very different from those presented in the figures mentioned by the report, and I'd like to express that there is a dangerous politicization. Recently, in the summit of the leaders of Latin America, in Palenque, our President of the Republic gave official figures supported by administrative records that may be provided if so needed in terms of migration, and which will be contributed by Venezuela in the material to be provided the coming day, where the observations and suggestions to the document will be consolidated. So we respectfully request to leave in the minutes to exclude reference to non-official figures in the case of migratory flows from Venezuela and any report on the Montevideo Consensus. And we will provide any information needed for the necessary adjustments. Thank you. We thank the delegation from Venezuela. We will proceed to listen to the delegation from Costa Rica. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. States, civil society organizations, to the steering committee, and Fabiola Del Popolo for her excellent presentation. I'd like to comment that in the case of Costa Rica, this platform that you develop in an excellent way has provided the Undersecretariat of Population, the technical working group in Costa Rica, relevant inputs for the phase of follow-up, implementation, and hopefully a subsequent phase in evaluation for the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development. This has meant that since 2018, Costa Rica presented in Peru the first steps for the generation of a system of follow-up indicators for the Montevideo Consensus in convergence, as I mentioned yesterday, with the system of follow-up indicators of the SDGs generated by the National Statistics and Census Institute, which is available since 2017. So today, the country possesses a list of 158 indicators that we propose can be revised and validated by each one of us in this system. And it has information of 79% of the information. We have the challenges of disaggregation of the data, but those challenges are statistically in the hands of each statistic operation that feeds the system. You cannot obtain the same disaggregation according to census than in a household survey or administrative records. We accounted a total of 46 indicators of the SDGs that feed the system, and which in a complementary way has been able to generate fruits, such as the presentation of October 3rd in the framework of the National Strategy of Goals, SDGs, with Costa Rica putting annualized goals for the SDGs 2023 through 2030. And several indicators of the Montevideo Consensus work as proposal of supplementary indicators to these goals. What does that mean? That tacitly the goals of the SDGs become goals for the Montevideo Consensus in the case of Costa Rica. With this, moving at the development of the virtual platform will lead us to advance in our internal processes of generation of info for decision-making in terms of the public political policies, plans, and projects in a transparent way with adequate accountability. This as a component that generates innovation within the national planning system, not only of Costa Rica, but hopefully of each one of the countries, and also of the national statistics system, aiming hopefully to ensure that the system will be used for all the member states, and that everyone from public or private organizations, civil society who may need information for decision making can use it, proposing public policies in an accurate way, focused in the persons and with the territorial gaps and population groups so as to leave no one behind. Recently, a little more than a month ago, we developed the third report on the Montevideo Consensus, so we'll make a request to upload it in the platform and to be provided to anyone who needs it. Thank you very much. Very well, we want to thank Costa Rica, and finally we'll give the floor to Paraguay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Miriam Dávalos from the National Statistics Institute from Paraguay. I wanted to refer to what was presented by Fabiana. She presented a big work. We know that a collection of specialized surveys in all the countries, such as are gathered here today, is a major work and needs to be commended. Our country completed that survey very diligently. There is a team, not very large, it's actually 2 persons only, but they get support from other areas according to whether the survey is census or households, and they work in coordination with other institutions of the national statistics system. We completed the indicators. Probably there may be one that's not totally disaggregated, because just as has been said by our colleague from Costa Rica, there are some sources that will not allow us, such as the household surveys. Also, all our production of statistic data coming from the registries is in a consolidation process. Let's remember that Paraguay became a national statistics institute starting 2021. So we are working at INDE, which is the National Plan for Statistics Development within the system. So there we have hard work ahead, but we're giving firm and major steps ahead. There are institutions that come to us. There's different stages of progress within the statistics organization. We know that the registries sometimes need special treatment, and not all the statistics units are consolidated. At least for us, those we're barely starting our first years as an institute, so there's still lots of work to do. But we are moving forward. What I wanted to comment is that we will have available very promptly information of the National Census on Population and Housing that was raised in 2022. There we will be able to do all those very interesting crossings that have been mentioned, and also the 4th indigenous census, which is very valuable and has been designed very carefully with indigenous people themselves. 100% of our census operators were members of the indigenous communities, and 95% of the census structure was formed by persons who are part of indigenous communities. So it was a work where we tried to care for all the details that you need to take into account to work. The language, we translated it, the questionnaire, to the language of the 5 most important families, and we tried to translate the questionnaire and to disseminate it. We trained 839 communities. That's a preliminary result of the indigenous census. Those are communities, towns, and nuclei of families one-on-one to promote the indigenous census, and particularly to comply with the requirement of information to those peoples and to get their support for them to be informed of what this is all about, and for them to have an effective participation in the survey and the definition of the survey instruments. There we had indigenous leaders participating, as well as members of the indigenous organizations. So Paraguay already has a tradition of pursuing this methodology of giving active participation to the indigenous peoples, and we have an excellent relationship with them. And for us, it is an honor to work with them because we see the commitment and the way that they participate with a very special interest. They feel very pleased when we visit their communities, and they want to participate. There's no problem of getting people to take the census. They understand the importance of having the number that corresponds to the community to get the profile that they need for all the projects. There is a very special commitment on their part, so it is a pleasure for us. And it's only 3 communities that refuse for different reasons, but the rest participate without any problem. So we had a very good reception, excellent participation, incredible participation from them.
And in October of this year, we presented the first results, which was a total population and at the level of at a departmental level. And by the end of this month, we will have results at a district level, and for the indigenous peoples, the total per community. And for next year, at a level by halfway through the year, we hope to have the consolidated census base so that we can work with these indicators that we are requiring in order to meet the commitment. So that's all. Thank you very much, and congratulations to ECLAC for the excellent work that they have done. We thank the interventions of the different delegations, and now I'd like to invite you to participate in the side events that will be held during the lunch break. Demographic changes in Latin America and the Caribbean, the road towards sustainable development that will be held in the Enrique Iglesias, and then the social reproduction of life, social and reproductive rights and abortion in Latin America and the Caribbean in room number 2. So we would be resuming in this same room at 2:30 so that we can continue with this work. Thank you very much.
Justo ahí, en esta, sí. No, que no venimos.
¿Jodieron?
Sí, dale, avancemos, sí, 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 sí.
Bien.
Colegas, bienvenidas.
Colleagues, may you all be very welcome to this panel on the progress and challenges in the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, the first panel discussion that we will be holding today related to public policy. So what is the progress and the challenges that we're able to identify in the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, that which relates to public policies on population and development? I'll act as a moderator. And since we have little time and we're adjusting the time for panelists, we want this to be as quick as possible. There are some guiding questions that will be answered by the different panelists. First of all, the institutional framework for the reference period that we're evaluating, the 2018-2023 in the Montevideo process, how we're including these demographic movements in the planning of public policies, specific public policies geared to working with demographic aspects and monitoring mechanisms and assessment mechanisms, and of course, challenges. We have a wide-ranging panel. First of all, we'll introduce Penelope Beckles, who is Minister of Planning and Development of Trinidad and Tobago. She is an attorney
To the United Nations and has served as Member of Parliament in the House of Representatives since 2020 general election. She's the current Minister of Planning and Development in Trinidad and Tobago. Penelope, you have it.
Thank you very much. I'll take the opportunity to start by, because I think it's always important to sort of set the agenda by probably talking a little bit of what we call the progress and challenges with respect to public policy on population and development, with special reference to the period 2018-2023, looking at what institutional framework relating to the incorporation of socio-demographic structures and trends into public policies. How would I highlight that? So I would like to highlight a few areas of socio-demographic structures which have been incorporated into our institutional framework with regard to public policies in Trinidad. And they have been in the areas of youth and gender, poverty, and poverty reduction, and more importantly, education. So specifically, if I look at education in Trinidad and Tobago, we established the early childhood centers for education, where children entering these centers will be screened, treated where necessary to facilitate what you call learning and overall development, implementation of girls in information, communication, technology, and project. As it relates to the areas of poverty and poverty reduction, we looked at developing a national poverty reduction strategy, implemented an integrated social enterprise management system, and we implemented the universal means test and single intake form and subsequent improvement in diagnostic assessment and service improvement. And we also implemented what is called a National Social Mitigation Plan. Specifically, as it relates to youth and gender, we implemented the Adolescent Intervention Program, the Under 40 program, and a program for specifically to deal with male youths. And in the area of public policy, we developed certain policies, for example, the National Policy on Aging for Trinidad and Tobago, and that was a revised policy that we did in early 2000, and then we revised that policy in 2018. We implemented the revised National Policy on Persons with Disabilities, draft family policy, draft parenting policy. We also did an education policy for the period 2017 to 2022. We developed a policy for treating with non-nationals with respect to the provision of public healthcare services and outlined the services made available to migrants. The National Gender Policy of 2018, the National Youth Policy 2020 to 2025, the National Child Policy 2020 to 2030, the National Educational Policy 2017 to 2022, the National Health Policy, and of course, the Ministry of Development, Social and Family Services Strategic Plan 2018 to 2023. These sector policies relating to aging, family life, parenting, health, including extended public health services to migrants as well as non-nationals, youth and gender, have been incorporated into public policies that address socio-demographic structures and trends, and the data collected is utilized to inform the areas which it seeks to provide in a framework. So, Mr. Moderator, I'll stop here because I know there are quite a lot of us.
You still have
And I can continue sharing. Great. So I still have a few more minutes. So I just want to share with you that a little bit now about what we call the follow-up and evaluation mechanisms, including data sources and indicators relating to the incorporation of socio-demographic structures and trends into policies. I'll highlight a few. So each framework and policy drafted and implemented during the period 2018 to 2023 contained monitoring and evaluation components comprising the various data sources, indicators, baselines, and of course, targets. These components are being used to assist in evaluating the effectiveness of the frameworks as well as the policies. These components are being used to assist in evaluating the effectiveness of the frameworks. To this end, the frameworks policies identify the time frame in which the evaluations are to be undertaken and reported to the stakeholders who are responsible for utilizing the information or findings that is obtained. In turn, such information is used towards identifying any issues that need to be addressed, as well as applying appropriate solutions. One such document is the Voluntary National Review, which displays the commitment to reporting on the SDGs in keeping with the 2030 agenda. I had the privilege of presenting that Voluntary National Review in 2020. And as it relates to one of the issues I think you'll be concerned about is the challenges relating, of course, to the effective incorporation of socio-demographic structures and trends into public policies. What suggestions, of course, would you make to address them? And these are some of the suggestions. Before responding to this issue regarding challenges to the effective incorporation of socio-demographic structures and trends, I'd like to briefly share with you my experience on data collection that I gleaned from the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. And that is following a recently concluded seminar held in Trinidad and Tobago, and that is just very, very recent. That is November 1st to November 3rd. The seminar discussed and identified the way forward regarding the role of data in positioning the Caribbean and the sub-region in the knowledge economy, as well as noted the importance of aligning data protection and citizens' rights to our national goals, all of which are important for the development of our citizens in this modern connected world. One of the areas that resonated with the highlighted area was that of data is key to maintaining our promise to leave no one behind. A promise which is aligned and incorporated in the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. In speaking of the need for capturing reliable and verifiable data, as well as data sharing, the session bespoke the importance and benefits of developing an ideal ecosystem and identifying ways to grow our statistical capacity to capture real-time data for the purpose of informing decision-making that can contribute to policies, market research, etc. So I believe that the successful implementation of the Montevideo Consensus also hinges on the importance of data collection, its evaluation, and how it will be used to inform policy. Finally, in essence, data is understood as the currency that fuels the engine of a knowledge economy, transforming raw information into actionable wisdom. And it is in transformation that fuels progress, fosters innovation, and drives prosperity in our interconnected world. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Penelope. highlighting both the importance of institutional frameworks and evaluation mechanisms in order to fulfill the promise of the Montevideo Consensus. Yo voy a estar pasando, no se preocupen, un papelito de 1 minuto.
I will give a notification when you have 1 minute left. And so now we will continue with the second panelist, colleague and friend, sociologist and demographer, Silvia Giorguli Saucedo, president of the Medical Association of Mexico, member of the National System of Research, and her work has been focused not only on migrations between Mexico and the United States, but also about transition towards adults' life with different analyses, which help us to understand how to capture the demographic bonuses that we have and challenges of demographic transitions. Silvia? Thank you, Fernando. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation of CELADE. Thank you, Simone, and CELADE colleagues, Jorge. And we received a set of questions, and I'm going to confess that as been listening to these 2 days sessions, I've been modifying things. And of course, I have selected some aspect out of the rich discussion that we have had about Montevideo Consensus and the incorporation and the structure of demography in public policies beyond the specific area of population policies, but considering public policies, considering what was said yesterday when he said that Montevideo Consensus is a roadmap in synergy with other international instruments, SDG 2030 agenda, among others. So I would like to highlight 3 aspects. The first one is that I consider that Montevideo Consensus has played an essential role in synergy with other instruments in building, on putting on the table demographic aspect on public agenda from an inequality perspective with this vision that has been promoted by ECLAC in terms of intersectionality and accumulated inequality when we talk about women, elder adults, indigenous, disabled people. And there is one part of the Montevideo Consensus which has reinforced this way to approach inequality in terms of public policies. But Montevideo Consensus has been essential to find other or to discuss other themes from a central perspective. The idea to attend vulnerabilities of indigenous combination, Afro-descendants, which was something that was mentioned in many reports that we heard yesterday and today, which has led us to, in the case of Mexico, we have introduced the question of Afro-descendants in different instruments, and for the first time was included in a census of 2020. And we have disaggregated information of social demographic processes for the indigenous and Afro-descendants populations, designing public program and policies with specific design on population, things that are focused on adolescent pregnancy, but sexual and reproductive health. What we see the construction of better political participation spaces, making progress in educational agenda, among others. So, of course, we have many things to do in terms of inequality, but I will always wonder if we are making the changes at the speed required in the region. But we have other discussions, such as the impact on structural inequalities because of racism and persistent inequality. How Consensus locates specific places specific topics in the public agenda. Other aspect is related to regulations. We heard different examples of constitutional changes when Fabiana presented the platform. The number of initiatives which are related to new laws, general laws, specific laws, constitutional changes, design of specific program has been a progress in the agenda in topics such as gender, care, and inclusion of indigenous and Afro-descendant populations. So the main challenge here is from the regulations to the implementation. And the other things that Mexico has called upon for dialogue and the state councils, how this is taken from the federal environment to the local environment. And another concern stemming up of this has been also stated in side events, how we can include these changes in an environment that is related to an agenda of rights and something that has to do with this demographic perspective and in line with public policies as an articulated element of different sectorial policies. I think that we have an important example here about the strategies to reduce adolescent pregnancy. The indicators that we have said is there is a drop in this rate in the country reports. This was highlighted in line with different strategies to approach this situation. That this is an example of the importance of articulating demographic aspect to define a state policy. When one review the topics and the ministries of the area responsible for adolescent pregnancy, the Ministry of Social Development, Planning, Women, Health, Education. Well, this is how we can institutionalize these policies in which ministry, the policies which are related to this aspect. And just will mention I just would like to mention other topics where I think we can work based on the Montevideo Consensus, where the demographic dynamics could be the articulating element of different actions, including, for instance, in violence, including femicide, violence against women, and murders and forced displacement, internal and international displacement, migration management, how we understand the migration in a context of low demographic growth compared to the migration in the 90s, so at the beginning of this century, with a change in the profile of migrants, including families with specific needs. And I think that we need to talk more about demographic dynamics and environment inequalities in terms of the climate change. The last one that I will mention is the demographic dynamic of territorial distribution and management that was included in the second report, such as urbanization, housing, services, where, of course, these interact with aging and the need for providing conditions, the proper condition for older persons, and articulation with different government levels and strengthening capacities, not only at the federal level, but also at the local government level. And ideally, this is something that has been discussing quite a long time, how we can integrate the demographics and with fundings. Thank you. Thank you, Silvia. You have provided us with some topic keys of how we can translate progress with regulations, changes in the territory, which imply implementation. And you have provided different agendas which are interrelated, violence, migration, territorial management, urbanizations, which have been mentioned in the consensus, but can be subject to or can be subject to deeper analysis. Then we had Frida Calix. Reader Calix is the Master in Business Directoring in Human Rights and has been involved in advising a formulation of projects in different countries together with World Vision, and at present is working in Honduras in the Ceresol in process building social protection policies. Reader, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for allowing us to share the progress in public policies. I love the civil society session saying that advanced countries can help to Central American countries to bridge the gaps in the priority actions related to Montevideo Consensus, because Central America has been a region which has been left behind in terms of different indicators. Even when Simone provided us this chart with every country, we were looking for our country, and definitely Honduras was very, very at the back. And 7 out of 10 individuals in Honduras are living in poverty. And for the Secretariat and President Sumara, who has taken office 2 years ago approximately, has been a complex challenge to restructure the social protection system and to put the development forward, not only in line with the Montevideo Consensus, but with the needs and specificities of each sector. So the first progress that we have made could be should have been to identify what to do so the public policies are not only policies but actions. We identify that historically there was a kind of divorce between the social development, the secretariat, and the articulation of policies, because we didn't have much relation in how to go ahead with this policy. So we have reformulated the way how the social secretariat work as guiding of public policies. I think tank has been installed with 2 implementation areas in charge of the independent discussion, fighting extreme poverty, and the other side with social vulnerability approach. So now we have an entity which is specialized in public policies, which is highly technical. So we can formulate our research, we can speak with other actors of the government without leaving the implementation behind, but making progress that all the social care is related to this policy. And so we realized that not only is it important to have a public policy rector, but there are other elements which are also important. And then we have CONAPU, which has 52 institutions which are part of CONAPU. And so we can make headway not only in the priority actions, but the actions which are relevant for the needs of the state. We have the Social Development Observatory, ensuring that we have the capacity to formulate policies, and Center for Social Policies, which is a kind of a structure that we have designed to ensure that we have institutionality, and all these political aspects will be taken into account, even though we see that there are a lot of problems which compels us to making headway in line with the needs of people. We cannot say we are formulating a policy, because the people need intervention and need that this should be taken to territorial level, that they can see the results of all these actions. So in that sense, we have identified that there are policies that they're required to be updated, but there are also policies which are still in force. And in that regard, we updated the social protection policy in the year 2023. And what we think is that we have to ensure the welfare, considering differences, resilience, universality. We have public policy for the right of disabled people in social inclusion, and the national policy of aging, and the public policy for comprehensive development of young children, and the national policy of comprehensive development promoting sustainable and inclusive development, decent employment, national health policy, and the national education policy.
All this we thought should be articulated to a comprehensive law on social protection. So one of the greatest progresses that we are achieving is that there's been a law on social protection that does not act on its own, but with a linkage to all the rest of the policies I mentioned. And this new law has 17 elements that ensure that we're leaving no one behind. Along those lines, we can also see that there are many conservative sectors in our society, which means that we cannot advance as we would love to in the area of social reproductive health. 1 out of 4 pregnancies in Honduras are of persons below 19 years old, which means that we really need to establish clear guidance for the prevention of teenage pregnancies. And along those lines, we have identified that the way to do it is through a national strategy for the prevention of pregnancy that needs to be socialized with all the sectors, because we know that in our country there is a high incidence of conservative sectors, and practically 70% of the persons say that they go to a church. All that means that they may have there may be a lot of influence from the conservative sectors, and we need to find a strategy to deal with it. So we're moving on, articulating some challenges and priorities. There's a technical cabinet that has been installed, a social cabinet that ensures that all this is monitored, regulated, that there is follow-up. We have a Bureau of Programmatic Monitoring and monitoring of social policies, and we identified 3 challenges that we believe that within our environment are important not to leave them behind. And one of them is the database that are not updated, and we know how important it is to have ever better data for monitoring, and we need to break assistantialism, and we need to have public policy that go across different governments and that should remain stable and ensuring social resilience, and the development of a long-term country plan from which sectoral strategic plans may derive. I know there's a lot more to tell you about Honduras, but just to tell you that President Xiomara is very clear on the needs of our country, and the solidary government of the president is ensuring that all these gaps may be closed and ensuring that somehow or another we will leave no one behind or outside of those sectors. Thank you very much. I worked very much in Honduras, working with CISOL's team, and it's fantastic to see how a country is starting to create such a solid social protection system, which it lacked before. Thus, the challenges of a law, of a plan, of policies, and the importance to look at information systems and the will to build state policies. I believe it's one of the cases where the Montevideo Consensus has undoubtedly contributed with a relevant roadmap. Well, we're doing well on time. Let us now go to our 4th panelist, Maria Soledad Cisternas Reyes. She's a lawyer, professor of law, researcher. She's been an expert, in fact, She has been the chairman of the ad hoc committee of the United Nations that elaborated the Convention on the Rights of the Persons with Disability and the Committee on the Rights of the Persons with Disability of the United Nations. She's been a special envoy of the Secretary General of UN on disability and accessibility. Maria Soledad, please go ahead. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. A brief correction. I was chairman of the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disability, and I participated in the ad hoc committee that elaborated the convention. Very well, straight to the point. Accessibility is no doubt a transcendental aspect for public policies dealing with the structure and dynamics of population and development. This has not been visible or not enough, nor with a sufficient depth. It is one of the most overarching policies of the 21st century because it makes it possible to have human rights and fundamental freedoms of the persons and also complies with the SDGs of the 2030 agenda. It is important to underscore that this is important both for the person with disability as a basis of the Convention of the Person with Disability, as well as for the elderly persons based on the Convention for the Protection of Human Rights of the Elderly. And here, certainly, there is an inversion. The perspective is changed because even though it is true that there are regulations for accessibility in most of the countries, actually the appreciation is of non-compliance on the part of the rights holders. That's been done in Argentina and Peru, and they all agree on the lack of implementation of the accessibility. Chile is not no different. We have a legislation for the social inclusion for persons with disability and legislation on the elderly. The country has ratified both conventions, nevertheless. And here we'll refer to the public buildings. Since the enforcement of the law in 2010, the buildings are accessible, yes. But the prior buildings, their accessibility is not even 20%, which is terribly deleterious for the population, the exercise of different rights and freedoms. Now, transportation, accessibility in the transportation system. In the metropolitan region, it is complied with, but not really in the regions. At the healthcare level, throughout the pandemic, we put to test the lack of accessibility that existed in the healthcare systems, and it was necessary for civil society, jointly with the national disability sector, to elaborate protocols for the care of persons with disability, for their autonomy and for confidentiality. In the field of education, different challenges were presented that put to test the issue of accessibility, the availability of digital technology. According to the SDG 17, number 19, new indicators can be created, and precisely digital accessibility implies a tremendous challenge in modern societies. Let us take into account the fact that today we talk about intelligent cities, which are the ones that use technology for their development, and also the cities for all. And definitely, if the different accessibilities that I have mentioned, without them, there cannot be intelligent cities, no cities for all. And the information and communication through these strategic complaints about the deaf persons, we have obtained accessibility in some moments, such as the news, elections, or natural disasters, but it's been always necessary to go to trials, to go to courts. So I have to say that the lack of access increases multidimensional poverty of the persons, and it was clear and was aggravated during the pandemic. For that reason, I am very clear in mentioning that without accessibility, there is no sustainable development. I repeat, without accessibility, there is no sustainable development, because if we estimate that 70 million persons in Latin America are persons with disability and 70 additional million are elderly persons, we are leaving behind a tremendous universe of persons in the exercise of their human rights and fundamental freedom. On the other hand, on the proposed report for this conference, I saw that in 3 aspects as accessibility is mentioned. The first, when it refers to maternal health and care, they talk about accessibility. When they refer to access and accessibility to contraceptives, and when they refer to accessibility to deliveries with the cultural pertinence. Regarding the last point, I believe it's quite favorable to have intersectional application of the concept of universal accessibility. But I also want to be very strong by declaring that accessibility refers to sexual and reproductive rights, as well as to another set of social, political, cultural, and civil rights. So, and I will touch this from a different angle that deals with development and population, even though I could mention many other topics as well. The issue of labor inclusion. For example, in Chile, there is a law of quota for the inclusion of persons with disability, 1% in companies with more than 100 workers. But I just reviewed at the Labor Bureau in Chile that no more than 13,000 persons with a disability have applied for this law, when we have a universe of 3 million approximately persons with disability. Let us assume that at least half are persons in a situation that they could be active. So in sum, since we need to identify challenges and recommendations, the first of them will be to the national budget laws. They have to look in an overarching, intersectional, and not linear way, the budget. It affects different, accessibility affects different ministries, accessibility that is truly complete, also for the creation of big data at a national level and regional level. This is applied for all the countries, to know about the deficiencies and to better face the difficulties in access in future humanitarian emergencies. It is also important that the fiscal space as a field of where the governments may maneuver can be used in certain moments and in certain ways for universal accessibility. I repeat that it deals with persons with disability, with the elderly, and also with children and pregnant women, women who are carrying their children, or those persons who've had a temporary accident. A second aspect, civil rights. Because when today society debates in the compliance of social rights, I would like to say loud and clear that regarding persons with disability, we still are in the field of compliance of civil rights, such as legal capacity. As long as there are declarations of interdiction and subjection to substitutive wills, there will be no sustainable development for these persons, and that there will be no sustainable development for society, and the democratic solidity will be weaker. Same thing happens for the right to independent life and to be included in the community. It is not possible that persons, for the mere fact of having psychosocial or intellectual disability, must live subject to live in shelters or in home for sick people, with forced sterilization and abortions without consent. So we must continue working so that the civil rights of this sector of the population, which are lagging so much behind,
can carry forward life free of violence. Just what the statistics declare. We're finished our time.
Pasados de tiempo, pero termine la idea.
Estoy terminando. La vida es libre de violencia porque las mujeres con discapacidad están en el eslabón más bajo de la igualación de oportunidades y son las más expuestas a violencia. También las mujeres mayores. Quiero decir que la toma de conciencia para los tomadores de decisiones y la sociedad es vital. Y resumiendo también el liderazgo. Porque la presencia de personas con discapacidad en este foro no es una cosa gratuita. Ha significado mucho trabajo por años de las personas con discapacidad para visibilizarse, especialmente las mujeres con discapacidad, a quienes felicito por estar aquí. Por lo tanto, con esto termino, moderador. El fortalecimiento del liderazgo de las personas con discapacidad, de las mujeres con discapacidad, especialmente, como digo, el último eslabón de la igualación, y el fortalecimiento del liderazgo de las personas mayores es fundamental. Estamos en la era de los derechos y no de los favores. Y por lo mismo, tener en cuenta que los derechos humanos son el núcleo del desarrollo sostenible para la población. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, María Soledad. Creo que nos ofreció, con el foco primero en accesibilidad, una historia fascinante de cómo, la rapidez de los cambios no es suficiente, pero cuáles son algunos de los mecanismos que lo permiten. La normatividad, la pelea por los espacios presupuestales, los procesos de litigio, etcétera. Y luego nos amplió una temática de inclusión mucho mayor, incluyendo el tema de los derechos civiles y de una agenda claramente inconclusa en la que hay que seguir trabajando. Nuestro siguiente panelista es Enrique Peláez, director alterno del doctorado en demografía en la Universidad Nacional de Córdoba. Él ha sido presidente de ALAP, la Asociación Latinoamericana de Población, y también ha sido asesor de esta casa asesor regional de población y desarrollo, no de esta casa, del Fondo de Población de Naciones Unidas, en el cual yo estoy desempeñándome hoy. Sus áreas de investigación son el envejecimiento poblacional, derechos de las personas mayores, así como los trabajos técnicos en proyecciones demográficas y mortalidad. Enrique, adelante.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Fernando, y gracias a CEPAL por la invitación. Voy a intentar ser breve y un poco teniendo en cuenta que estamos cumpliendo 10 años del Consenso de Montevideo. Voy a presentar un breve análisis de fortalezas, oportunidades, debilidades y amenazas para el avance de la agenda del Consenso de Montevideo, y también alguna propuesta para poder avanzar en esta agenda. No sé si tengo una presentación, no sé si se puede colocar, pero si no, ahora sí.
A ver si podemos. ¿Alguien la dejaste con los
pero bueno,
magos de la imagen?
Bueno, voy comenzando porque tenemos poco tiempo. En cuestión de fortalezas del consenso, como se ha dicho en repetidas oportunidades, el consenso es el acuerdo de población y desarrollo más progresista del planeta. No hay otra región que tenga este tipo de acuerdo. Y aparecen temas por demás relevantes como los derechos sexuales, el tema de identidad de género, los derechos territoriales de los pueblos indígenas, capítulos especiales sobre envejecimiento y migrantes. Ha habido en estos 10 años avances sustantivos, en primer lugar con la guía operacional que se presentó en México, con la propuesta de indicadores que se aprobaron en Lima y la plataforma de seguimiento que se presentó en la conferencia del año pasado. Y después otra de las fortalezas es el trabajo articulado que se vienen haciendo estos 10 años por los gobiernos, la sociedad civil, la academia y Naciones Unidas. En cuestión de oportunidades, ¿qué oportunidades hay para el avance? Por primer lugar, las intersecciones con la Agenda Global 2030. Hay más de 30 indicadores que se tienen en común. El avance en la institucionalización del seguimiento del Consenso de Montevideo, Ha habido más de 20 informes de los países en Lima y ahora también más de 20. Es decir, a pesar de que por ahí algunos países no tienen una institucionalidad fuerte en tema de población, ha habido un avance en ese sentido. La articulación de la sociedad civil pro agenda de derechos con mujeres, afrodescendientes, indígenas, personas con discapacidad, personas mayores, eso se ve y se palpa en todas las reuniones de la conferencia. En cuestión de derechos de personas mayores, la Convención Interamericana de Derechos de Personas Mayores, que también es un instrumento que no tienen otras regiones y que es una oportunidad para avanzar en esta agenda de derechos. Y por último, el Pacto de Migración Regular, Ordenada y Segura, que da como un marco para el avance en los derechos migratorios. Ahora, ¿qué cuestiones se ven como debilidades para el avance de esta agenda? Por un lado, las fuentes, bueno, ahí vamos a ir pasando. Oportunidades, debilidades. Bueno, en cuestión de las debilidades, las fuentes de información. Ha habido como un debilitamiento con la cuestión de la pandemia de COVID-19, se retrasaron muchos censos, algunos países todavía tienen problemas con las estadísticas vitales, no todos tienen las desagregaciones suficientes para medir los avances, ingresos, sexo, edad, raza, origen étnico, estatus migratorio, discapacidad, ubicación geográfica. Obviamente sabemos que el consenso está en el marco de lo que se llama soft law, entonces hay falta de mecanismo de rendición de cuentas y sanciones, más allá de alguna reprobación que pudiera venir de la sociedad civil y todas estas plataformas que se saludan, como la Mira que te miro que se volvió a presentar el otro día. Las dificultades de monitoreo, a pesar de los avances que tiene la plataforma y que algunos países tengan sus propias plataformas. La segmentación de agendas. Muchas veces decimos que a los que trabajamos en población nos cuesta dialogar con los tomadores de decisión porque la agenda nuestra es de mediano y largo plazo y es integral y la otra es de corto plazo y es totalmente segmentada. Recursos financieros en contexto de crisis. Las dificultades de avance global. Acá se ha propuesto que se lleven estos avances del Consenso de Montevideo a las reuniones de la CPD y todavía no se ha logrado ese tipo de avance. Y el tema de institucionalización heterogénea, es decir, hay algunos países que tienen una institucionalidad fuerte en el tema de población, mientras que el resto todavía se constituyen por ahí algunos grupos ad hoc para avanzar con los informes. Amenazas. Problemas de gobernanza global, es decir, hay varios de los problemas, el cambio climático, el tema de migración, que no se pueden resolver solamente por los países trabajando en forma aislada y se requiere de un trabajo mancomunado y a veces no tenemos la fortaleza suficiente en la gobernanza global. Multilateralismo en peligro, lo que pasó con el Brexit, política exterior de algunos países que descreen de los organismos multilaterales y eso debilita esos problemas de gobernanza global. La crisis económica y financiera global que siguió al COVID-19 y el tema que ha surgido también en esta reunión, el surgimiento de políticos ultraconservadores en el mundo y en la región, articulados con sectores sociales contrarios al avance de la agenda, algo que quizá no se atrevía nadie hace unos 10 años, 5 años, pero hoy tenemos políticos con posibilidades de llegar a cargos altos que están en contra de la agenda de ODS, lo cual es bastante preocupante. Principales desafíos. Ahí he puesto algunos de acuerdo a los capítulos del consenso. En el capítulo A vimos que aumentó la pobreza y la desigualdad en nuestra región con posterioridad a la pandemia, la necesidad del enfoque, el NOV, la interseccionalidad, necesidad de fuentes de datos, encuestas longitudinales, factores de riesgo, salud sexual y reproductiva, censos, estadísticas vitales para poder monitorear los cambios demográficos. La necesidad de vínculos entre dinámica demográfica y políticas públicas. Algunos países están haciendo el análisis de situación poblacional que ayuda a este tipo a llevar el tema de la dinámica demográfica a los temas de políticas. En tema de jóvenes, la educación, el empleo de calidad, el embarazo adolescente, que ya me voy a referir, que sigue siendo una preocupación porque nosotros somos el continente de las desigualdades, pero se ven algunos avances. El tema de universalización de pensiones de calidad, salud pública integral para el envejecimiento, los sistemas de cuidado en cuanto a las personas mayores, educación integral para la sexualidad, involucrar a los hombres en los programas de salud sexual y reproductiva, el acceso a aborto seguro en cuanto a salud reproductiva. Tenemos el tema de autonomía en la toma de decisiones económicas y físicas de las mujeres, las brechas de ingreso y trabajo no remunerado en mujeres que han revelado las encuestas de uso del tiempo, la criminalización y discriminación de migrantes, el acceso a educación y salud de los migrantes, que esto se ha agravado con el tema de la pandemia también, el acceso a servicios en territorios y, por último, el tema de derechos individuales y colectivos de indígenas y afrodescendientes, fin a la discriminación de derechos territoriales. Me queda un minuto y simplemente una pequeña propuesta para enfrentar estos desafíos, el enfoque de curso de vida, que centra la interacción entre factores biológicos, psicológicos, económicos, sociales y culturales que influyen en el desarrollo de una persona. Resalta la importancia del contexto histórico y social, interrelación con las vidas individuales y la necesidad de efectivizar los derechos humanos desde el nacimiento a lo largo de toda la vida. Cuando se habla de envejecimiento saludable, la bibliografía dice que un 30% es por la genética y un 70% por la historia y experiencia individual. Bueno, el consenso está claramente alineado con este enfoque de curso de vida porque propicia un enfoque integral de las políticas públicas, considerando distintos factores como género, estatus migratorio, etnia, diversidad cultural. Y por último, lo que esperamos para estos próximos 10 años, somos la región con el acuerdo más progresista del planeta, tenemos hoja de ruta con muchos temas pendientes, es un camino para mejorar las condiciones de vida de la población. Ha habido algunos resultados, el más tangible creo que es la baja en la fecundidad adolescente en algunos países, en varios programas inspirados justamente en el consenso, y bueno, un llamado para aunar esfuerzos en esta situación a veces un poco más compleja entre gobierno, sociedad civil, academia y Naciones Unidas para profundizar resultados. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Enrique, por proporcionarnos, bueno, un panorama claro de fortalezas, debilidades, amenazas y posibles rutas de trabajo para fortalecer el trabajo desde el consenso de Montevideo. Yo creo que además del embarazo adolescente, uno debería mencionar, aunque no es solo el consenso de Montevideo, pero el consenso de Montevideo después va a operar, en los temas de transferencias monetarias no contributivas, tanto lo que tiene que ver con pensiones como lo que tiene que ver con infancia. Si bien esto viene de antes, la construcción de estos espacios como espacios más de derechos que de asistencialismo tiene en alguna medida que ver con el consenso. Y toda la mesa, antes de dar la palabra a nuestro último panelista, ha planteado la brecha entre normativa e implementación, el problema de los espacios fiscales, ¿sí? Y creo que hemos dejado de lado un problema que hay que plantear. Cepal hace tiempo viene hablando de que América Latina tiene una situación de privilegio, tiene una cultura del privilegio. Esta cultura del privilegio se manifiesta también en parte de nuestro sistema de protección social. Es decir, el espacio fiscal hay que buscarlo también allí donde otorgamos elementos que no son derechos, que son privilegios subsidiados por el resto de la sociedad. Bien, pasamos a nuestro último panelista, Jonathan Sánchez, quien es investigador titular del Instituto de Altos Estudios Nacionales IAEN y vicerrector académico de la Universidad Intercultural de las Nacionalidades y Pueblos Indígenas Huasi, Ecuador. Él ha sido miembro del Observatorio para la Justicia Afrodescendiente en Latinoamérica, YALAFIU, y del Instituto para la Investigación y Desarrollo Afrodescendiente de Costa Rica.
Aquí estoy.
John, adelante.
Gracias, Fernando. Amauta Iwatse. Así se pronuncia la universidad, el nombre indígena que significa Casa de la Sabiduría. Quiero agradecer al UNFA y a CEPAL quien me permitieron estar aquí, lo mismo a ECLAC, con quien hemos venido trabajando desde hace bastante tiempo este tema del consenso. Aprovechar para saludar a la red de mujeres afro-latinoamericanas, afrocaribeñas y de la diáspora. Sí, sí. Ay. Sí. Y también pues saludar de manera muy especial a todas y todos los colegas del movimiento afrodescendiente que nos encontramos aquí. Con el permiso de los ancestros, el Consenso de Montevideo sobre Población y Desarrollo, dentro de sus prioridades, ha establecido medidas relacionadas con la afrodescendencia en América Latina y sus problemáticas históricas asociadas al racismo y la discriminación racial, las mismas que son objeto del Plan de Acción del Decenio Internacional Afrodescendiente. En esta presentación se trata de dar cuenta qué tanto hemos avanzado en alcanzar las metas del consenso en relación a los afrodescendientes 10 años después. Puntualizaré 4 puntos. El primero, la necesidad de repensar el concepto afrodescendiente. Segundo, volver la mirada sobre la vida rural afrodescendiente. Tercero, la visibilidad estadística y la visibilidad cartográfica. Cuarto, las reparaciones.
For the common strategic repairs of Afro-descendants are not left behind. After 10 years of Montevideo Consensus, we have to say that the balance is not promissory compared in terms of Afro-descendants. We see a stagnation of poverty in Afro-descendants where education plays an important role as a mobility factor. But apparently, Afro-descendant for them is not enough because it's demonstrated that despite schooling, the opportunities for income, social mobilization are not so advantageous compared to those which are not Afro-descendants. This is adverse to the objectives of Montevideo Consensus, which in priority measure 93 considers approach the difference in ethnicity, gender, racial elements, considering discrimination of women, especially Afro-descendant women. This poses an important need to prioritize public policies, which, for the point of view of sexual intersection, Afro-descendant people properly care, especially highly vulnerable sectors such as rural women, head house, and the women which are being violated. Then Afro-descendants corresponds to people with identity awareness. They have own cultural institutions. They are present before the demarcation of national states. So Afro-descendants take the qualities of originary peoples, so tribal nature, and indigenous peoples such as Garifuna, as determined by the Agreement 69 of the ILO. We hope that the consensus conditions will contribute to the Declaration of Afro-descendant Rights that the United Nations developed this in the framework and considering Afro-descendant culture, which are not simple population or individuals, but we are collective subjects which we self-determine as people, like the 169 agreement said. Second problem is Afro-descendant in their ancestral territories. Over the last year, different organizations have been working in bridging the gap of systematic and comprehensive information on the presence, land, and territories of Afro-descendant in rural areas. Studies of a coalition of organizations state that Afro-descendant present in more than 16 countries of the region exceed 205 million hectares, which are extremely important for biodiversity conservation, mitigation, and adaptation to climate change. However, out of these 205 million hectares, only 5%, 9.5 million of this territory have been legally recognized as owners of owned by Afro-descendant people. 9.5 hectares, 78 are humid tropic with fundamental aspects of the mitigation of climate change, the safeguard of genetics, and regulate the water cycles in the world. 22% of the rural territories are diverse coverage, where they are socially, ecologically important areas such as Damsam and Bangalore, and not only for their climatic regulation, but productivity related to different types of lives of Afro-descendant people. The organizations consider that Montevideo Consensus should look at the rural Afro-descendant life, taking into account that this reality faces challenges such as the loss of ancestral territory, destruction of the natural resources, deterioration of natural production practices, the displacement and confinement of territories, compelling them to migrate to the misery belts of the big cities. The need to have data to recognize the structural systemic racism. This is an important aspect. Since the Durban Conference 2001, the Afro-descendant social movement have had impact on national state to include this variable of self-identification in the census. But we need to call the government and national states to strengthen the statistical visibility, including the ethnical racial variable in the instruments which are compiling socioeconomic and social-cultural data, requesting the state which have gone back in terms of statistical visibility of Afro-descendants to rectify this information. Finally, about repairs, our main argument has to do with the historical repair because of slavery, a moral obligation of the Western world, a fair condition for human rights of 200 million Afro-descendants in the Americas. Repair because of the slavery occupies the core of demands of Afro-descendant people, which is expressed as a set of reparatory policies necessary for different purposes. First, repair are related to effective response to extreme poverty situation and inequality affecting most Afro-descendants. Second, the element takes repair as a political action to fight racism and discrimination. However, the main scenario where this repair takes place is that implementation is vital to reach a full citizenship condition for the protection of human rights of the different Afro-descendant generation. We consider that in the advent of modernity, it's not possible to talk about the inclusive democratic model and multicultural model if we still have a sector of the citizen which is not enjoying concrete specific conditions guarantee the benefits of their rights. If we have a group of citizens which are affected by racism, they are relegated and they are considered inferior, so a Western modernity has failed. I would like to close by saying that Afro-descendant, because of racism, which is rooted in the region since the slavery time, the benefits for citizenship conditions are not complete, which is translated into enormous problem for democracy because it's a modern Latin American state, they are not guaranteed equal conditions for every citizen. Before thinking of proposal to overcome development and inequalities in Afro-descendant people, we need to think of how this democratic system has failed. So we need to foster the implementation of democracy that more than freedom should be multicultural, to thinking of culturalist model warranting collective actions, led us to think on a category of rights, recognizing Afro-descendants as subjects who deserve recognition as people native of the America. So we consider that after the first decade and for the Montevideo Consensus, the state of the region, together with the United Nations, should recognize the recognition of these people and to foster a global declaration as Marco Garvey proposed in 1920. Thank you so much.
John, muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, John. Highlighting the problems of incomplete citizenship and the loss of statistical visibility of these processes. And again, the consensus as a roadmap, but also as a platform to think beyond what the consensus has stated. Now, we continue with the intervention statement by the delegations who were very strict with the time. We have about 30 minutes. So I request interventions as brief as possible to have a larger number of participants, and then we are going to give the floor to a specific intervention of Vice President of the Association and National Coordinators of Older People's Board. But next, we continue with the statements by delegations. Permanent Forum. First Paraguay, and then first the forum, then Paraguay, and then Chile.
Thank you for the opportunity to bring a few remarks on behalf of the United Nations Permanent Forum on People of African Descent. Epsi Campbell Barr, Costa Rica, Pastor Maria, Colombia, June Suma, St. Lucia, and myself, Gaynell Curry from the Bahamas, are the proud Permanent Forum members for Latin America and the Caribbean. We extend our special congratulations on this celebration of 10 years of the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development. The Permanent Forum welcomes the 10 priority areas of the consensus, particularly the focus on promoting the human rights of Afro-descendants. We welcome the commitments to combat persistent systemic and institutional racism, as well as multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination that worsens for women, LGBTQI persons, persons with disabilities, and economically challenged persons, migrants, and other vulnerable and marginalized groups at risk of being left behind in the development agenda. The Permanent Forum notes with appreciation that the agreements outlined in the consensus are closely aligned with our own mandate to serve as a consultative mechanism for people of African descent and to provide a platform for improving the safety and quality of life and livelihoods of people of African descent. Like the Montevideo Consensus, we in the Permanent Forum are also encouraging a human rights-based approach in addressing inequalities facing people of African descent, alongside the full implementation of the Durban Declaration and Program of Action. This, regrettably, has not yet happened. As many of you know, the Durban Declaration is the first global agreement to make the link between enslavement, colonialism, and persistent racial discrimination currently faced, even today, by people of African descent. We welcome its continuing relevance and encourage your doing so as well. We are also encouraging a rights-based approach to obtaining disaggregated data to inform and encourage better execution of public policies for people of African descent, recognizing that people of African descent often share oral histories and storytelling. We are also promoting these methods for relevant evidence-based research on people of African descent, especially the most vulnerable and marginalized in rural communities, and including migrants of African descent. The Permanent Forum attaches great importance to the drafting of the United Nations Declaration on the Promotion, Protection, and Full Respect of Human Rights of people of African descent, and calls upon all member states to support in organizing regional consultations with representation of civil society members and other relevant stakeholders. Such consultations will enable strong contributions from Latin America and the Caribbean to the elaboration of this declaration. It is imperative that your voices be heard and that your specific issues are included in this process. The Permanent Forum calls for an extension of the International Decade for People of African Descent, a second decade from 2025 from 2025 to 2034. This would be an opportunity for all governments and all stakeholders to do much more during this second decade with full political commitment and adequate budgets about concrete progress, to bring about concrete progress and change for people of African descent in this region across the Americas.
Yes, we need to round up so that we have space for the other delegations.
I want to mention two further issues, Mr. Chair. The issue of reparations, which we think is crucial, and we have not heard anything about it here. At least I have not. Excuse me if it has been mentioned and I did not hear it. It is important. We see reparations as a part, not only of justice, but of development for people of African descent. It cannot be excluded. I thank you.
Thank you. John actually did touch upon the issue of reparations as the critical last issue, but we have now a set of national delegations that have asked for, and let me see, in order is Paraguay was first, Chile, then Mexico and Brazil. So we start with, empezamos con Paraguay, luego Chile, luego México.
Paraguay, then Chile, then Brazil. To start, I would like to thank the members of the panel for the valuable interventions and reflections. I wanted to very briefly comment from the national perspective about the design with intersectoral participation and implementation of the first National Plan on Population and Development 2018-2019 to ground down the measures of the Montevideo Consensus in accordance with our challenges and specific priorities. It was very enriching. On this basis, we've stimulated the building of the second edition of the plan for the period 2023-2028. During the last 2 decades, Paraguay has had progress in many of their social indicators, which also coincided with a greater presence of the state with public policies of greater coverage and scope. The budget data showed that the social intervention was increasing in the recent years at a faster rate than other types of expenses, GDP and the population growth. The weight of the social investment, both direct or indirect, in the public budget is placed at 54% in 2022. Insofar as GDP, the social investment represents 10.2% in the same year. Social investment per person has also shown a strong increase, passing to $622 in 2022. This without disregarding the fact that we need to increase it. In the current situation of complex global challenges, leveraging the population as a strategic resource to foster the equitable and sustainable development of our countries requires public policies with a strong social focus that must target, apart from macroeconomic growth and in quantitative terms, to the human development with the perspective of rights to be translated into better standards of living in qualitative terms. Most of our countries go through a process of demographic transition, which gives rise to sustained aging of the population and the progressive reduction of demographic bonus. This was verified by the preliminary data of the 2022 census. This moment, we have to bet on maximum to human development and improve quality and access to service, to use the transit demographic advantages and to be prepared for the challenges of aging. Public investment for social protection is the central element of the virtuous circle that permits a full exercise of rights, the improvement of the quality of life, and the reduction of the levels of inclusion and the conditions of vulnerability to which specific sectors of the population are exposed. It is essential to continue to strengthen institutionality, the availability of budget resources, as well as material and human resources, and the improvement of the regulatory framework and public policies in terms of population development. In Paraguay, our most immediate challenge right now is the implementation of the second action plan in population development 2023-2028. The production and collection of statistic data, disaggregated, reliable, and quality is essential for the design and implementation of effective actions to increase the advances in the framework of the Montevideo Consensus. With the recent creation of INE, we aim to surpass our weaknesses in terms of statistic production. The multidimensional effects of the pandemic, which extend the inequalities and asymmetry within and among our countries, economic, climatic, and environmental crisis, and international conflicts whose deleterious consequences have an impact on the most vulnerable sectors of the population, challenge us as a region, as an international community. In this context, it's not sufficient to have individual actions. Conversely, we must have a joint approach with a participative nature through dialogue and collective efforts that prioritize persons as subjects of rights. No doubt, our region is going across the right path through spaces such as this one that we can share today. Thank you very much. We're even tighter in time, but the Chilean delegation has the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would especially like to thank all the members of the panel today for their presentations and thoughts, particularly because they give us the opportunity to continue to evaluate and analyze the spaces to improve the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus on population and development. Since 1990, with the return to democracy, Chile resumes the recognition of diversity to understand the process of transformation of society in its demographic behavior, the impact on the quality of life and sustainable development of the country. In the last 30 years, the country has advanced in different indicators related to poverty and income, increased the access and guarantees in different areas such as pensions, health, educational coverage, infrastructure, and access to housing, coverage of pensions, income, and access to assets. There's been a significant reduction of poverty and extreme poverty in rural and urban areas. Even though there still are challenges, the integration of the issues of population of the Montevideo Consensus in public policies and planning has been essential to advance in the eradication of poverty, exclusion, and inequality. The institutionalized mechanisms of participation as to human rights and sustainability. I would like to stop in two chapters of the consensus: aging, social protection, and economic challenges, and persons of African descent. As to the first, aging of the population has shown state, regional, and world challenges, among which we must mention the digital divide, aid to discrimination, access to labor market, pensions, access and quality of the healthcare systems, urban and rural planning, services of support and care, amongst others. In 2017, Chile suggested the Inter-American Convention on Human Rights of the Elderly, an opportunity to incorporate jointly with priority measures of the Montevideo Consensus, regional standards about the topic and the promotion of the rights of the human rights of the elderly. The country is in the full process of demographic transition. The low birth rate and the increase of life expectancy added to the descent of the population and early mortality implies that the elderly population increases ever more in its amount and relative weight regarding the total population. This has led to the implementation of actions, measures, and programs that permit facing the different demands and needs of the elderly. The National Service of the Elderly, SANAMA, a service that depends on the Ministry of Social Development and Family, in 2020, jointly with the National Service of Women and Gender Equity, are working in the prevention of violence to the elderly women. Likewise, something that we cannot but mention is the creation and implementation of the national and a comprehensive system of care, institutionality that will interlink the activities of the state, communities, and private, as so far as dependency throughout the life cycle. As to the second chapter that we would like to reflect upon, we would like to highlight of the consensus, that is, and especially recognize the work of the civil society organizations who have stimulated the recognition of collective rights, reconstruction of historic memory and identity of the people of African descent. From the official census started in 1850, due to the lack of legal recognition, prevented their inclusion, and they were not made visible as part of indigenous people. In in 2013, for the first time, made a survey to characterize the population of African descent in the regions of Arica and Parinacota, concluding the need to add the category of African descent in the 2017 census. That census revealed that largest amount of persons of African descent were in the north of the country. Amongst the progress seen these years in 2019, the law 21-151 was published that provides legal recognition to the people of African descent on the cultural, tradition, language, historic traditions, and cosmovision. Next year, we will have the 2024 census, which will have an ethnic variable for persons of African descent. This will allow us to have disaggregated statistics for ethnic origin of residents. This will permit us to improve public policy and face the needs of the different groups. This in line with the experience of Mexico, as was shared by Sylvia. These are some of the examples where Chile has been working on. We know that we need to continue to build bridges, dialogue, and agenda with civil society and with Latin America and the Caribbean to improve the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus and to leave no one behind. Thank you. Mexico, then Brazil, then Jorge del Campo, the Vice President of the National Coordinator of the Rights of the Elderly, Mexico. Very briefly, thank you very much. I want to congratulate, of course, the panel, and I would only like to mention that we understand that the persons of African descent was not mentioned in the draft agreement because we would have to add everyone, but I want to leave clear Mexico's commitment to the strengthening of those measures on the intercultural perspective with emphasis on the populations of African descent. In 2020, our census made visible the population of African descent, and we included them on a priority basis in the new textbooks. Thank you. Brazil has the floor. Thank you very much. On the topic of persons of African descent, Brazil has 56% of our population is of African descent, which gives approximately 113 million persons. We are the second country after Nigeria with the largest participation of persons of African descent in our population. In spite of the historical debt, we have a very serious historical debt with the population of African descent. We recognize this. In spite of the immense and gigantic historic and cultural importance of persons of African descent for Brazil, for our historic culture. We make a self-criticism that there is no racial democracy in Brazil because the data show that the population of African descent is below in the social pyramid that suffers more violence, suffers all sorts of lack of state. So this idea that there is no structural racism in Brazil is not true. There is. And we have a debt with redress, as the delegate of Ecuador mentioned, for Brazil, who worked from the very start with the process of Durban. The recognition redress goes through affirmative action. As has been mentioned, we have a Ministry of Racial Equality of the ministerial status with affirmative actions on the issue of the culture of the traditional people. I also agree with the delegate from Ecuador. It is important to say that in the region of the Brazil and Amazonia, not only the indigenous people, but also the Quilombolas people are responsible for the maintenance of the forests. So they have a very important role to play for the maintenance of the Amazonian forests in Brazil. It's called the Ministry of Racial Equality. They designed the program Quilomba, Brazil. The idea is to have collective titles for the Quilombolas, which are people from African descent, traditional people in the rural sectors. Having said that, we are implementing the conventions of the ILO. We support a second international decade of persons of African descent. We need to conclude the Declaration of the People of African Descent to say that in the second forum, Minister Niela was president. President Lula recorded a video to reinforce the commitment of Brazil. That is, that the issue of the persons of African descent is a social and moral obligation of the country with our population. That is, we are going with you in advancing the decade of the persons of African descent. Let us conclude the declaration. The Durban exercise continues, and in Brazil, it has a strong ally as always, and you will continue to have it. Thank you very much.
Muy bien. Okay. Jorge del Campo. Vice President of the Rights of the Elderly. 10 years have gone by since we agreed the Montevideo Consensus in August 2013, and we will reflect on some aspects linked to Priority Measure C, aging, social protection and socio-economic challenges. As from the first World Assembly on Aging in 1982, there have been numerous agreements, agendas, and so on, favoring the elderly. However, today, we are concerned to see that such declarations have been nothing more than good expressions of good intentions that have not led to important progress in the protection of this age group. Most of these provisions are non-binding. Lately, we have emphasized the creation of a national care system sponsored by the UN. In Chile, we have established a diagnosed strengthening citizen participation, which we believe is a very good beginning. We trust that citizens' participation in the production of public policies on care will be done both in terms of its design, implementation, monitoring, and assessment stages, and that working groups must be established or must comprise state representatives, civil society, and the private sector. However, the needs of the elderly go far beyond care. We need a law. We need the comprehensive bill on the rights of the elderly and the prevention of healthy elderly, of healthy aging to become a law. We need to advance in the elimination of inequality that in Chile is truly alarming. An inequality in terms of income, in terms of access to health, in terms of life expectancy at birth, education, beds for the care of people that are severely dependent, among others. As we said in the political declaration of civil society to the country representatives that met at the 5th Intergovernmental Conference on Aging and the Rights of the Elderly in Latin America and the Caribbean, and I open quotes, we need to hold a third World Assembly on the rights of the elderly that should take place in Latin America in order to establish in that region the basic point to advance towards an international convention that has been working for the past 13 years and has yet been unable to meet its objectives. We are sorry to see that states do not pay heed to the recommendations provided in good faith by international entities. Let us find mechanisms enabling states to take on board these recommendations. On the other hand, we see that suicides have increased significantly in Chile and in the region. And it is basically the poor and primarily people aged more than 60 that resort to suicide. And statistics show that out of 20 suicide attempts, only one is able to actually die, and 19 are left with irreparable damages. We want a law to legalize euthanasia so that people that meet the requirements established by law can have a dignified death. This is one of many issues that the elderly need to find a solution for right now. Thank you very much. We don't have sufficient time to ask panelists to speak again, but if one of the panelists wishes to speak, well, you have very short period of time to do so. So I return then the floor to the chair. Thank you. I would like to thank Fernando Filgueira, representative of the UN Population Fund in Uruguay, for acting as moderator of our first panel, and also thank all the different panelists. So we also thank the intervention of delegations, and we would now have a break in the same room before we begin with panel 2.
Les pedimos, por favor,
Please remain on your seats because we will have a very short break before we begin with the next panel discussion. Thank you.
Bueno, señoras delegadas, señores delegados, por favor.
Delegates, please, we will now begin the second panel. And for that purpose, I would like to invite Anna Westmith, who is a director of the Gender Affairs Division of ECLAC, who will act as moderator of panel 2, that will include distinguished panelists. So we now offer the floor then to our moderator, Anna Westmith. Good afternoon.
Vamos a iniciar el panel.
We will now begin panel 2, Progress and Challenges with respect to gender equality and sexual and reproductive health and rights. I would like to greet the chair of the presiding officers, Mr. Sergio Cusicanqui, and my colleagues, Simone Cecchini, Director of the Population Division, and Susana Sotolin, Regional Director of the UN Population Fund. It is a tremendous responsibility to be acting as moderator of this panel discussion, and I would like to certainly greet the authorities that will be with us. The Ministry of Health of Argentina, Carla Bisotti, the Minister of Women of Costa Rica, Cindy Quesada, Ana Cristina González, a researcher and expert in gender equality and the right to health, Sandra Castañeda, General Coordinator of the Latin American and Caribbean Women's Health Network, Valeria Vázquez, Executive Director of Elige, Red de Jóvenes por los Derechos Sexuales y Reproductivos, and Dominga Cucul, representative of indigenous youth of the Maya culture of Belize. As has often been said during these 2 days, the Montevideo Consensus is a regional expression of the plan of action of the International Conference on Population and Development. It is an intergovernmental, a progressive intergovernmental agreement, a cumulative, pioneer, comprehensive, produced in this region of Latin America and the Caribbean. That also contributes to the follow-up and the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, that common agenda that we have as humanity, and also with other regional instruments such as the Regional Agenda, the International Plan of Action, the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, the World Agreement for Safe and Orderly Migration, the Urban Agenda, and others. So we're talking about synergies, so we're talking about the implementation, we're talking about progress. And so what lies ahead with this second report that has been presented by ECLAC, that second regional report? And in this panel, we want to focus on 3 chapters of the consensus: rights, needs, responsibilities, and demands of boys, girls, teenagers, and young people, Chapter B. Chapter D, universal access to sexual and reproductive health services, and Chapter E, that refers to gender equality. Please allow me to talk about the enormous synergy, between the Montevideo Consensus and an agenda which is cumulative in our region, and with thinking that recognizes that inequality in our region is structural in nature, and that we need transformative policies that focus on all inequalities, but that have a clearly intersectional approach that involve considering ethnic, racial relevance, sexual preferences, age, socioeconomic levels, the condition of rural living conditions based on dialogue, but at the same time, we have spoken of these contexts. And in the regional conference on women, we have also discussed this. We're talking of ever-changing contexts. The pandemic clearly evidenced this, and no one can save him or herself alone. No one can make these changes alone, but also within demographic epidemiological context involving also the effects of climate change and disasters, what we have called a crisis of development that leads us to view consensus, the Montevideo Consensus, and all the agreements that this is linked to, including all the agreements and conventions related to human rights, as an invitation to the implementation and to transformational and structural change. At the same time, I believe that this highlights the importance of ensuring and mobilizing financial resources. This is something that we have mentioned in several reports. We are in a context of small fiscal space. Many countries in Latin America and the Caribbean spend more on the payment of the debt than on health or on education, and that is a reality, in addition to climatic emergencies and disasters that impact several areas under the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities that the region has also put forward within the UN. So we are not beginning from scratch. We have a lot to commemorate. We have a lot to celebrate. But undoubtedly, we face enormous challenges as humanity and as a region, and we have to respond to that. And therefore, the methodology of this panel, and we have asked panelists questions on institutional framework, on which public policies they would highlight, on evaluation, monitoring, on challenges. And the idea is for each panelist to have 8 minutes. And after that, we can then open up the floor for the interventions of the delegations so that they can express their comments and opinions. Now, this is always a challenge because obviously there's a lot to be said, and time is always scarce, and we have to control that in order to make progress. So first of all, I'd like to offer the floor to Carla Bisotti, Minister of Health of Argentina. She's a specialist in internal health in the University of Buenos Aires and in infectious diseases, a specialist in social systems, and she is a founder and president of the Argentinian Society of Vaccines and Epidemiology, and with a long experience in epidemiology and public health. She has also acted as advisor of the WHO, advisor to Congress, and advisor to several specialized entities at a national and international level. She has been Minister of Health of Argentina since February 2021, and before that she was Secretary of Access to Health in the nation, and was in charge of the National Authority for the Control of Immunopreventable Diseases of the Ministry of Health between 2007 and 2016. You have the floor, Minister. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. I was listening to the introduction, and if I had to introduce myself, I would say that I'm a health worker who had to work as Minister of Health and be a woman during a difficult period, because as you have said over and over again, as a result of the impact of the pandemic, and as a result of the pandemic, we have been able to advance in the law for the voluntary interruption of pregnancy. So this experience of these years will be very important for us. We will not forget them, and in Argentina with that major achievement. And so from a personal viewpoint and from an institutional viewpoint as minister, and also as an Argentinian woman, it's an honor for me to be here and to share the experience and the progress with you based on regulatory frameworks, based on public policies, on monitoring and accountability, and especially on the challenges related to this very important issue. I've already said some things, and other things have been said in different discussions, but our country has a very big commitment. Our president, on the 10th of December 2019, when he took office, one of the priorities of his commitments was the rights of women and of diversities. It was his commitment to submit the law for the voluntary interruption of pregnancy, to create the Ministry of Women, Gender and Diversity, with cultural and structural dimensions that produce inequalities and violence as a result of gender. We created a cross-cutting cabinet for gender policies involving ministers from the whole country, and created the Ministry of Health of the nation because it had been degraded to become a lower authority, prioritizing health before knowing that we were going to face the worst health crisis in 100 years. We also created the area for gender and diversities, and we increased the level of sexual and reproductive rights authority, and to report directly to the head of the cabinet. We have a national plan for gender policies and diversity in public health that establishes lines of actions in order to mainstream the gender perspective in health policies within our hospitals and in a federal country with 24 different jurisdictions. And as from the national sexual plan and responsible procreation that is now 10 years old, and something that makes us very proud is the plan of unintentional pregnancy during teenage years. All these public policies are implemented in our national hospitals, 12 in all, and it is then coordinated with the different jurisdictions and with all different subsectors, social security, medicine in the National Federal Health Council, where we implement public policies in our country. Our robust regulatory framework, well, we're very proud of that. I already mentioned this during my opening speech. Our right of access to the interruption of pregnancy was the result of the struggle of feminists, and that enabled the Congress to pass this law. And when we look at the experience of women's movements in Argentina, they have known how to achieve rights, to conquer rights, and we're very proud to be part of a government that accompanies those rights, generating a legal framework that has to be defended every single day, not only to uphold it, but to continue to transform those rights into realities. The prevention of unintentional pregnancies among teenagers is a program that prioritizes 12 provinces, that defines early detection and the detection of sexual abuse and forced pregnancy, as well as the protection of sexual and reproductive rights of people with disabilities. And as from this authority, we work with an intercultural approach and with an approach on disabilities that is very intense, and we participate in the council of members of these organizations. We have our comprehensive sexual education law, and a very important aspect that we have is the public production of medicines. And within that public production of medicines, we have the Remediar medical kit, which enables which gains access to many healthcare centers, and which includes medicines that will be produced at a national level, and we're presently distributing that in the Remediar. We're distributing these medicines in these medical kits, and that is for the treatment of the interruption of pregnancy with the highest standards.
There are important measures. One, access to contraceptive methods, availability of emergency contraception without recipe at the pharmacies, and the plan from the federal level was expanded throughout the country. In relation to follow-up mechanisms, it is very important not only to monitor for corrective actions, but also the accountability of this work. From the directorate, we publish management reports, monitoring graph the line of sexual health, an annual report produced by Sexual Health Division, and the most important data is a 40% drop of maternal mortality because of abortion, which is the lowest mortality level. We will continue working so that mortality is our goal as mortality zero because of the abortion. So mifepristone was approved and reduction of adolescent fertility rate, which drops to 46% in 4 years. Challenges are related to this right reaches the whole country, so independent from the place where the people live, independent from the thinking. And because this is an individual decision, has been a milestone in the public health, and we will continue working so this right is accessible to everyone. The decision of our president is highly appreciated, as well as women and groups which are part of this history. Without you, we wouldn't been able to turn this right into a reality. And despite the years we have taken to have this reality and to take this right to every place in our country. Thank you. Thank you, Minister Carla Bisotti, for the rights came into a reality. I think that this is the time for substantial equality. I would like to take advantage to take this opportunity to acknowledge the workers of health workers and also the community movements which were in the front line. Yeah, they are doing that job which sustain life in our communities. Second, we have Cindy Quesada, Minister of the Status of Women of Costa Rica. She's in that position since May 2022. A new ministry, she's graduated from law, has studies in public policies, community policies, and she has led the program Gender Route, aiming at eradicating violence against women, focused on increasing the number of denunciations, support to these women, and economic support. When you've got 2 minutes left, I'm going to show you this card. Good afternoon. What are the institutional changes in our regulations? We can say that about 5 years ago, in terms of gender equality, health, and sexual and reproductive rights, the main progress over the last years, first was the approval of the technical standards to execute the therapeutic abortion and the protocol of care, which have brought about a process of raising awareness and training for the health public service and private health personnel as well. The modernization of contraception system and free access to young and adult women have been in line with continuous training to medical staff and distribution of information to the women so everyone can have access free of charge to all this information. The drop of the percentage of adolescents' pregnancy in line with the law of a responsible paternity, and so the deliveries in 2021 of adolescent 15 to 19 years old is 8.9%, with total birth in the year 2000 was 20.5%. the approval of the law 1081, providing care to women, respecting the delivery and post-delivery. January the 1st, 2022 is a milestone in terms of warranty rights to pregnant women's, and regulation will allow homogenizing the quality of service and providing the possibility to have access and correct follow-up to the implementation of this program throughout all the maternities in the country. The hospital practices accompanying and on the pregnancy guarantee the right of women, but also includes the elements of intersectional approach of indigenous women, respecting their cultural cosmovision and autochthonous practices. At present, we are passing a survey on the women perception in relation to the care provided by public institution in sexual and reproductive health, especially women of social diversity, with the objective to know the experience of women of specific populations on the care they receive in these services. And incidence process to incorporate good practices in sectors of Afro-descendant, indigenous women, LGBTQ T+, migrant women, among others. Other instruments to bridge a gap, so we can call the gender mechanisms represented by myself as part of the National Sectorial Council, which has taken this topic at the level of national security. All has to do with the violence against women. The national strategy to fight against harassment, the roadmap of a gender strategy, fighting violence focused on regionalization of services, accompanying and advising women psychologically and legally, creating 32 points for that access to information, including an eradication of consultation of the social and private sector, creating and raising awareness problem, identification of safe space for women, providing them protection in the public transport free from harassment, in line with protocols which are included in the manual of the drivers. Anyone should be qualified according to this protocol, and there is new chapter related to eradication of street harassment. Finally, the use of an app to create panic button mechanisms to have access, to provide access to disabled people. Another decree is the declaration of public interest that the National Plan on Equal Gender and Climate Actions, which relate the contribution of women, the ancestral knowledge, participation in risk management issues, emergency response, and activity related to green and blue economies, all these related to just transition. The regulation of a list of goods for the basic basket to include feminine hygiene products as menstrual justice law to strengthen the national employment system with 50% of women and other tools in line with the public policy, paying attention to violence, regionalization, and the gender roadmap, economic autonomy, responsibility and care, modification of funds, of access to women, incorporation of specific reforms to regulations and access to rural loans, identification of protocols related to violence against women by their partners, law for victims of femicide to prevent political violence, horizontal parity law are some of the elements that we have included for the active participation of women. And these are the great challenges that we have. Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for providing this information that principle of equality is closely related to end up with every discrimination against women. This progress has been important to state that gender equality covers the three dimensions of sustainable development, not only the social dimension, but also the economic dimension. And so part of the celebration of these 10 years of commitment is to celebrate the status of the mechanisms for women's progress this year. This is in the report, but it has been already mentioned, and by Argentina, and we inaugurated G2020. But this year we have the Ministry of Women of Brazil, which has been back, as expressed by Brazilian delegation, the Ministry of Women in Ecuador, in Panama, and the Ministry of Equality and Equity in Colombia. Mechanisms which are making progress in their institutionality. So we will continue now with a round of interventions. Now, Ana Cristina González Vélez, researcher and expert in gender equality aspects. She is physician, master degree in social research, PhD, and bioethics and ethical applied to collective health with a broad experience in research, teaching, consultant in the United Nations system, national director of public health in Colombia. And she is co-founder on the board for Life Women and the organization which gave rise to Just Cause movement, expert in regulation about abortion. And also she was acknowledged by Time magazine as one of the 10 most influential persons in the world, and she is co-founder of the organization's position for the right to make decisions. Thank you so much, Ana. Thank you for this invitation. It's a great pleasure to be in this table 10 years after our struggle, ending up in Montevideo Consensus. I'm going to focus for the right to abortion in line with the Montevideo Consensus on universal access to reproductive health. One of the specific sections is a voluntary interruption of pregnancy related to 40, 42, and 43 measures, because after 10 years of Montevideo Consensus, no actor committed to compliance of this consensus should have considered abortion as a taboo. Not the government, not the United Nations agencies, they all have to guarantee for full right of sexual and reproduction right. And struggling for abortion is a paradigm in our region, and what I'm going to call here a cultural battle which commits life and dignity of women. I'm going to start by saying that some interpretation in terms of some statement which is included in the document that has been presented based on indicator of SDG say that abortion is regulated in 31% of the countries of the region. And I would say that all the countries of the region, they have some regulations about abortion. Not all the countries, but in every country, abortion is still a crime, except in some cases when the indication model is used and when it's not applicable during some time during pregnancy, when the deadline model is applied. If we take 33 countries and member state of ECLAC, is 18.8% of the countries have term models. 18% have the protection of life of women, and 21% of the countries completely forbid abortion. El Salvador, Honduras, Jamaica, Haiti, Nicaragua, Dominican Republic, and Suriname. However, despite the situation, I can highlight as a main achievement in our region the progress made in terms of the legal framework of the 30 years that we have after Cairo, and in these 10 years where at least 6 countries had made changes over this decade. That is Argentina, Bolivia, which expanded the COSUS model, Colombia, which has the most warranties model of the Latin America and the Caribbean, Chile with the COSUS model, Mexico, we just added 11 states where the abortion per term has been decriminalized. And this, in all the cases, the movement towards the liberalization of laws are preceded by the struggle of feminist movement.
And other movements that for decades have tried to change laws or legal frameworks using litigation strategically and contributing to the social depenalization through a coordinated work. It is undeniable. What is undeniable is the link between this progress and the existence of solid movements, as is also mentioned by the report prepared by the feminist articulation Mercosur within the framework of the 10 years of the Montevideo Consensus. And since it is clear that this progress is related to this movement. That, in addition, constitutes a progress in terms of equality, because, as mentioned a while ago by Anna, one of the structural nodes of inequality is discriminatory cultural patterns and violent patterns that are at the basis for the exercise of sexual and reproductive rights. And one of those patterns is the regulations that are reported based on a less valuation of the role of women that refuse maternity as a fate and seek to prohibit abortion. In terms of public policies, with regards to these issues, crimes and the legal frameworks that create models with more or less prohibition are not the only legal frameworks. There are health regulations that provide requirements, deadlines, reflection times, accompaniment teams, and that sometimes favor access, but place the decision of women under the decision of health professionals, and even more so, access to medicines is prohibited, controlled, or subject to scarcity or availability problems, as outlined by the report prepared by CELADE. And there are access barriers that are also mentioned in that document. In fact, the criminalization in terms of abortion in our region has two characteristics that are of great concern. First of all, the sentences that go beyond the sentences for practically any other crime, and even up to 40 or 50 years, as occurs in El Salvador, or we have twice as many sentences for abortions against women, twice as many as those that exercise violence against women. In other words, it's a crime that is highly prosecuted. And this is a challenge for a region, because we must not only liberalize this throughout the region, but also ensure access and thus the effective guarantee of these services. But the real challenge lies in a profounder root, which is the struggle for the reproductive freedom of women, because the decisions on their bodies that are for reproduction are decisions also upon life and upon life projects. And if it's impossible to choose maternity, the road ahead for women is to be forced to have pregnancies that they don't desire and to become mothers. However, choosing under equal conditions implies recognizing the full citizenship of women, and the fundamentalist anti-rights groups have chosen as their flagship the imposition of restrictions to the decisions by women, undermining the creation of an idea which is that of the fetus as a person and therefore subject of rights. Is waging an absolute war against pregnant women and fetuses, creating a false idea of separation between both of them. And in fact, in many contexts, stating that the rights of the latter are over and above that of women themselves, and thus they become enemies of the state and criminals, with the aggravating circumstance that their effects fall upon rural women, girls, and impoverished women. And that Therefore, I believe and I want to suggest, in order to face up to this challenge, that the road ahead is the elimination of hate crime, which is ineffective because it doesn't prevent that which it seeks to prevent, because women that want to abort do this regardless of their life and health. And that is unfair because it impacts on certain women, and it is also discriminatory because it only exists in order to punish women. Without this movement towards this elimination, the rights will continue to be impacted that go beyond health and reproductive rights and that encompass dignity, equality, freedom of consciousness, and thus the freedom of women. And I conclude by saying that this debate goes beyond abortion. The main idea is the fundamental recognition of humanity and of the full citizenship of women and girls, which are fundamental for life in a democracy. I would like to conclude by quoting Antonio Scurati, an Italian author, that in an interview in El País recently stated that democracy is based on the struggle for democracy. And that struggle represents the flag of democracy. It is its essence, as is the struggle for the reproductive freedom of women, which is also the essence of that freedom. And therefore, we continue, and we will continue to be here waging this cultural battle of the century, which has to do with our reproductive freedom.
Las batallas culturales.
Cultural battles that we still have to wage, the cultural battle of the century, as mentioned by Ana Cristina González, within a context of great heterogeneity still in the region, and the importance of choosing in equal conditions as a basis for the most modern notion of democracy and citizenship. Now we would like to offer the floor to Sandra Castañeda Martinez. She is General Coordinator of the Latin American and Caribbean Women's Health Network. She is a lawyer, a feminist activist, a defender of human rights, specializing in political studies and cooperation relations between Latin America and Europe at the Center for Latin American Studies of Heidelberg University, specializing on the human rights of women here at the University of Chile. Sandra, you have the floor. Thank you. I thank ECLAC, UNFPA, and the governments represented in this meeting, and especially thanks to my feminist colleagues who have placed their heart on the face of a woman in the Montevideo Consensus agenda for us in the Latin American and Caribbean Women's Health Network. It is the population and development agenda has been fundamental, and we have historically contributed to the development and obviously to the Montevideo Consensus since 2003. And we believe that in that sense, clearly, there are many issues that we monitor and that are fundamental, that are of fundamental importance to us. But we believe that at present, what is important is to focus on equality and on sexual and reproductive rights, because undoubtedly the Montevideo Consensus has implied tremendous progress for the different populations that have been considered within that consensus. But we also see that as a result of the more in-depth causes of the feminization of poverty and of women in the region and of women in all our diversities, we believe that what we require today is to underscore in political terms and to summon states present in this fifth meeting of the presiding officers of the Conference on Population and Development about the scope of care policies. And we cannot just have any care policy. We must have a care policy with a feminist approach, comprehensive, and with a public policy approach. And thus, we have decided to focus on the chapter on gender equality of this second report, because the issue of the feminization of care and of poverty, it is true that has scaled up recently. It has scaled up in the public agenda now as a result of the crisis triggered by the pandemic. But feminists for many decades now have been calling attention and denouncing the structural problem problems of the issue of care, because at the end of the day, it becomes a structural way to discriminate and oppress women as a result of the patriarchal and extractivist system that has exploited both women and their territories. And we want to make a special emphasis on the issue of territories, because it's impossible to talk about care. It's impossible to talk about the care of life without including the issue of territories, and even less so in our region that has been impacted by the predator interests that have led to the environmental crises that we're experiencing, and that has definitely impacted and is still impacting in a differentiated manner, and especially our indigenous and Afro-descendant women's population. This has all this has been documented, has come to the fore, and we believe that this we regard this as progress. In 2018, UN Women submitted a report to redistribute and reduce care work, and evidenced the care work undertaken by women in order to take this issue to the social, economic, and political agenda at a regional and national level as a cross-cutting axis in terms of the redistribution and reduction of care work. As has already been said, this represents a progress that is accompanied by the synergy between this agenda of the Montevideo Consensus with other agendas, as is the case of the Council of Human Rights that this year issued its first resolution that acknowledges the impact of the redistribution of the care by women, of girls, boys, women, and disabled persons from a gender perspective. This was an initiative that was presented by many countries of the world and is worthwhile highlighting, but from our region, we were there promoting this proposal, and and Argentina or Mexico were very active in this sense. And this declaration emphasizes that redistribution must be done within families, communities, and the private sector and the states. And this could be something that we often say, we often repeat, but in actual fact, we haven't often seen this translated into policy instruments that could be applicable by governments of the region. Before this declaration, before this resolution that only came out this year, in 2022, we saw that as a result of OAS, the governments in the region approved the Inter-American Model Law on Care, which is an instrument that we believe is extremely important. And we would truly like to call upon governments to implement that instrument at a national level, because it is a legal instrument that is very powerful and that is able to uphold new social agreements of an irreversible nature, and that seek to advance in the progressive nature of the rights of women, placing the state as a guarantor of those rights with concrete obligations for its implementation. Likewise, we have the two commitments, the Santiago commitment and the Buenos Aires commitment of the 2020 and 2022, respectively, which are two very powerful tools. The Santiago one that took part during the 14th Conference on Women includes very important elements, because it refers to the implementation of counter-cyclical policies in order to eliminate inequalities, because it refers to accounting for the multiplying effects of promoting the economy of care, and because it refers to the importance and need to design comprehensive care systems. These three aspects, and given that this is a commitment entered into by countries of the region, is fundamental and can truly shape or give rise to a change of the intersectionality and the intercultural nature of proposals. A very similar instrument is the Buenos Aires commitment that was approved during the 15th Women's Conference. Now, this is all progress, and we truly hope that governments will be able to take these on board. But it is especially important to mention that this progress is not enough without the political willingness of the states, and we need to have them to have real budgets that make sure that the historical burden of paid and unpaid work is redistributed, and that we can move from the feminization of care to the economy of care as a precondition to advance on a regional gender agenda. Thank you.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you, Sandra, for putting the sustainability of love and planet at the center of this and the call that has been made in the region, especially Buenos Aires commitment, the idea that care is a growing need. We haven't resolved children care, and over the next years, we have to link this to demographic changes. And invite you next week. We are going to be presenting the social landscape of this situation by ECLAC, paid and unpaid work, and this and the meaning of this for women. And what is even more important, the region, which is saying that the care is a right. Argentina, with the resolution of the Human Rights Council, the Inter-American Consultative Court, upon request of Argentina and many other organizations and the system of the United Nations, we have submitted opinions, and this is a sector which can dynamize the economy. High levels of social return, and this is something, as Sandra said, has been debated for many years by now, and we are witnessing now the leverage of this topic. We will continue. Well, thank you so much to all the panelists which have observed the time allocated, and we are going to continue with Valeria Vasquez, Executive Director of Elige Red, Young People for the Sexual and Reproductive Rights. For 5 years, she worked in the government of the City of Mexico, coordinating training for bachelor's students, and at present, she is the executive director of this Elige Red de Jóvenes por los Derechos Sexuales y Reproductivos, which is a feminist organization of young people working for the defense and promoting sexual rights, and she's part of the coordination of Latin American Caribbean network of young people for sexual rights. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I thank all the feminists so the civil society can be open to this information as well. So the regional report, I mean, this is an invitation for you to read it. And I'm going to be sharing data as from chapter B, which has to do with the youth. But this chapter B dialogues with other chapters, chapter on genders, on indigenous people, Afro-descendants, and sexual and reproductive rights. This report, you can revisit it permanently. And if you want to recognize abortion indicators, you can back and forward, going back and forward in this document to find all the information you need. There is a lot of progress here, but many challenges also, such as racism, classism, machismo, and adult-centric approach among young people. And in chapter B, this starts by saying that we know that if we have an age framework and an analysis of the same from 15 to 29 years of age, which is different in different countries of the region. And so there is a parameter for the region in this regard. And not only is including young people, but also children. So the number of, in terms of age, is from 0 years of age. And from there, different living conditions, as from the indicators, including the consensus, such as education, unemployment, and violence, apart from sexual and reproductive rights. By 2021, the countries reported that the young people below 18% living in poverty was almost 45% of the population, and mental health prevalence of suicide as the third cause of death in the region, which is highly worrisome because it triggered the alert that this during the COVID-19 pandemic, but that doesn't mean that this wasn't happening before that. And not only education should be approaching this and the strategies of some countries to recognize technical strategies, but education was a barrier. I mean, there's spaces where there was not light or internet, but we should add that education is in depth with young people and adolescents is not guaranteed a better future because they don't want to end up their bachelor's degree because that is not a guarantee of better opportunity. School prevalence is not only an indicator as of such as dropout because of adolescent pregnancy, but also because of the teachers and other educational staff, which is having impact on this. There is a depth in terms of comprehensive education, which is not recognized as a broad dimension in our lives. And with this, we can tie this with other areas of difficulties, such as machism and fundamentalism approach, which has stopped reproducing books talking about marriage and some other things that we have found in the region. We have some figures on employment, unemployment as well in the year 2021, which has been doubled, and we would add precarious employment for young people. There's no social security. We're going to grow old and we're not going to have pension. There's no medical insurance, and many of the employment for young people also talks about violence. At least there are at least 20 homicides per 100,000. And this number is 2021. We don't know what happens in 2023, but I'm sure that organized crime has taken a lot of young brothers and also the high index of feminicides among adolescents in this region, and as well as missing individuals. There is also reference to participation. 6 countries have practices on participation. I would like to say that we have quantitative data, and we're missing the qualitative data to see how this participation is providing effective tools for the youth, and they are heard and not beneficiary of the process and part of the decision-making processes. And I don't know how to share these, but in the report, there is a participation as an indicator, and the public spaces, presence of youth in public spaces and LGBTQ march in this region, analyzing why activism is an indicator of participation. There are also other data that we would like to discuss in terms of sexual and reproductive health, which are related to abortion. There is a fertility rate, 20.5% in adolescents from 10 to 40 years of age. I would say the prevalence of sexual violence, which have not been prevented or cared, and no repetition of this has not been warranted. We think that there are many things to revisit, what happens with adolescents and young women. Some of these situations reflect in a declaration that was read about civil society. And I think that one of the conclusions is that it's important to recognize that we have lost the opportunity to invest in the demographic context of adolescents and youth. There is a change in the demographic scene in the region, and employment was mentioned as well as care system. If we have a social system which, or the social protection, which is overburdened, we are going to have a collapsed system when we are elderly adults. So we have to work to prevent this from occurring, so we can have a decent old agents. We have to continue making progress, and we request the states that we should continue with the progress made up until today. Thank you, Valeria, for highlighting this great debt that we have with children and adolescents and youth. This is a region that have the longest educational blackout, which had a clear impact and has posed a threat for a lost decade in this sense. So what you have stated in terms of the life course and intergenerational dialogue for a decent life call us for taking action. We will continue with Dominga Kukul, Indigenous Youth Representative of Maya culture from Belize. Dominga is coming from the Mopan city in Belize, and she is a proud Maya woman which expressed a story of fight to achieve first degree and in finances in the Belize University, an enormous trajectory in the academia, but also in the social media, a platform to highlight the Belize culture and the activities undertaken in that field. Dominga, you are recognized. Do you have 8 minutes? You will speak in English, is that correct? Yes, okay.
Greetings, everyone, from my beautiful people of Belize. Greetings in my language in Kekchi. I am now expected to speak for my voiceless sisters, the Maya women and female children of Belize. We are indeed voiceless, the product of a system that has quieted us for many years. Our language is almost obsolete, and the education system is designed for learning English and the modern way of life. Such act has invalidated cultural values and marginalized the voice of the Maya people. We talk about rights, but I will not understand the supposed rights that have been designed for me if it is in a cultural system that is different from my cultural system and in a language that is not my language, then I have been effectively excluded. This is the case for many young women in the rural indigenous communities of Belize. When it comes to sexual and reproductive health and rights, When it comes to the national, When it comes to sexual and reproductive health and rights, the national teenage pregnancy rate is still way too high. 57 out of every 1,000 girls between the ages of 15 to 19 in 2021. Other related issues include self-administered unsafe abortion, rape, and gender violence, which are happening and often not reported for fear of violence from perpetrators. In many cases, persons in a position of power or authority are the ones who perpetrate these egregious acts against young Maya women, which is double tragedy. Then there is the matter of access to sexual and reproductive health care, which still remains a challenge for Mayan women and girls. In 2002, the sexual and reproductive health policy was adopted by Belize, which addresses the rights of individuals to exercise their sexual rights and freedom. This was a major achievement because it also defines the role of and duties of all duty bearers. However, in spite of the principles of such a policy and the guarantee of access, these services only become available to young people accompanied by a parent or guardian, despite the age of consent. And the lack of awareness of such policies and rights essentially makes this document mute to many. Although contraceptives are available at health clinics and can be purchased at many local drugstores and or grocery stores, especially male condoms, the information regarding the importance, possible side effects, proper use, and acceptance of such contraceptives is still taboo. Young women in rural communities are often forced to have sexual intercourse without protection against their will because of lack of information and or because of gender-based violence, including sexual violence. Because of cultural expectations, the Maya people may be or feel shunned or discriminated against as they try to access these services and products. There is plenty of room for educating within the proper cultural context of our Maya communities. Maya women are women. We are entitled to the same rights as others. We are a peaceful and respectful people, which is often misinterpreted as a trait of weakness. We need to be heard, and I ask your support for mechanisms that will afford us the ability to participate as Indigenous women while ensuring our sexual and reproductive well-being. Cultural diversity is necessary in all decision-making and must ensure Maya women representation. That is the only way our voices will be heard. This also means that proper consultation and participation must be realized before decisions are made regarding our well-being, especially our sexual well-being. The voices of Indigenous people must be considered in policymaking to include our unique perspective to ensure no one is left behind. We must also accept that young women and young men must have access to sexual and reproductive health services and education, void of any discrimination, in our Indigenous language and with consideration for any appropriate cultural context. Thank you. Toho kre, Bantiosh, gracias.
Thank you, Dominga Kukul. Cultural diversity is necessary, and we are talking about representation, resources, and rights. No, so I think the continuum between information, education, sexual education, that is so important, and services, as you mentioned, is key. Vamos entonces.
Now we'll open up the floor. Thank you very much for your time. I would say that later on, all panelists will be able to also make use of the floor. I'll offer you the 1 minute possibility so that you can talk about some final ideas, the challenges, the problems, the things that can help us to effectively implement the Montevideo Consensus. and the Buenos Aires commitment. Sometimes I get confused because these two cities or two countries are next to each other. But there is a lot of work on population and development. In Cairo, we spoke about the Beijing conference, about Vienna and so on. I see that Chile has asked for the floor. We will also be holding the ECOSOC meeting presided by Chile that will be held here in January, and we will be talking about the future of work, which is a fundamental aspect for the development of our region. So we open up this discussion, first of all, with member countries. Chile, you have the floor. And I don't know who asked for the floor first, but I'll go in order. Thank you, high authorities, delegates, and delegations present. We thank the panel for your interventions that lead us to reflect on the measures to experience sexual and reproductive rights of women, girls, teenagers, and LGBTIQ plus communities. On behalf of the Ministry of Women and Gender Equality of Chile, I would like to highlight the progress and the challenges of our country when it comes to catering for the sexual violence, comprehensive sexual education, and the access to the interruption of pregnancy. First of all, one of the most complex issues linked to sexual violence in our country is the lack of specialized care in this sense. When we took office, the 3 centers for sexual violence had a 1-year waiting list to provide services. The victims of sexual violence had to wait for 1 year to be catered for by specialized centers that are highly valued on the part of their users, but clearly they cannot cater for all the needs of women in our country. As a government, we have attached a budget priority to this issue, and therefore this year and the beginning of next year, we will launch 3 new care centers for women that have survived sexual violence, one in the metropolitan region, one in Alto Hospicio, and one in Coquimbo. Now, this also listening to the recommendations of the Committee of Experts on the Committee of Monitoring of the Endo-Para Convention that calls upon governments to provide comprehensive care to victims of sexual violence that includes medical treatment, psychological treatment, legal and social help, and guaranteeing the sexual and reproductive right of women and their right to life, eliminating and establishing public policies that enable the interruption of pregnancies. And now, with regards to the progress in terms of education, the community and civil society have been absolutely fundamental. And an example of that is the non-sexist education events last year. In that first event, that involved the participation of more than 1,300 high school establishments, and a large percentage were public schools. And this was a real milestone in terms of working with educational communities to tackle this right. The second event reached more than 4,000 establishments throughout the country. Our voices become law, and this was the name of the event, of this event promoted by the Ministry of Education and by our own ministry. This involved a participative process involving children from 3 to 4 years of age and up to high school, and that enables us to have a solid basis for participation and inputs that generate a bill validated by communities that actually reflect their own needs. During this month, we also launched the technical and pedagogical guidelines for gender mainstreaming in preschool education, entitled A Gender Perspective, an Opportunity for Comprehensive Well-Being, that proposes ways of dealing with gender roles and the prevention of violence during early childhood. All these initiatives are linked to the commitment entered into in the Montevideo Consensus that seeks to ensure the effective implementation of comprehensive educational programs for sexuality with a participative, intercultural approach on gender and human rights, where we know face challenges, but we have entered the commitment in terms of making progress and of not going back in the strengthening of comprehensive education. One of the main progress in terms of sexual and reproductive rights is the law for the voluntary interruption of the pregnancy on 3 grounds. The role of civil society in the implementation of this law has been fundamental. It has been the feminist organizations, and many of whom are present here, that have detected the weaknesses in the implementation of that law and that have systematized these deficiencies and have provided that information to the state. At present, we have made headway along these lines, for example, with the development of the manual to supervise the law that enables us to know, as from state institutions, the present situation of the law out in the field. Faced with the challenges of implementation of this, especially access as on the grounds of rape, we have observed that since the voluntary interruption of pregnancy was became a service in the explicit health guarantees, that demand has increased, and this reflects the administrative measures that the government can take in order to overcome the gaps in this very important health service. Acknowledging the challenges that we have in this matter, we call upon human rights defenders and as well as the UN system agencies, especially the UNFPA, to continue with their work jointly with a common objective of overcoming these gaps and achieving sexual and reproductive justice for girls and women in all their diversity. Thank you. Thank you. We continue with Paraguay, and I would thank delegates to only use 3 minutes and nothing more than that, so that we can have an adequate closing session. Maximum 3 minutes, please. We thank panelists for their valuable interventions and reflections. I would like to first of all highlight the importance of this type of event that enables us to jointly assess the progress and the challenges in this aspect. The establishment of this panel is also something that needs to be highlighted, because together with government actors, civil society and international agencies, they all play a fundamental role in terms of population and development in our region. As from the national perspective, the gender equality policy is implemented via the 4th National Equality Plan 2018-2024. As from the network of gender mechanisms, we promote mainstreaming efforts of the gender perspective in state institutions in order to identify actions that consider investment in gender in order to reduce gaps between men and women. In late 2022, we approved the National Policy on Care up to 2030. And we're presently studying the bill that will create the national care system. An important challenge is the acknowledgement and economic and social valuation of non-remunerated work, including domestic work and care work via the consolidation of the care system and the approval of the plan of action of the national policy and its effectiveness with an adequate budget. In health, the expansion has been significant over the past few years. The challenges faced by our country are linked to the rate of maternal and child mortality and teenage pregnancies. The care for chronic diseases as a result of the epidemiological transition, oncological diseases, and morbidity as a result of the high index of accidents. In terms of sexual and reproductive health services, the Ministry of Public Health and Social Well-being has a program called Sexual and Reproductive Health, and its actions reached on average the goal established by 26.6% during this period. We reduced the rate of child mortality from 19.8 per 1,000 live births in 2013 to 16.4 per 1,000 live births in 2022, despite the fact that we must make even more efforts to continue with that downward trend. And likewise, the mortality rate of under 5-year-olds also has a downward trend at 20 per 1,000 live births in 2018 to 18.2% per 1,000 live births in 2021. The national program for sexually transmitted diseases has overcome has gone beyond the goal established for this period. And in terms of the reduction of avoidable maternal deaths, we have reached a 72.2% of that goal, undertaking various initiatives so that we can continue to make progress. Among them, the Neonatal Alliance and the national mobilization to reduce maternal and neonatal mortality.
Sí,
Cerrando.
La educación sexual integral, que entre otras cosas es considerada una herramienta fundamental para prevenir abusos y embarazos no intencionales, se encuentra contemplada en el Código de la Niñez y la Adolescencia. El establecimiento de un marco rector acorde a la realidad nacional para el currículo educativo es un desafío pendiente. En el marco del Plan Nacional de Salud Sexual y Reproductiva 2019-2023, el Plan Nacional de Salud Adolescente está en proceso de lanzamiento. Se instalaron servicios de atención de salud integral para adolescentes denominados consultorios amigables, desde donde se proporciona a esta franja poblacional una atención diferenciada e integral donde se imparte orientación y se fomenta la prevención de enfermedades. Finalmente, reconociendo que a pesar de nuestros avances aún existe camino por recorrer, renovamos nuestro compromiso de continuar empeñando nuestros máximos esfuerzos para seguir afianzando progresos conforme al marco jurídico interno y a las prioridades, desafíos y necesidades particulares de la realidad nacional. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, delegada de Paraguay. Pasamos por dar cuenta de...
Thank you, Delegate of Paraguay, for joining us the challenges presented by them. And now we give the floor to Panama. Maximum 3 minutes, please. Good afternoon, everyone. As a member country of the 5th meeting of the presiding officers of Regional Conference on Population and Development, and I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge ECLAC and the Division of Population and UNFPA Office for the preparedness of the 2nd national report to talk about social reproduction of life. Invites us to observe the legal framework existing measure to guarantee respect for the sexual and reproductive rights of every individual. Panama is committed to the universal access to sexual reproductive health, equal gender, and the care throughout life from childhood to adolescence and adults. The Ministry of Health, together with the Panamanian Society of Obstetrics and Gynecology, have developed a comprehensive protocol for violence against women, children, and to focus critical issues related to sexual and reproductive health and master plan of health during childhood, adolescence, and which is focused on promoting responsible sexuality among adolescents and the right to live without violence. Also, 8 standards of quality have been implemented to improve care provided to adolescents. The Panamanian state has developed guidelines and actions for the implementation of the strategy promoting health with a view to improving and strengthening the public system of comprehensive health, including access to sexual and reproductive rights through timely information to make decisions in issues related to sexuality and maternity. We're providing special interest to information through the Master Plan of Health during the first childhood and adolescence with the regulation of spaces towards adolescent in education of values and skills for life, as well as care to primary, as well as focus on primary care. And important laws such as the Law 285 of 2022, establishing the comprehensive protection of the rights of children and adolescents, and Law 346, November 2022, guarantee free access to comprehensive health care for women. And fighting against discrimination, especially in relation to gender identity and sexual reproductive health, we have the guiding principle offering sexual rights and reproductive rights with equity, access, and interculturality approach. We have established services with no discrimination, especially the HIV groups. The defendant in Panama established the Commission Against Discrimination in 2021 with the aim to propose modification to the law to prevent cases of discrimination, including individuals with HIV, AIDS, communities, LGBTQ+, and other vulnerable groups. Universal access to sexual and reproductive health, different sexual care has been provided, and juridical standards to improve access, especially the Institute ORDAT, which is focused on health study and civil society, represented by APLAFA. They are offering specific services for managing the infertile partner. And in terms of mortality, maternal mortality and morbidity, we have implemented the strategic plan 2021-2025, where the comprehensive health provides care to prevention and self-care of men. So with the sexual and reproductive health program, the country is focused on promoting sexual and reproductive health throughout the entire population without any distinction in terms of gender. In terms of a comprehensive reproductive health, we are ruled under the principle of free access to comprehensive care during pregnancy and after delivery in the public institutions. The Ministry of Health, as well as maternal and child program, offer comprehensive care to women during and after delivery, during pregnancy and after delivery. I would like to close by saying that all these require decisions made on scientific evidence and the analysis of financial aspects. So the Ministry of Health cooperate with PAHO to put forward an analysis of the financial aspect of health in Panama, including different aspects of the national financial aspect and impact on funding of health, providing relevant information for decision made in the health sector. Thank you, Panama. Secretary of the Commission of CELARE is saying that the countries that have been authorized to publish the reports are already on the website. So all this information is going to be uploaded to the website as long as you authorize that. I have now Dominican Republic, United States, and Cuba. Please, just 3 minutes at the most. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Ministry of Women of the Dominican Republic, I would like to say that for our country and the current government, gender equality is a key issue on the sectorial public policies, which has enabled not to strengthen progress, which has been historical, but also to include new policies and strategies to continue bridging gaps in different areas. We have made progress in regarding public policies in line with prevention of violence, economic autonomy, and also education. We have the campaign Live Without Violence is Possible, a campaign that has been disseminating services of care and prevention against violence throughout the country, which is a focus on prevention of adolescent pregnancy. We also have a care policy, which apart from giving priority and the first childhood, the disabled people and the young people that's a beneficiary of this employment and decent employment, and also free time for women so they can incorporate to other productive spaces of training and political nature. This policy recognizes the right to care as a transformative approach involving different sectors making progress as well. Towards the recognition of care as a right to guarantee that they are part of social protection system. About sexual and reproductive health, we have a center to promote comprehensive health for adolescents, providing comprehensive information in sexual and reproductive health rights for young people and parents. Another important element is progress towards institutionalization of gender equality, planning and national budget, as well as process of institutional assessment of performance. We also recognize that there are still important challenges to have public and private investment necessary to reach gender equality. Hence, the importance to have disaggregated data to formulate policies according to the national reality of women throughout the national territory, taking into account the different living conditions. Education, women have high educational level. They have more access to all educational level. However, one of the main challenges is that this should be reflected in the incorporation to the labor market. We recognize that we have made progress in terms of electoral regulation, exceeding quotas, and making progress towards parity of no more than 60 and not less than 40% of men and women in the list of candidates. But we need to make progress towards cultural transformations, eliminating the barriers which put limitation of women's participation. Regarding sexual and reproductive health, we have a challenge to make progress in the regulations to decriminalize abortion under some circumstances when the life of women is under risk, when the life of a fetus is not compatible with life, and because of raping. The access to reproductive and sexual health is important to guarantee access in rural and marginalized areas, taking into account poverty conditions and availability of services, as well as to continue preventing adolescent pregnancies and early marriage. Finally, to say that these challenges are opportunities to make progress and the commitment of the government from Dominican Republic in terms of right, and is part of the National Plan for Gender Equality, a life free from violence, and adolescent pregnancy prevention. Thank you. Thank you, Delegate of Dominican Republic. And now we will continue with the Delegate of the United States. Thank you so much. The 20th anniversary of the International Conference of Population and Development represents an opportunity to celebrate inclusive dialogue, which contributed to a decisive moment in the reproductive and sexuality to provide a platform to reassure commitment, fostering progress towards full implementation of 2030 agenda. While we reflect upon progress made in the region, we have also to consider where do we have gaps, especially the warranting a significant inclusion and how we can make progress for men and women and the entire diversity, and how this should be in line with the compliance of programs of action plan of International Conference of Population and Development. The progress in terms of reproductive health reflects impressive achievement over the last 5 decades in relation to shared commitments, changes in social regulations, and creative solutions. The current sustainability of family planning throughout Latin America and the Caribbean represents an important achievement facing international efforts for development in terms of health as well as the rights of women. In every country, which are the demographic transition stage, there are powerful lessons to learn in Latin America and the Caribbean in terms of policies and programs to reduce maternal mortality and the opportunities which are open through economic development.
The alliances between NGOs, governments, USAID, and others produced pioneer models to provide services and also innovations in training, communication for behavioral changes and information systems. Many countries have achieved equality in access to family planning in both urban and rural areas for rich and poor. However, others have not been able to do this, especially when it comes to the population that is poor, indigenous, and non-indigenous. Our alliances in the region continue. For example, I would like to mention that USAID works with the government of Guatemala to improve equitable access, the availability and accessibility to services, information methods on family planning, high-quality family planning, especially in rural areas or in areas that are of difficult access, even through information that is culturally adapted in indigenous languages in order to deal with the main inequalities in opportunities and the support provided to indigenous communities. USAID is prioritizing assistance to organizations led by indigenous people, especially those that work in order to support those communities. With 61% of the population of Guatemala under the age of 30, young people represent a golden opportunity to participate as leaders and partners in the development of the country and of the region. USAID Guatemala has a positive perspective promoting the participation of young people in all its activities, integrating health and the development of the labor force, education, and entrepreneurial activities. Beyond sexual and reproductive health, we are committed to acknowledging and amplifying equality as an engine and as a key principle in all our efforts to help everyone, be it via how we should deal and how we should deal with climate change and its different impact on communities, and also through our responsibility not only to reinforce but also to promote human rights and the dignity of all people in the United States and throughout the world. Thank you. We thank the delegate from the US, and now we offer the floor to the delegate from Cuba. We are really running very short of time. I won't be brief because when a Latin says that he will speak very shortly, that's exactly the opposite. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the quality of the panel and of panelists, a crucial, transcendental issue in outlining the challenges in order to live up to the Montevideo Consensus. I would also like to be self-critical, and I would like to very respectfully point out that whenever we talk about gender, whenever we talk about equality or gender equality, we're talking about women. There are no men there, and that happens likewise in my own country. It's as if we didn't have, as if we did not directly participate in this. Now, I would like to make a comment. First of all, in 2021, my country, and I said this yesterday, so I'm not going to discuss this in detail, issued a presidential decree on the advancement of women so that we could delve deeper with the gender perspective. And within the chapters of the article of that presidential decree was the creation of a an observatory on gender equality. And that observatory has been working since June. It was submitted to the Council of Ministers. And it enables us to study and to socialize the challenges that we face when it comes to gender equality. That observatory, the design of that observatory, was presented to ECLAC, to ECLAC's gender division, and they provided us with very concrete and precise observations that tremendously helped us to improve that, and we wish to thank ECLAC for that publicly. Secondly, I would like to clarify that in the case of Cuba, initially under the criteria of a flexible interpretation of the concept of health of the World Health Organization, since 1968, and after that, confirmed by the legislative body of our country since the 70s, and also confirmed in the family code, abortion is available upon the request of women. If it is conducted in health conditions, in health institutions, and by trained staff for that purpose. If we're talking about an underage woman, obviously that woman has to have the authorization of the parent. And I would like to say that in the research and the studies that we have conducted, despite that we have a long history of the presence of abortion in my country, that is not the main determinant of fertility, but rather the use of contraceptives. And that for us is important. Thank you. Thank you very much. Indeed, breaking away with statistical silence and to have observatories and to provide public accountability is fundamental. Now we'll offer the floor to civil society. In accordance with the Secretariat, we, first of all, Maria del Carmen Gehoff, and after that, ECLAC. Thank you. All afternoon, I was thinking that our task has been to have the tools that we have in boxes. And this is reasonable because since we want the use of tools to be effective, the first thing is to find them. In other words, isoprostol must be in its respective box in the room for sexual health and so on. And we must place all this in little boxes. But I feel that we forget about something that is very important. And that is the context of where these boxes are found. I come from a generation that abandoned Oscar Lewis because he was culturalist. After that, we became structuralists, Marxists, or developmental. After that, we went after Turin to see this from the viewpoint of subjects. And now I feel that given the fact that Ana Cristina says that this is a cultural struggle, we must go outside the box and look at the cultural context in which we are living. This cultural context in general terms very favorable for us, despite the fact that there are also enemies. But we don't have contact with that. And here, what I would like to talk about in favor of literature. For example, in Argentina, there is a lot of young feminist narrative that shares what is happening with girls. And when Valeria spoke about the girls that die, the young women that die, I remembered, and I want to mention that here, the existence of two books from a young feminist writer. The books are called Earth Eater and Misery. Come Tierra, or Earth Eater, is the story of a poor girl. She's not poor people that try to become integrated. And when a teenage girl disappears from the neighborhood, she asks for a small portion of soil. And when she disappears. She then has a notion of where she was buried, and these are girls who were raped and who were then and their bodies were hidden away or burnt away. These are young girls that die as a result of rape or sexual violence. What I want to say, in view of time, is that we go out of the box and look around us, that both men and women do this, that can tell us the story of the cultural context where we are living. This is the cultural context that explains the format of the demonstrations, Ni Una Menos, or the organization of young feminists, and of which we know very little, because I believe that this new world, unfortunately, is very opaque for the perception that we may have with these analytical categories. Thank you.
Las narrativas.
Narratives, cultural battles. ECLAC, you have the floor now. As from the Fund for the Development of Indigenous Peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, which is an international entity which is parity, with in coordination with the indigenous populations of the Amayala Indigenous Forum and the Network of Indigenous Peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean, we held a whole series of dialogues with indigenous youth and women within the anniversary of the Montevideo Consensus and within the framework of our own individual and collective rights. A priority task that we identified by indigenous youth is the intergenerational transmission of knowledge from the elderly to the new generations, so that they may be valued and enforced. Via intergenerational and intercultural dialogues, the knowledge and practice is put to the test of time and counteracting present and future changes. In coordination with the Pan American Health Organization, we have promoted the health program for indigenous youth of Latin America and the Caribbean, conducting a training process at a regional level about intercultural dialogues about sexual and reproductive health, aimed also at health workers, decision makers, and indigenous organizations, and replicated at a territorial level in countries of the region among the youth organization. With the UN Population Fund, we conducted a report, Voices of Indigenous Peoples, and one of the urgent concerns of indigenous youth in the Amazon was the cases of suicide and self-inflicted injuries in the Amazon region. In that sense, it is important to ensure the establishment of dialogues, intergenerational dialogues, and to design and apply public policies in order to strengthen and socialize indigenous knowledge. As ECLAC, we are committed to advance in the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus in coordination with the women's organizations of peoples and of indigenous youth in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. Thank you. And that is a challenge for our panelists now, because in less than a minute, I would like to ask them what is the road ahead, the main message, the main challenge in order to continue to progress and to make substantive equality a reality and to implement the Montevideo Consensus. And we will follow a reverse order. We will begin with Dominga Cucul.
Okay, well, I would like to begin by highlighting that the government of Belize recently removed fees in the public hospital, which therefore promotes universal healthcare access. This eliminates financial barriers, especially for our vulnerable marginalized groups. It increases and enhances our healthcare accessibility. I also would like to commend that our National Children's Parliament, who also recently had the opportunity to debate a proposed bill addressing the issue of child marriage and early unions in Belize. So my final comment would be that achieving gender equality and sexual and reproductive health and right is not impossible. It is possible, but we must work together. We must work collectively to achieve this successful strategic plan that we are here to do. Thank you.
Fernanda.
Fernanda Vasquez. Fernanda's a different person, but my name is Valeria, but never mind. I think we want to continue to work to include those that are missing and that are mentioned in the consensus. And I would also mention the importance of this report, talking to other reports that have been created by civil society organizations, and many of them have been submitted within the framework of this two-day event in order to continue to include perspectives that may be missing. Just that. Thank you. Thank you. Sandra Castañeda now has the floor. The Montevideo Consensus has meant that we have, and to build what we have done has taken us 30 years, those that come from 1994, and 10 years have gone by since the Montevideo Consensus. We have said that this is the most advanced document, not only in Latin America, but at a global level. It has a methodological guideline, an operational guideline that is very comprehensive, which involves all the indicators and priority measures. And it is indeed the document that has enabled us to discuss collectively with governments, with civil society, with academia. I believe that the time has come to generate greater political willingness, bigger budgets, more operational capabilities, so that the Montevideo Consensus is no longer just the most important and most advanced document in the world, but becomes a reality, building the autonomy of women, of peoples, of the populations that we are considering, so that intersectionality acquires a human face, the face of young women, of indigenous women, of Afro-descendant women, of aging women. So let us move from the document, from the consensus, and from the operational guideline to a Latin America that is different to the Latin America that we have dreamt with. Thank you.
Gracias, Sandra.
Thank you, Sandra. Ana Cristina. Thank you. I just wanted to say that protection of sexual and reproductive rights and other right of equality, dignity, freedom of consciousness of women, that's possible in our region, because I understand that the government are obliged to put this policy forward, because we have a solid set of agreements which can feed public policies in terms of physical autonomy, are made up not only by the Montevideo Consensus, but the regional agenda on gender. With those instruments, the movement, the feminist movement, it has been possible not only to make progress, but the movements ensure the implementation of the progress and denounce vulnerations, and so they help that they could be sustainable. And as I said before, fighting for reproductive health is based on, or rather the reproductive health of women is based the same principle of democracy. In both cases, that struggle is the essence. And for that, we have a feminist movement which is very broad, powerful, and articulated. Thank you, Ana Cristina. Cindy Quesada. I would like to mention 3 specific actions which represent the example of what Sandra said, that the action should change a life for women, that we should go from the discourse to the reality, because that will legitimate movements and will strengthen democracies. When we see an institutionality that is responding, and labor inclusion with gender perspective, violence, many women stop working because of violence, but today we have labor inspection where more than 83% of cases identified they have to go to the tribunals. And rural women, indigenous and Afro-descendant women, which are all related to plans and actions of public institutions and recognition of sexual activities, of sexual work as independent worker by social insurance department, are specific access which speed up those processes, which within this environment and the narrative, we need to look for the way to speak to women who feel distant from this reality. We need to reach them with simple language, that they have been defended and that they do not feel isolated without representation. This is a challenge for the state to legitimate our actions, which are mainly focused on that. And finally, political participation, when women are making decisions independent from their ideology. The women topic is part of the debate. And any progress that can be made, if they're not there, nobody will speak about women's topics. And we have seen this when the mayors are women. So we discussed about violence against women, but there was no women participating, no mayor mentioned these topics, and this is a reality. And we finish with Carla Bisotti. Thank you. I think that this is a cultural battle, and this is the biggest challenge. To have agreements. A legal framework is not enough, but it's necessary, but not enough. This is a cultural battle with social, cultural barriers, groups. We want to sustain their privilege, and they are not only privileged, but the thing is not giving more rights to women. So this is a battle where we still have a long way to go, and the rights which are conquered need to be defended every day. The rights which are not known are not defended. There should be access without discrimination, without violence, with a strong network between the state which is present, with human rights, with interculturality, with diversity perspective, the health team, and also suffering violence, so that it requires decentralization, access, training, and women should be in decision-making places, because the very will of men, they don't know what we need. I want to thank to the panelists because of the deep vision of the progress and challenges that we have. We are now in the middle of crisis. We have a structural notes of inequality, and we need to urgently act. This region has instruments, commitments, consensus, and a transformative proposal that is to advance toward a society of care, where the planet is care, people are care, and that putting at the center of all of this life, sustainability of life, what really matters. And so we are working with the Secretariat of the Commission and subsidiary bodies to articulate this synergy with intersectoral approach to make progress towards institutionality in more states, more public policies. And for that, we need to make more progress in terms of funding as well. In the last presiding officer, we discussed about the next regional conference on women that will be in Mexico in 2025. And this process of monitoring Cairo next year, we're going to have Beijing monitoring. We're going to reach at the conference talking about the big transformation in the political, economical, social, and environmental aspects to promote the society of care. So this will be a great opportunity to go towards that reality that we have dreamt about, fostering more democratic and inclusive and just society in Latin America and the Caribbean, with the purpose of leaving no one behind, but I would say to leave no one outside. Thank you so much, Ana Westmes, Director of the Gender Division Affairs of ECLAC, moderator of this session. We thank all the panelists, intervention of the different delegations. We have come to an end now. And according to the agenda, that the member countries of the presiding officers adopt, consider and adopt the agreements of the fifth meeting, and we're going to give the floor to the secretary now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we all know, we have carried out a participatory consultation process with different delegations on a text of agreement, the draft from the presiding officer. I said that this was passed around 6 November. Contributions were received up until November the 8th, Bolivia, Chile, Costa Rica, Cuba, and those contributions were circulated November the 13th, and we added the ones from Mexico and Uruguay. In terms of the analysis of those contributions, today at noon, the Secretariat and the presiding officers and the adoption of criteria in terms of this is a presiding officer meeting, is not a conference meeting. So normally the procedural decisions were made and the consensus that existed about the Montevideo Consensus was not discussed. That was a closed subject. So over the last minutes, we have some discussions and almost all delegations participated. And we have come to this text, which you already have them on your table, and which is short and shorter compared to the one that was passed during the morning. And basically, it states and adopts this criterion. That doesn't mean that the concern that delegation had, and they officially stated that this is proposed in the text that are not going to be included in the report, by saying that about the concern or the interest that Bolivia had on, let's say, statistics of indigenous issues. We're going to incorporate this and other statistical segregation. There were different topics which were very important, such as education, and something very important to be incorporated to the report in such a way that next presiding officers, you know, what are the concerns put in line with Montevideo Consensus. So in the procedural aspects, which were included as a contribution to the original documents, are also included here. If this explanation is enough for the delegations, I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, if you can put this to vote. Uruguay? Just one question. The criteria are going to be consider all suggestions which were highlighted in bold letter in the document, or those suggestions are going to be included in the report that is going to be the final report? These were the two possibilities. Is that correct? Well, almost correct. Otherwise, I would have said that we have gone back to the original text. This different from the original text. I have included procedural aspects which were not included in the original document. I could briefly explain that paragraphs 1 and 2 of these texts are the original ones. Paragraphs 1 and 2 are the original paragraphs. Paragraph 3 is an addition, is a summary of contribution from Chile and Costa Rica. And both letters are included in the text in 3 and at the end of 4, and that it says Costa Rica. So we took both of them and we included this because it's of a procedural nature. And then we go to number 7, which is contribution from Cuba, then 9 that has to do with, in fact, the contribution of Cuba has to do with promulgated and economic and financial measures in line with the General Assembly resolution was adopted November 25th, with only 2 countries which didn't vote in that General Assembly and 1 abstention. And then we have number 9, which was also included, which has related to taking note about some discussion in a forum which took place in the Caribbean. And in this text, we have 10, 11, and 12, which are original paragraphs, 13, contribution of Mexico, which express an ambition, a desire, and the possibility and task for Bolivia to do the tax together with the delegations for the next CBD in April.
17. Then we move on to number 17, which is the old 21 presented by Chile, which incorporated the expression disaggregated so that we don't open up each one of the categories in census tasks. 18 and 19, exactly the same to the original, 20 likewise, 21 is the old 25, which is a contribution by Chile, which was expressed in positive terms rather than preventing redundancy. The idea is to favor coordination. That is how it was expressed. And that is the explanation for this text. In substantive terms, Uruguay, Bolivia, Costa Rica, and Chile, all that will be in the report outlining those concerns, taking that into consideration because they do not form part of this agreement of the presiding officers, and that's it. I understand, Uruguay, that it wasn't one or the other, but rather this is this is the result that we came up with. Well, since there are no observations, we will approve the declaration. There's no hammer, so we'll just clap. There's the US wants to say something.
Thank you. The United States is prepared to support the chair's original document summarizing the contributions of the ECLAC review towards the global review of the ICPD program of action as an accurate consensus account of the meeting's proceedings. We will not support any amendment related to unilateral measures because they are not relevant for this discussion, and we defer that issues to the bodies mandated to take it up. Should the report advance in amended form, the overall status of the report will be called into question in the subsequent ICPD review processes, an outcome we would very much seek to avoid given the rich, inclusive, and cohesive discussions which have unfolded over the last 2 days, which should be held up as a shining example in the global review. Thank you.
Agradecemos la intervención de los Estados Unidos.
We thank the words of the US, and there's also another delegation that has an issue with another point. This explanation made by the US does not prevent consensus, but rather it will be incorporated into the text of the report. So that is the explanation, and it will also be and we will also include in the text the explanation just given by the US delegate. Well, since there are no more observations, we approve. I don't want to change anything, but I simply would like to reiterate as a point, and so that it is also expressed there in favor of the amendment presented by Cuba, that on April 3rd, 2023, 70% of the members of the Human Rights Council of the UN voted in favor of a resolution in Geneva calling upon governments to stop applying coercive measures, as is expressed in this resolution. So this is something that has been approved in other events. So we approve the declaration. Thank you. Let's see, I think we are waiting for the executive secretary. I don't think he felt that we were going to be as punctual as we have been.
Muy bien. Ya nos acompaña el secretario.
Okay, the executive secretary is here with us, and so we'll move on to the last point in the agenda, which is the closing session. We'll offer the floor to, first of all, let's see, we'll make a change since Susana has been, we'll offer the floor to Susana Sotoli from the UNFPA. Susana, first of all, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to first of all thank and greet David Cochaya, Vice Minister of Planning and Coordination of the Ministry of Development of the Plurinational State of Bolivia, as President, as Chair of the Presiding Officers of the Regional Conference on Population and Development. I would also like to, of course, thank José Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, for coming to hear about the success of this conference, to Luis Yáñez, who is our angel, our guardian angel and facilitator of all discussions, the Secretary of the ECLAC, Simone Cecchine, Director of the Population Division at ECLAC, CELADE, and obviously our gratitude to all national delegations, civil society organizations. On behalf of the Population Fund, our profound gratitude to all the participants in this meeting. I believe that it has not only been an honor and a privilege, but a true pleasure to witness the commitment and the energy present in this room, I would like to first of all highlight that we can feel proud of being able to say very clearly that this meeting has enabled us to unequivocally and energically confirm the validity of the Montevideo Consensus, even more than 10 years ago. National delegations have expressed one after the other that the consensus continues to be the roadmap so that we can make the plan of action of Cairo a reality. In other words, a more inclusive society, respectful of the rights of people without any single exclusion. And thus we confirm the contribution of Latin America and the Caribbean to the next meeting of the International Population and Development Commission that in April 2024 will seek to uphold and promote the advancement of women, teenagers, and the youth. Voluntary national reviews and the proposal of the second regional report have evidence that despite the significant progress when it comes to regulatory aspects, we still face challenges at the level of the implementation of the consensus. What has been recurrent is the need to have disaggregated quality data that enables us to know where they are, who they are, how many they are. And we talk here of the people and groups that are left out of the reach of public policies. And also to have analyses and evidence in order to face up to the demographic changes that are already underway in our region. Indeed, as has been mentioned on several occasions, the movement towards an older population is something that is very evident in our region. In this case, it's not enough to be reactive, but we need a perspective when it comes to the public policy designs and decision making involving not only government but also non-government sectors, the private sector and academia when it comes to establishing sustainable solutions and long-term visions. The implementation of the Montevideo Consensus requires a careful analysis of investment priorities in countries, and within a context of fiscal restrictions and of limited economic growth, the financing for sustainable development is certainly a challenge. And in this sense, I would like to mention that the 2023 report on financing for sustainable development by the United Nations underscores the critical need to transform the international financial architecture in order to face up to global challenges and to strongly position the Cairo agenda and the Montevideo Consensus within the discussions on the financing of sustainable development, both present and in the future, is essential in order to achieve the well-being goals in a world of which includes 8 billion people. The delay of investments that are able to overcome demographic gaps could become could have lasting effects. And the goals are clear: to achieve rights for all people with measures that are adapted to upcoming changes and also unexpected changes. And for that purpose, we need proactive leadership, adaptable, dynamic. And this is indeed what we have been evidencing and listening to over the past 2 days on the part of delegations: a strong leadership, visionary leadership, and committed leadership. And to conclude, I would like to confirm that the Population Fund takes all these challenges on board and is committed to continue to work with government, civil society, with academia, with the private sector, with the UN colleagues, and with other strategic partners in order to accelerate our efforts so that we can live up to the promise that we stated in Cairo 20 years ago, and that was confirmed in the Montevideo Consensus, in the sense that the 8 billion inhabitants of our planet may be able to live their decent lives, exercise their rights, and make their own decisions, especially decisions about their own reproductive lives in total freedom. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we offer the floor to the ECLAC Executive Secretary, José Manuel Salazar. Thank you, Luis. Good afternoon, everyone. Dear Susana, dear David Huachaya, dear ministers, delegates, representatives of civil society, colleagues of the UN system and of ECLAC. I am very happy to share with you the closing session of this memorable meeting, an extraordinary session to commemorate the 10 years of the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development and the fifth meeting of the presiding officers of the regional conference. These have been two very intensive and fruitful work days enriched by a series of side events and preceded by the activities of civil society. I would like to celebrate each one of the participations of country delegations that via national voluntary reports shared the most important aspects in terms of public policy related to population and development and highlighted the importance of generating timely statistical information and evidence which is disaggregated and of high quality. I would also like to highlight the participation of society that through its powerful political declaration 10 years of the Montevideo Consensus confirmed its commitment with the monitoring of the regional conference on population and development and with the implementation of the consensus. I would like to especially celebrate the distinguished participation of people with disability and that belong to different civil society organizations. We're very pleased to have been able to welcome you here in ECLAC.
También
I also celebrate that the countries have included in their respective national reports progress made in terms of public policies related to this specific group of the population. Thanks to each of the panelists for providing the deep analysis and perspectives and about the different issues that concern the population and development agenda in the region. They have left us invaluable reflections on the achievement and challenges of the consensus in these 10 years, as well as on the strategies to strengthen them. They have emphasized the importance of strengthening the integration of demographic dynamics in plans and programs in the countries of the region, and has allowed us to reflect on the impact of the Montevideo Consensus in the region in the last decade, as well as the importance of continuing to educate about the consensus and disseminate it in order to articulate it with other regional instruments for protection of the human rights. We have also been able to know about institutional and policy changes in the area of gender equality, sexual and reproductive health and rights, as well as mechanisms of monitoring and assessment, including data sources and indicators. While acknowledging progress, the challenges or these crucial chapters of the Montevideo Consensus remain enormous. 10 years later, the consensus remains today, along with 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the indispensable tool and more relevant than ever to continue working for the inclusion of everyone in our region, leaving no one behind. We're concluding this meeting with a renewed commitment and an ambitious work agenda to promote equality and rights for all people. At the center of our attention and priorities must be the children and youth, the elderly, women, migrants, indigenous people, Afro-descendant populations, people with disability, and LGBTIQ+ people. Only in this way we will be able to transform Latin America and the Caribbean, which is so unequal. Next step in our working agenda can be summarized in the following 3 points. First, the presentation of the proposal for the second regional report on the implementation of Montevideo Consensus at the 57th session of the Commission on Population and Development in 2024. That's the contribution of Latin America and the Caribbean to the global review and appraisal of the implementation of the program of action of the International Conference on Population and Development beyond 2014. holding of the fifth session on Regional Conference on Population and Development in May-June 2024 in Colombia, a country we're really grateful for the generous offers there. The final version of the second regional report on implementation of Montevideo Consensus will be presented, as well as the commemoration of the 30th anniversary of Cairo Program on Action. Third, feeding and updating the virtual platform for the follow-up of Montevideo Consensus. Dear friends, having been able to commemorate the first 10 years of Montevideo Consensus and the regional conference is the result of the joint work between government, civil society, international organizations, and the academia. We have been able to build, perfect, and give ourselves a mechanism for work and dialogue that maintains the same vitality, motivation, and dynamics as we did a decade ago in the Uruguay. Let us continue feeding this flame around Montevideo Consensus and the regional conference. And having been at the beginning of this conference, and now I think that we have more energy, more enthusiasm, and the room is more full compared to the first day. So congratulations. Certainly gives us great satisfaction to know that the very high participation continues to be one of the hallmarks of the meeting of this conference and its presiding officers. We have had the participation of 28 ECLAC member countries from the region and 2 associate members, and we celebrate the active and enthusiastic participation of the Caribbean countries. Almost 500 people, we have shared with them 2 days of intense work at ECLAC, a record of participation for a meeting of the presiding officer. Of these, more than 260 people are members of the regional civil society organizations. In addition, through YouTube, Facebook, and X, we have had more than 2,000 live views yesterday. And I would like to take this opportunity to greet all those who are following us via streaming. These figures speak of the commitment of the government and civil society organizations and the broad interest of our region to continue promoting the full implementation of the Montevideo Consensus in the region and also contribute to the fulfillment of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And with this, I'm reaching to the chapter of acknowledgement. I would like first to acknowledge and thank the United Nations Population Fund, our strategic and historical partner in the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus. A special thanks to Susana Sotoli for her great drive to promote the rights of all in the region, to the entire UNFPA team and all the country office directors. We also thank the presidency in the person of Vice Minister of the Development Planning of the Plurinational State of Bolivia, David Huachaya, as well as the Minister of Planning, Sergio Cusicanqui, who accompanied us yesterday for this year and a half of intense work side by side to continue promoting the Montevideo Consensus throughout the region and to be able to commemorate the 10th anniversary of its adoption. We also thank the governments of the region whose commitment and political will have made possible that we're commemorating this first decade of the consensus with solid commitment embodied in the agreements. Deep recognition and thanks also to the civil society organizations whose unwavering commitment to equality and the defense of the rights of all and in particular of the most vulnerable population groups continues to be the soul. There's no doubt that this is the soul of this space for dialogue, convergence, and consensus. Finally, let me thank ECLAC team that has made this conference possible. First of all, the colleagues of the Commission Secretariat team under the leadership of Luis Yanes, Sally Shaw, and the team of Documents and Publication Division, Guido Camuy, and the team of Public Information Unit, David Del Moral, and his team of the Information and Communications Technology section, Margarita de Garzabal, and the Conference Services team, as well as the security team led by Darío Conte and my own office in the Executive Secretariat. I would like to thank the ECLAC office in Port of Spain in the person of its director, Diane Corles, and her team. What are you, Diane? Diane, no, you are not here. I would like also to thank the Spanish, English, French interpreters, some Portuguese interpreters, as well as the sign language interpreters, and of course, the Latin American Korean Demographic Center, CELADE, Population Division of ECLAC, which, as you know, act as technical secretariats. As we don't have much opportunity to thank them all. I will like to mention them individually: Simone Cecchini, Pamela Villalobos, Fabiana Del Popolo, Zulma Sosa, Leandro Rey Boras, Orly Wiener, María Esther Novoa, Jorge Rodríguez, Daniela González, Sebastián Carrasco, Amalia Plana, Verónica Cano, Udi Bell, Elena Cruz, Lenín Aguinaga, Jorge Martínez, Carolina Cavada, Alexandra Martínez, Alejandra Silva, María Cecilia Villarroel, Anita Miranda, Yael Páez, and Francesco Mautarelli. Thank you very much. We continue working together, and we will see you in Colombia in 2024 at the 5th session of the Regional Conference on Population and Development. Have a safe trip back to your respective countries. Thank you, Secretary. And to close the words of the chair of the conference, as we haven't finished yet.
Muchas gracias. Para concluir.
Thank you. To conclude, the closing words of Carlos David Huachaya. Thank you so much. I would like first to greet Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, also Susana Sotoli, Regional Director of the United Nations Population Fund, Luis Yanes, Secretary of the Commission, and the Technical Secretariat, Simone Cecchini, as Director of CELADE. For the government of the plurinational state of Bolivia, in its capacity as Bolivia's chair of the Regional Conference on Population and Development of Latin America and the Caribbean, it is an honor to offer a closing remark on this intense and successful meeting. Over the past 2 days at ECLAC headquarters, we commemorated 10 years of the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development through the special session to commemorate these 10 years of the consensus and the 5th meeting of the presiding officers of the regional conference. And this has been a celebration because the consensus has received a wide variety of appreciation, support, and recognition. After 2 days of hard work, today we are successfully concluding and with important result this 5th meeting of the Bureau of the presiding officer of the regional conference on population and development, and where the most important thing is Latin America and the Caribbean are reaffirming their commitment to the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development after 10 years of its adoption. We thank the Technical Secretariat for the preparation and presentation of the document, Population, Development, and Rights in Latin America and the Caribbean, proposal for a second regional report on the implementation of the consensus, which highlights that this commitment has been consolidated in the public policies of our countries and human rights with gender perspective, intercultural approach, intersectoral, intergenerational perspective. It also states that advances in the institutional in Latin America and the Caribbean will form a central axis to address existing inequalities and making progress towards an inclusive social development. We urge countries which are still in the process of preparing their voluntary report to submit them once they are finished, because they will contribute to complement and enrich the content of the final version of the second regional report. We highlight the progress in the development of the virtual platform, which has become an important tool for the regional follow-up of the Montevideo Consensus. There is no doubt that the consensus has driven progress in the prevention of adolescent pregnancy, access to sexual and reproductive health services, increase of the demand for contraception, had made visible the recognition and participation of historically and systematically excluded populations and peoples. But the same countries have recognized that the pandemic and cascading crises have created setbacks, including the specific painful ones, such as increasing maternal mortality, and has been holding some progress as well. The countries recognize that there are outstanding and emerging challenges in priority actions to be taken in terms of all the chapters of the consensus. The civil society is and will continue being an essential support of the Montevideo Consensus. Thanks to this active participation, the declaration of the civil society as a result of a wide range of organizations advocating for specific agendas within the framework of the consensus acknowledges the progress, but above all draws attention to the challenges illustrated by a detailed list of 19 pressing challenges. In addition, through our own platform of follow-up of the consensus through monitoring reports produced by different organizations in each country, the civil society warns us about priority measures which have been lagging behind or have deficit in implementation. We have heard the call of some delegations to strengthen the Montevideo Consensus, proposing modification to this regional commitment. However, it is appropriate that these are dealt with in the Regional Conference on Population and Development. In the case of issues related to indigenous people and Afro-descendant peoples, I have to say that the plurinational state of Bolivia is a reference in the region because of their commitment to the indigenous and Afro-descendant people, not only because their rights are enshrined in the most advanced international instrument, but because our political constitution, which is based on plurality, recognizes their individual and collective rights.
We feel it is necessary to strengthen compliance with priority measures on the rights of indigenous and Afro-descendant peoples, emphasizing with an emphasis on women and young people, as well as on intercultural health, access to land and the territory, food security, biodiversity, forests, and climate change, as well as the cross-cutting and comprehensive inclusion of interculturality and the rights of indigenous and Afro-descendant peoples in terms of the issues and priority measures of the Montevideo Consensus, accompanied by specific actions for the implementation of their indicators with their effective participation. And within this context, the plurinational state of Bolivia commits to continue to work on this and to take to the following regional conference the need to mainstream the rights of indigenous and Afro-descendant peoples in the chapters, in the respective chapters, H and I. I would like to thank the technical secretariat of the conference, the population division of ECLAC, CELADE, the secretariat of the commission for the organization of the meeting, and the documentation that was prepared for that, and likewise UNFPA for the support provided not only for this event, but to the implementation of the consensus in our countries. We all take homework with us. We will again meet during the 5th Regional Conference on Population and Development to present the work undertaken by these presiding officers and agree on future regional actions on the issue of population and development. Finally, I would like to especially thank Colombia, a country that will become chair of this conference in 2024 and with whom we will collaborate in order to provide continuity to the work that has been done and to continue to promote the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus in the region. Thank you very much.